Welcome one, welcome all. It's the last week of the regular season for UKEL Four Nations Autumn and Winter Split. I'm Temporal, and tonight we're going to be walking you through week 5, day 1. Alongside me is Rob. Good evening, Rob.
Hello, good to be here.
And we've got Evie as well. Good evening, Evie.
Good evening, good
Evie.
evening. Yeah,
Evening,
we-
evening. That's all I got. Right, awesome. We got some exciting games coming up tonight. We're going to be covering the first half, then we're going to switch it over to the night crew for games 3 and 4. Those two games, Belfast Storm versus Verdant, and DMG Esports versus Nuclear Vikings, he says, reading off the team sheet. Any particular things we're excited about? Let's keep it big. What's going to be the most exciting thing for yourselves tonight? Going to put you on the spot, Rob.
Tonight for these first two games.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I would say the first game is honestly the most important of the night. If you look at Nuclear Vikings versus DMG, realistically for the standings in that group, Nuclear Vikings have to go and beat Ruddy anyway to go and get top. So that game is a little bit less important maybe to get that. But Belfast Storm versus Verdant. This is very, very important for Belfast Storm to take a game off of Verdant, because if you look at the standings in this group, everything is so incredibly close. Verdant, yes, out in the, they've got one loss. It's was it 5-1? I think it is.
Yes.
4-1, 5-1.
To their own
5-1.
hubris, slightly,
Yeah.
you could say.
Yeah, look how close the group is. It's ridiculously close, and so everyone in that group is going to be fighting for that second place spot. To the 2 and 3, the 3 and 5, 2 and 5. I don't think it was
The middle.
The middle, the middle. Anyway, but yeah, the middle of the group is basically a complete mess. And so whoever gets that second seed gets that, obviously, upper bracket run into playoffs. That's what Belfast Storm are going to want to do. They need to win today, and then they're going to need to win next week. So they're going to turn it on right now at the end, and it's against the best team in the group. So they're going to bring it.
All to play for, and we're gonna have to get Jimmy Eat Weldon because it really is all the middle. Evie, what are you excited about tonight?
I mean, to echo the earlier point about this DMG game, right? Like, it has a lot of standings implications. We've asked the question multiple times by now of, Nuclear Vikings are 5-1. They are winning games, but by right, some of these games they objectively should not have won. They've still looked inconsistent, and for a team with such a winning record, one of the winningest teams in our league still. Against DMG, a team that has shown a lot of fire in their games against the teams that by right should be beating them, when DMG have it all on the line, they need to get this win to secure the cross-group games, sort of push Venom Crest further out of the shuffle. Can they be the ones to say, hello, Nuclear Vikings shouldn't have won as many games as they have, and it's our time now. We are still in the running to make a deep run.
All right, all of the stakes on the table. It's all got to be resolved. The maximum of 2 games remaining, as there's not a lot to do. Right, if we have the rosters, we're going to do some rosters. We're going to introduce some teams, and if we don't, we're going to introduce them anyway. Production, what's the plan? Hey, would you wait at that? That's Verdant. Rob, go.
Verdant, best team in Group B at the moment with their lineup. Obviously, they made a few changes from when they were in Div 2, and they've looked really, really, really strong. Honestly, a player that I thought didn't look so good coming out of Sunshine Showdown was Tofu, getting caught a lot in that tournament. But right now, I think Tofu is absolutely on fire. He has been able to play all of the meta junglers, enables his lane so well, and it means that you have players like Little Pants able to open up on the map and actually do things that he likes to do on stuff like we played Bard last week. He plays Alistair, but for me, that roster, what was centered around Errol in the Summer Sunshine Showdown, Bear Tree and top, it's all Tofu at the moment. Playing stuff like the Skarner, he's able to make everything happen in these games.
Okay, exciting. Bit of a reversal of fates. Can't argue with it. Best of luck tonight, Tofu. And Evie, we've mentioned there's implications in standings. There's a storm brewing. Introduce us to Belfast.
Certainly a storm brewing, and for Belfast they are hoping that it's one that's beneficial for them, as this is a team that can be relatively easily described as consistently inconsistent. They have shown that they are very good at carrying through all their roles. Their players are more than competent, and they have a playstyle that seems to be working for them, especially when Synapse is allowed to play off towards the side lane. However, this team has been struggling to get it over the line against the other teams contesting those top spots around them in the table, and being able to get this one against Verdant would be huge for them in terms of securing higher seeds going into the playoffs and standings implications in general. Belfast have something to prove today.
Yeah, with veteran talent, Synapse and Dunlosy. It's an exciting side, and wish them the best of luck in becoming David tonight and overcoming Goliath. Games are 5 minutes away. We've been chatting about the patch in the background. Super exciting to be on live patch. So if you've been watching Worlds, we've developed a little bit further. We've nerfed pretty much every item in the game, everyone worth buying anyway. And lots of things have changed. We've mentioned Bards, Alistairs. Anything else we're on tonight? Evie, you've
Yeah, I'll take this one. So we've noticed a meta that's developed in the UKEL specifically around Jhin. An extremely high priority on Jhin often shows up on the B1 even. And we're going into a patch now where not only has Jhin taken nerfs, but in some ways it's also indirectly nerfed by the fact that Essence Reaver gets better. This helps champions like Lucian, especially, but then also even champions like Jinx that have started to index more into Essence Reaver first item in certain situations over the Infinity Edge just based on the cost. And coming to the cost, it's really worth noting this patch, the cost of Collector and Essence Reaver both coming down so significantly. It means these AD carries that like to prioritize the lethality early, like to prioritize these spell rotations and just having mana to burn on Essence Reaver are in a much better spot around the one item now, particularly around 500 gold before these Infinity Edge rushing ADCs are hitting their spikes as well. So they're in a really good spot around your early objectives. We're talking like your second Drake, your second Grub spawns. And it can damage a lot of what of the identities that teams have developed. So Belfast Storm is one I was discussing earlier, where you look at Mr. Freezed and a big lover of Ezreal, and these more caster-based carries, where you're looking at Trinity Force, you're looking at AP builds, and a lot of the time they've been ahead of a curve because ADC itemization has been so expensive. With those costs coming down, it can promote a bit more hypercarry gameplay, which is good for diversity in the bot lane.
I wouldn't be lying if I hadn't played one game of Cogmore, just to, get a feel for it.
He's
And
pretty good. He's all
felt
right.
pretty good. Felt
Yeah,
pretty good.
pretty good.
Rob, what have you seen on the patch? ADCs, I've seen a lot of Collector Caitlyn in my games, sometimes to great effect. What are you looking at?
Well, I was gonna say Eevee's kind of covered the bot lane. I would say that on the top side, you're still seeing a lot of the similar things you were seeing even on the world patch, like Aurora, for example. People are still going to be playing this champion because the ultimate is the most broken ultimate in the entire game.
Still
It's also
banned
it's still
every time I queue up. It's
it's
crazy.
it's insane, especially and stuff like Yone is still strong. The patch obviously hit Skarner a tiny bit, but for what Skarner wants to do, it wasn't really that much of a nerf. He's there to CC, he's there to lock down, and he's there to be able to play for his lanes as well. So on the top side, you might still be seeing like Yone bans coming through. You're going to be seeing stuff like Aurora bans coming through. On the bot side, the meta has opened up a lot more. I still think you're going to see stuff like the Poppy in support or the Poppy flexes potentially because engage supports are still very strong. I think there's a little area there for stuff like the Lulus to come through, maybe a Janna, things like this. But overall, engage support's still going to be strong because that is also what in the UK most supports like to play. They love a Leona. Jamsey loves a Nautilus.
Very reasonable, very reasonable.
So
Still so powerful.
And it's also I was going with the nerfs quickly. It also with all the item changes, you fall back onto what you're most comfortable playing with individually because World's meta is going to be different from what is actually strong on live with all the item changes. And so people might look at Worlds and say that's what's good, that's what's powerful. But individually in the UK, we're probably going to see a lot more comfort picks coming through, which kind of leads into this first series because there's one comfort pick that we all know and love. Probably going to be banned, but maybe we see it. We discussed in the green room that maybe they don't ban it with the slight nerfs coming through with the Udyr nerfs, but yeah, should be comfort all the way because even if they're scrimming, they can look at Worlds and try and play that, and it's not quite as good.
Tarzan ripped out Jungle Morgana yesterday, and I was like, those runes aren't correct for solo queue, but it's gonna let him be there. You drop W, you zoom towards your AD carry, and you will always get the black shield. And I was like, it's gonna be so good, and it's gonna be so depressing seeing people play it that way in solo queue. You can trust yourself. With that in mind, we're nearly into draft. We're stalling for a little bit more time. I'm going to push you both for a pre-draft prediction. You're allowed the qualifier of Udyr or no Udyr.
Pre-draft prediction that's the toughest kind of prediction.
It is. It is.
Okay, I'll qualify this with I don't know that the Udyr matters that much, even with Udyr open, right?
Okay.
I think Synapse Udyr is very, very good. Like I don't think that's up for debate. I think objectively speaking, it's very, very good. However, when Verdant aren't losing to themselves, They are
Okay.
one of the best teams in the league, top 2, I think, comfortably can be stated. So I would expect Verdant to take this one. However, I think Belfast have certainly shown more than just signs of life. They've shown capability of playing through all of their laners. So I don't think it would take much for Belfast Storm to get a lead, especially with Verdant's tendency towards potentially over-aggression around bot side plays, the first couple objectives that spawn down there. And if Belfast do get that lead, especially with Dunlosi on a champion like the Lilia, which we know is big fans of over at Belfast Storm, then the game can start to get out of control really quickly. I think it's Verdant, but I'm certainly not ruling Belfast out.
Okay, Rob. So we've heard that, you know, some contest on 4 legs good, 2 legs bad in the jungle. Both of these junglers sort of become that force of nature over time. Is that going to be the way this game gets decided? What's going to be the big pin?
I'm usually quite brutal when I'm on desk, and I'm going to be brutal again. I think Verdant smashed this game.
Okay.
I think there's I like to shoot straight a lot of the time. I think there's a few clips of me then getting very upset at certain picks as well or from the stream, but
Oh,
I do not see how Verdant lose this game, and this is, I hope in some ways I'm kind of caster cursing, but you've
I'm
got
letting you go for it because we're going to
no
revisit
Udyr
it if
or
you
Udyr.
do.
I think Verdant Stomp. I think that firstly
Mhm.
mid battery has been really, really solid. I don't necessarily think he's been as like, I think Errol has been exceptional, for example, in the other group as a mid laner. I think I can't really try not to be biased, but I think Timotop has been pretty good at it as well. But I think Bear Tree has had a few games where he's not been the sole carry. It's been Tofu all the way, and I think Tofu is playing so much better than Dunlossie. And I think in terms of meta picks, you've got way more chance of the Udyr. They could first pick. I don't know who's on blue side this game, but you've got Tofu's been playing Udyr. Tofu's played Skarner. He's got so many meta picks in the jungle. He can play the Amumu. He can play AP junglers. So I think the jungle matchup's kind of under wraps for Tofu. And then bot lane, Mr. Freeze and Varren has been the best part of Belfast Storm. I think Mr. Freeze has been the best part of Belfast Storm, and when you have Varren who looks out of sorts when he's playing with Dunlossie, they look often a bit mismatched on the map. Whereas every time Little Pants is there, Tofu's there. Every fight recently, watch what they do when they run around the map together. Tofu, Little Pants smashing mid lane a lot of the time, just trying to dive. 3 versus 1 there. I just think that Tofu just have much better macro. I think not Tofu. I think Verdant have much better macro, and I think Verdant overall are just looking really strong in that they can punish mistakes as well. And Belfast Storm make a lot of mistakes. They make an awful lot of mistakes in these games.
With that, we're in. Belfast are on blue. Both members of the desk thinking it's likely that Verdant are going to take this one down. I don't disagree massively. I think it's going to have to be a Trundle special from Synapse Sprinter to sort of magnet members of Verdant around the map. Did you guys see that? That is a bit of a callback in history.
That's a callback. I know that clip. Yeah. But we see Aurora ban. We see Nocturne ban. I was wondering about this actually because Dunlossie's put a lot of time on Nocturne. Oh,
I'm sure he will be back.
Yeah,
okay?
it's okay. We're having a camera moment.
It's okay. It's okay. But yeah,
that's Aurora all with a few more seconds and she'll be back out. That's all good. That's all good.
There we go.
Spirit
magic.
realm.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's. I'll let you get mad about draft today because I got it all out of my system last week. I think.
I'm not mad at the moment. I'm not mad at the moment.
I'm pretty happy with what we're seeing. If you're not confident in B1 and the Aurora with just the level of strength that champion has on this patch, I think just removing on blue side is completely understandable. You really don't want to give it away in the R1-2 rotation. Cassante on this patch is clunky, certainly, but objectively broken. And finally, the Udyr ban comes out. It's a little bit of respect shown towards Synapse, but as we were talking about earlier, if this Jinx gets locked in, it's certainly one of the premier AD carries on this patch and very easy to build a comp around, so from the side of Verdant, you need to find ways to access this early on in your draft.
Really odd to leave a target ban for R3, feeling a bit pinched there maybe. Are we going to see a Yone, Rob, after some small buffs mysteriously to the champion? I think both of these mid laners play it.
I think they should at least be looking for Yone here. Look what's off the table. The Skarner's gone, the Aurora's gone in terms of priority picks. No, I mean, Bear Tree loves a Syndra. Bear Tree does love a Syndra. That's from a little bit of scouting will show you whenever it's sort of he has to blind mid, he usually gravitates towards that pick. So that's not that surprising. On the other side, I want to see what they want to pick. I would assume it's going to be a jungle pick because unless you're going to take the ADC here, maybe you want to get a priority jungler. Kha'Zix would be weird. It's either ADC or jungle. There's Poppy is not good here. Tofu likes a Poppy, not going to happen. So Kha'Zix would be odd and a little bit snowbally, a little bit disrespectful, but still hovering. We'll have to see if it gets locked in.
In my mind, I go for the rally. Here we go, Gwen. Kerberos, someone add him on Twitter. I've been playing this all day. Mixed success in different elo brackets, but the Electrocute build absolutely slaps. The normal one's pretty good too.
Refresh doesn't play Gwen.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're leaning on this as a flex. Like it's almost
Oh,
a fake flex, right? So if Refresh isn't super comfortable on this, or rather the matchup is not very good, and if that Gnar gets locked in, that would be the suggestion, right? It's a champion that deals relatively well with Gwen, but you're certainly opening yourself up to something like the Camille on R3 now, and Refresh in general should be fairly comfortable piloting the Camille into Gnar. It's a little bit Gnar favored in the early game, but Camille outscales relatively quickly, and you can just immediately dump Gwen into the jungle, a place where she's more than happy to play right now.
I don't know if Refresh is still playing it, but Refresh used to be an amazing Irelia player. Like, legitimately incredibly good at Irelia as well. So both Irelia and Camille are pretty good picks here on R3. The Gwen as well. I'm going to say something crazy. There was that thread by the guy who was talking about going first strike Gwen. They were playing that bot lane as well. So I don't even know. Fuyu sometimes plays weird things in bot lane, so I'm not even going to rule that one out. But I imagine this is a jungle Gwen because I've never seen Refresh and Top play Gwen. There's the Camille. Overall,
Soul Read.
We love
Look
it.
at it. Go on.
I think
liking this.
Syndra covers up a lot of Gwen's weakness in the 2v2 as well. Before she's got, a Lich Bane or multiple Aether Wisps and boots, you want to hold someone still for the snips. I think that's pretty good guy.
How are you keeping Jinx alive right now? Is Jinx
with
just not dead?
great
Not well.
I think you could look towards banning something like an Ivern for the side of Verdant here. Don't know that it's something that we expect out of Dunlosi, but I think it is one of the champions that's relatively good at keeping Jinx alive here. In general, though, you're really going to struggle to prevent Camille from just dive bombing into the backline here and removing Jinx from a map with no Accelerator, no Enchanter shown so far. The Orianna ban already is good. It's one of those champions that gives Jinx tools to space herself out of fights. Also good for the very small shield. So I think it would be reasonable for Verdant to get rid of another Accelerator here as well. Or just these Enchanters that are very good at buffing up Jinx, because right now, although the level of execution certainly is higher on the side of Verdant, this comp is far from playing itself. But they have really good answers into what Belfast is packing.
Isn't this an Alistar ban from Belfast Storm? I mean, I'm going to be shocked if they don't ban Alistar. The Alistar matchup in Rel, and then it's Little Pants' Alistar, and then you're going to be able to make like any of them play like Alistar play primary engage if you want to. You can deny Rel. You can be able to get onto Jinx. There's not really any way appealing. I mean, it's got to be an Alistar ban, right? Like,
yeah,
I'm just sat there going crazy. I saw the Ashe ban. I was like, there's no way you're going to like double ban ADCs versus this. Versus Verdant. It's crazy. No, okay, Alistar ban, thank God. Because I was about to say, if this is Alistar R4, it's over. But
even the Ashe ban surprises me somewhat, because I feel like Poppy has a lot of value for the side of Verdant right now. I feel like you can just dump out Alistar and Poppy and be pretty happy, because right now, the Poppy lock here would prevent Gnar's engage, would prevent Rel's engage, and it's also very good at accessing Jinx if she enters fights from a flanking position. So I think Poppy's really good here. But of course, you're under no pressures to do such a thing. Renata is phenomenal into Rel as well, but yeah, it's the UKL, so we'll be locking Leona.
Leona's still pretty good. The themes in the second phase do seem intact, and I hate a split ban, so I'm rolling with it. But we have primary engage from Belfast, like knocking that down. It's like, hey, you've chosen this like dumb approach that has to have Scatter the Weak. Gwen has to walk. Camille has to find the angle. Leona solidifies it, but I'd have much rather seen Ashe or Alistar there. Verdant on that approach, they don't want an Orianna ball thrown at them. Don't want the LeBlanc. Poppy's still super high value, so we will see that come through.
I don't like it though, Finn Jungle. Look at the team comp right now. Gnar, Poppy.
We are low damage.
Like Gnar, Poppy, you've got Rel in support. What do you even play mid against Syndra?
Xerath.
Is it Vel'Koz game?
Xerath.
Is it Vel'Koz? Is it Xerath? It's going to be something crazy long range.
I think Azir has also sort of occupies that niche. He's really bad right now.
You are not picking Ahri in this game.
Ahri has to do so much here. That is high impact or nothing.
But you're against Syndra Camille. You can't even play the team fights. This could be so hard. This is really difficult.
I don't think you're allowed to ever lock Ahri. Okay, if you want to do this, which by rights, fair enough, crack on. Yeah, Ahri, a champion that Vixen is extremely comfortable on, so I understand that it's heavy comfort. If you want to do that, lock the Xin Zhao, take it to Gwen early game. Pick something that's going to win you the 2v2. If you are Xin Zhao Ahri here, you're happy. Vi Ahri's not great because Gwen can mist off the Assault and Battery, or whatever it's called these days. I don't think it is Assault and Battery. I think we had to change that. No, something along those lines. Anyway,
Cease and
I would-
desist, I think.
Yeah.
cease and desist. That's for one. So, Ari with Vi would be okay. Ari with Xin Zhao is pretty good. Ari with any of these AD skirmishing junglers that can actually take it to Gwen's jungle in the early game and force these 2v2s around early objectives, especially when Ari hits that level 6 spike, you are in a better position, but Poppy's not really doing much for you. Granted, yes, very good at preventing Camille from finding backline access. It's very good at preventing Leona from finding backline access, but frankly, neither one of them cares. The Ezreal in the end here is pretty happy in this position, right? Ezreal's always very happy to play into Jinx, and you don't need a ton of damage out of the AD carry role, you don't need a hyper carry, you have so much damage in your top side already, so whilst Ezreal is certainly not low economy, having removed the utility of the Ashe, Ezreal suits the niche. If we can leave this alone and not worry about it too much relatively
Yeah.
well.
We're unlocking Leona slightly. Question, Rob, lane swap, yes, no?
I mean, the first thing here is how much of these teams actually practice lane swapping is the first thing I want to say, because if you're someone like Verdant, you're kind of just happy to take the standard lanes here.
Come at
And
me,
if
bro.
And if you're Belfast, I think even if you're lane swapping, I don't think it helps you. I think if you lane swap, you're going to have to really heavily punish Refresh on the other. I mean, like really heavily punish this Camille, because if this game goes too late, you've got Gwen, who right now is. I mean, I genuinely believe Gwen is one of the most broken champs in the game right now. Like, actually, we don't see it as much as we should. It's actually good in like 3 roles. It has multiple builds. It one-shots tanks. It one-shots squishies. People have realized that penetration is broken on the champ, so she just runs around the map, snip, snip, and instantly someone's dead. I just don't think you can actually play this kind of lane swap game, because even if you get your Jinx ahead, there's enough stuff diving on top of her. There's obviously Leona, but there's the Camille, there's Ezreal ult coming on top of that. Gwen, she's not going to be able to hit. So I think lane swapping here kind of doesn't do you any favors. Really,
Okay.
like
And not enough to get the Jinx away. We gotta play it straight. And we gotta get through. Evie, first few minutes. Is there anything Belfast should be looking for on the map?
The main thing that you're looking for as Belfast here is you need to do something to shut down this Gwen early. You can't let Gwen just handshake a jungle matchup where she outscales so heavily. So you're kind of looking to unlock the Ahri in the lane, which is hard, right? Syndra's very good at forcing Prio. You're kind of, I think, from the side of Belfast, like if I'm Dunlosi in this position, I'm not going to see a window in top lane particularly. I don't think there's a window in mid lane. So I'm probably just full clearing to bot lane, begging my Jinx should just mashes rockets into the wave and just forces Prio. You could even skip camps here. Like, you could argue that you want to start on the bot side of the map for Belfast, start on your red buff and get straight into Verdant's bot side jungle and try to split the map in some way. I think Gwen struggles to punish Gnar on the top side of the map, and there's nothing you really need to do to accelerate Camille anyway, so Gnar's always going to be relatively safe if you split the map that way. The only issue that you have then is, okay, well, Camille has the potential to unlock herself to get 6 grubs now, so it's tough. I think your win con is Jinx needs to be 10-0, because you've drafted very little damage elsewhere, and you've left yourself with only that option. You're kind of forced to dive bot.
This
All
is
right, we're rolling the dice. It's it's Snake Eyes or 12. Nothing in between for Belfast Storm and Verdant. Pretty exciting composition. Get to see some Gwen after playing it today. I've been at home. I've been ill. Not having a great time. However, is it going to be a great time for Verdant? You were both confident pre-draft. Still confident in post?
Probably more confident.
It's got to be the Jinx game of all time. It actually has to be like Mr. Freeze has to be the guy. He has to be
The
him
guy.
in this game.
The
Like
guy.
the only player in UKEL. Like it's there's no damage other than Jinx. This is a Verdant game through and through.
Yeah, this is the kind of game where, for Belfast to win it, you kind of need it to end with Viper himself turning to Mr.
Okay.
Freeze and saying, "I'm sorry,
Ruler's
I was
not playing at
unfamiliar with
Worlds.
your game."
Ruler could be playing. You don't know.
Ruler is actually ringing
he's
on
got
Mr.
free
Freeze's
time.
accounts right now.
It's
Yeah,
going to be
it-
ice to see you, or it's going to be nothing
Oh
at
my!
all. Oh, my brain is so slow today.
That
That was awful.
diabolical.
That was awful.
No pressure,
Oh, yeah,
Belfast Storm. If you do pull it off, what a victory. We're going to get ready and head over to our casters in just a second. Rob and Evie, we'll see you back after the game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Temporal, and thank you guys for joining us here on the casting desk as we get into game 1 of today. A best of 1 between Belfast Storm and Verdant. So, Blocks, are you excited to see this one get underway? I mean, a little bit of an unorthodox draft, to say the least.
I feel like, yeah, that was a little bit of an understatement right there. It just excellent, it must be said, watching it unfold. Because I'm watching this draft happen from Belfast, I'm like, they're gonna pick Ari. I can feel it in my bones that they're gonna pick Ari here. And you could just see the moment of realization on Rob and Pivotless's faces where it's like, oh no. Oh, don't do that. It's terrible. It's terrible. They can't see it. They can't see it because they see good drafts in their head. But when you get down dirty with the UKL, that's the point at which you realize that that's the sort of thing that these teams love to do. I agree with everything they've said, though. Verdant's draft is swimming in damage, and
Yeah.
Belfast's individually, there's some carries here, but together, it doesn't feel like it works.
Yeah, maybe a little bit disjointed on the draft there. We'll have to see it play out, obviously. And I mean, I saw them mentioning that, you know, the invade potential isn't really that great for the
Hmm.
Poppy, you know, actually putting this Gwen behind. But I have a counter argument. Poppy W, really good. Poppy is actually like turbo broken as well. I promise this champion does way too much damage. Like, you can actually invade Gwen and win the 1v1 early, I swear. And then on top of that, you can move with Ari. Like, low key, I feel like if they put the pressure on early, there might be the makings of some sort of success here.
I hear you. I do. I think the counter argument might potentially be that Verdant are also really sick. And we did just get a note from the producers, but we'll obviously see it right now. It's
Oh.
Ezreal mid, Syndra bot lane here, so changing things up even more.
Wow. I mean, the flex on top of the flex that already forced them to, you know, kind of blind Gnar randomly. So Verdant just kind of winning out in the draft all the way around. And it looks like they are going to run in as 5 as we get on to Summoner's Rift and look for some sort of cheeky engage. I swear, if Jinx gets put behind early on top of the fact that... Okay. All right. Mr.
Okay.
Freeze recognizes the error in potentially his ways and will back away. It doesn't look like Verdant are going to be getting any early picks
Oh.
just yet.
Brian
oh my goodness,
hits
why did you
that
step up?
bow!
Okay, Jinx forced to burn Flash and not Cleanse, actually. Only Flash already, but Mr. Freeze is going to be put behind already in this game where, I mean, the analyst said it earlier. This Jinx needs to be 10-0 by 10 minutes.
Yep, and I don't get why Mr. Freeze stepped up. I really like what Verdant were doing right there, where they were constantly stepping up with Brian, but nobody else was. It was just Brian that kept stepping up in that situation, so it wasn't really a threat with it. We will get to see your little Dunlossie versus Tofu, and you are right, the Poppy does do a disgusting amount of damage early on. To be fair, so does Gwen, and it seems like Snyanaps wants to get involved. That's going to force Tofu out at least until Refresh gets here. In the end, it's a little bit of scrapping back and forth, some health bars taken off of the junglers, but nothing too much gained materially other than vision. You do now know exactly where both of these junglers are going to be starting.
Yeah, and I mean, Poppy is going to be so slow on that clear now, right? Like, I mean, obviously got a little bit less of those Raptors, so is going to be lower in XP, going to be even slower, and I feel like Gwen already has a little bit of a faster clear. I feel like, if anything, this is maybe bad for Belfast, especially, like, that Ari's resetting right now, like, it looks like it's crumbling to pieces, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, we didn't even see what happened to Vixen, but that's a very low health Ari already. And this game, not that it's
Flash
far
as well,
out of
wait.
control.
I didn't even notice Ari burned Flash.
Yeah. Vixen, we didn't see what happened. We were watching elsewhere, but clearly got caught out. Potentially another Brian the Lion hitting one of those Zenith Blades, and it clearly just did not go well, whatever it was. That's
Okay,
an
they're trying to get
aggressive
something
play.
back, though. Varen with the crash down onto Fuyu, able to pull him back a bit and get a little bit of damage. I mean, that's evening things out a little bit more, but
Yeah.
potions available. Like, Fuyu is going to be pretty comfortable once level 2 is available.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Varian to go flashing in right there, but clearly was trying to play pretty aggressive. I think this is the reason that we saw the swap, because the Ari into Syndra matchup, it's not the worst for the Syndra overall, but the Ezreal can punish the Ari really hard. Right now, Vixen's having a terrible time of it. She's getting pushed under the tower very hard, not being able to play this one as freely as you would potentially have been with the Syndra. Yes, Syndra can potentially 100-0 you if you get into the wrong spot, but overall, it's a pretty even matchup. You're able to neutralize it overall. Bot lane, though, is then interesting because you don't have that same level of poke. The Syndra can do work, and the amount of CC you have as a combo is huge. Hang on.
Whoa, Synapse nearly finding himself in the early grave in this top side, pre-level 4. Playing with fire with that Camille for now. Bear Tree might get caught out as well, but Dunlossie doesn't know that Tofu's lying in wait.
Oh,
And a little bit
boy.
of damage. The snip from Tofu, the flash ward from Bear Tree. Will the
There
Q
it
connect?
is.
Yes, it will. Bear Tree gets first blood for the side of Verdant, and they walk out alive.
Uh-oh. And I think that this is the only other thing that really needed mentioning. Beyond all of the things about champion pools, about compositions. Verdant are also just a really dang good team. You know, they know how to play around each other so well, and it's their map rotation that I've been the most impressed with. Last week, we saw them have a very even game for about 15 minutes, and then just destroy. This team can really turn it on whenever they want to, and it turns out that when they want to in this game is right at the very start, which is absolutely stopping everything that Belfast would have wanted going forwards. They don't want to be falling behind already, and look, Vixen's once again been chunked out massively, and Beatrice, there's no need to stop. He can just keep playing this one, and there's basically nothing that Vixen can do.
Oh wow, in the bottom lane, Brian the Lion looking for an engage onto Mr. Freeze. The cleanse burnt, but no flash available for the Jinx means she has to limp away. Dunlosi trying to hold off Tofu, but Baron has no way out either. Brian the Lion getting very low. Little Pants might just go down. The Ignite tick will claim his life. Rel will pick up the kill. Mr. Freeze is excited, trying to get more onto Tofu. A good dodge away from the snip, and it might just be enough. Verdant get 2. Sorry, Belfast get 2, and Verdant, I mean, they're starting to fall apart at the seams.
Yeah, that was just over-aggressive in the bot lane. Beartree, trying to get a little bit of an extra kill back for the team. Instead, just going to be able to get a wave under tower, potentially push for some turret plating. But in the bot lane, it was over-aggressive right there. The point at which both junglers arrived, it felt like Verdant still were very confident they could keep going. Fuyu, though, going to get a kill back, but may well just be dead.
Yeah, I think maybe gonna die for that one. Mr. Freeze is very low and has to be careful here. The W does not land, and he's gonna have to donate that kill to the Rel. He does not want to step up too far. Nearly dying to minions on the top side. Refresh, getting a solo bolo here onto Synapse Sprinter. And Mr. Freeze also not gonna be able to fix the wave here. So, you know, Belfast getting a couple kills back, but Verdant evening things up.
Yeah, they're up by about 500 gold. It's not the most, but this has been an action-packed early game. I swear early games have been very, very quiet recently. We haven't been getting big explosive plays, but we're actually getting solo kills at the moment. That top lane one is going to be particularly impactful because Gnar falling behind into a matchup versus a Camille is huge. The Camille can split push so effectively, so can the Gnar, and it really just takes whoever comes out of the lane ahead to be able to take over the rest of the game. Mid lane, there hasn't been a solo kill yet, but the kill did go over to Beartree, and that's seems a bit miserable, to be honest. Baron actually dodging something out with their Hex Flash just then. That's hilarious to watch. With Brian and Fuyu back in this lane, as well as Mr. Freeze and Baron, we could potentially see more explosive plays happening. Junglers, though, hanging around towards the top mid side.
Yeah, speaking of explosive plays, Tofu trying to get something done on this top side. Synapse not quite level 6, and the minions are not dying quick enough. This Gnar has to level 6, but he's not going to get it off of the wave just yet. Not at all, actually, and Refresh with that Hextech ultimatum, able to keep him there. Tofu with the assist, and the wave gets frozen as well. This Gnar is not having a good time.
No, that's already 2 deaths going over, and they're 2 deaths very close back to back. Means the teleport is down for Synapse, so it's just not going to be in a good spot there. There is going to be a contest out of Dunlosi here. Obviously, the Poppy does decent damage, but
yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out from the Poppy. Dunlosi doesn't have the W available to him. Oh, he does still have the best factor. It's going to mean the kill onto Tofu in a 1v1. I mean, Grubs were doing a lot of damage there, but Dunlosi able to fight back and actually maybe even claim that neutral objective.
Yeah, I was very surprised by that. I thought potentially Refresh could have headed on over and helped out, but it seems like Refresh was instead very much stuck on the tower. There was a wave underneath his tower, wasn't able to step out, and unfortunately it just meant Tofu dies there. After a good gank in the top lane, you don't really want to be losing deaths on your Gwen jungle, but oh boy. Varant doesn't die, but that's still a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, and for you, forced to flash away though. Mr. Freeze still has flash on this Jinx, and level 6 is not far off. So eventually maybe able to threaten that Super Mega Death Rocket. The Ezreal ult going down towards that bottom side, not going to help out that bot lane here for Verdant just yet. Tofu nearing level 6 as well. It looks like Ultimate starting to come online, and as those start to come out, I feel like Dragon will be the next target for these two teams.
Should be. Now potentially looking for a gank in the top lane. Oh, hang on, bot lane.
The bottom lane, it's going to be Baron getting a crash onto Brian the Lion. Little Pants looking for the counter engage, but will just go down. Rel once again getting a kill, a 3-0 Rel. In the top side, it's going to be Refresh in a 2v1, but Dunlosi taking a lot of damage. The turret not going to be able to finish him off, though. In the bottom lane, Mr. Freeze somehow getting a kill onto the Syndra. Beartree moving down, trying to get some piece of this action, but Verdant, I mean, they're starting to lose out.
Yeah, they really are. I think a couple of slightly cocky plays staying too long on too low health. This bot lane combo can do real work, especially if you manage to actually land those snap traps. on Mr. Freeze, that can be very, very tricky to try to get away from when there is a Rel in the area. Betri, though, getting a one snipe onto Varren, doesn't have that ulti available, otherwise that could potentially be a kill right here. At least keeps the wave pressure up, gonna buy a little bit of extra time for everybody else to get back down to bot lane, and Fuyu has gone into the mid lane to catch that wave. It's a good bit of map rotation right here out of Verdant. It stems the bleeding for them a little bit, but still, they need to be careful that this doesn't continue being a problem lane.
Vixen over the wall with the Spirit Rush might be able to get the kill here onto Little Pants. Brian the Lion not really able to find a way out. The Steadfast Presence is there, and I mean, Leona's just going to die eventually. Vixen will pick that one up now and move back towards that wave. It looks like Gwen has been on the Dragon the whole time, so Tofu will pick that up for Verdant and for the sins of Little Pants, but it is another kill going the way of Belfast. Okay, they trade one back, they kill the Poppy, and Verdant start to fight back a little bit in this game.
They do, and I would love to see gold right now, production. Hopefully we've got a couple of seconds. Right. Betri has a massive advantage, as to be expected, although this might not be good.
Yeah, maybe trying to throw away that advantage. Baron
Good
not
dodge.
quite going to connect that Q, but the ult is there, the Magnet Storm to pull him back, and Mr. Freeze gets his second kill of the game at 9 minutes, and that's going to be, you know, a Jinx that's unreasonably far ahead. It's not 10-0, but it's getting there.
It is indeed getting there. So the gold is still 1,000 in favor of Betri right now, even with that death. Bot lane, though, was only about 400. That wasn't huge. Top lane is another place where there's a pretty big gap. And the jungle, because look at the CS difference right now. That jungle CS gap is massive. Feels like Dunlossie's been pulled around the map quite a lot, had to get involved, trying to put out some fires and things like that. It's been pretty effective so far. You know, 2, 3, and 4, that's not a terrible early play out of him, but still not the same level of just being able to farm, get into a good position for yourself that Tofu's been able to do. That's another turret plate into the back pocket of Tofu. That's a lot of pings, though. Dunlossie's on the way in.
Yeah, and Varen trying to get a crash down here onto Tofu, but Little Pants the only one who's going to get caught up in that one. And Dunlossie opting to move towards his red buff. And, I mean, the one thing I will say is that Verdant do seem like they have their fingers on the trigger, right? It does feel like Belfast are reacting to every play that Verdant is throwing out, despite Verdant maybe losing out in a multitude of these. And like you said, getting these plates, like, it is still Verdant very much in the driver's seat this game, despite the fact that Belfast have, you know, actually more kills than the enemy team.
Yeah, it's just a way of Verdant playing. It's the way they hold themselves. It's the way that we know how many games they've won, right? It just keeps it in your mind that, yeah, these guys are really strong. And despite the fact that this early game hasn't gone, I guess, perfectly for Verdant, I still think they're in a pretty good spot. Their 5v5 team fighting potentially isn't as good as Belfast, but it's that split push, that 1-3-1 that I think is going to be particularly effective.
No arc and shift, no flash. Dunlossie in the area, the auto attack from the Poppy, and the pin threat is there. Not even going to have to use it. Vixen going to get that kill picked up for himself. And that is going to be at least a kill on the mid laner. Dunlossie trying to look for these grubs in exchange. Tofu only claimed one. Dunlossie with a good pin on the back of the pit. We've seen this one before. It's going to be Dunlossie stopping Gwen from getting over the wall. Tofu forced to flash refresh into the fray. Has the Hextech ultimatum, and Dunlossie, no way out, will end up falling. Vixen surely going to pick up that grub next. And so that will be 4 grubs given the way towards Ahri. Varen looking for a collapse here on the bottom lane. Magnet Storm onto Fuyu. And Fuyu, I mean, no real way out. Has the ultimate, does a lot of damage, but a good dodge from Mr. Freeze from the Zenith Blade. Brian the Lion able to finally pick that one up himself. Did have to use the Ignite. Varen might be able to get a little bit more done, but no, it will be Verdant walking away. A 1-for-1 in the bottom lane, a 1-for-1 in the jungle, and trades all around.
Yeah, that's a ton of kills going over. This one really has been explosive. 18 kills in 12 minutes right now. This is the kind of high action that you want out of the UKEL. And that's all of the turret plates bot lane, but losing a ton of kills over. There's a 200 gold shutdown on Varian right now. What are we doing here, people? That should be relatively easy to pick up once we actually get into a big fight. Thank you very much for the gold. It's still a decent chunk in the mid lane, still a decent chunk in the top lane too, but to be honest, the majority of these lanes aren't looking too bad right now. Refresh though, yeah, up enough that you could just sit here in the face of Sign Out Sprinter, pick up a couple of plates. There's still a couple of grubs that haven't been claimed yet. Need to grab those pretty quickly before we end up with a Rift Herald on the map. Tofu is in the area, whereas right now Dunlossie hanging around towards the bottom side. There is only a Fuyu by himself in the bottom lane right now. That could be a potential dive angle, and with a flash up, ulti nearly on the way.
I mean, Synapse doesn't really have a way out, right? Little Pants finds the Q and the hook shot to boot. Refresh has the Hextech ultimatum still. No, actually doesn't have it available to him, but the Solar Flare is plenty for that kill to go over. Refresh picks that one up himself. In the bottom lane, like you were mentioning, that dive threat does mean that Fuyu is forced to back away to the tier 2, and a lot of plates will go the way of Belfast Storm in this bottom side.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of plates back, like you're saying, and that's a good way of evening the gold back up. This mid lane matchup no longer as one-sided as it was previously. Vixen still taking a decent chunk of damage, hits the level 11 now though, so does actually have a level lead and has managed to complete that Malignant, so is in a very strong position. Top lane, that is just going to be a kill onto the tower, as well as that kill that we saw earlier on. And with that Trinity Force already completed on Refresh, right now Refresh is easily the strongest member on the map and is just going to be able to keep the split push going. You can't stop it with Synapse Sprinter. Maybe you could stop it with Synapse and Dunlosy. You might even need to bring Vixen in for her help.
Synapse is just dead again. I mean,
Yeah.
Little Pants is in the area. Once again, this Leona Camille matchup or combo, like Leona didn't even get an assist. Well, did get an assist there, but I don't even know what ability she landed. But like she didn't even really help, and the Camille's already winning that 1v1 so dang hard. Fuyu in the bottom lane is going to be dying as well. A 4-man collapse coming out from Belfast to be able to get that kill here onto the Syndra. The TP out from Dixon to secure that kill, and the Dragon getting started up. Belfast saying, you know what, we will lose our top laner 5 billion times, but we'll get the neutral objectives.
Yeah, and it's working out for them. They don't need to worry too much about it just being top lane. It's the point at which Refresh starts exhibiting pressure on the rest of the map. Now they're going to go in. Nothing happening. Nothing happening. The defense, the runaway out of Belfast is good. The call to just get out of here works out. And that's going to be a great keeper's verdict to keep everybody out of the pit. Unless you're going to pick up this Drake, put it back to 1 apiece.
And that's, you know, a pretty good spot for Belfast. We were talking about this game being do or die for them pretty much in the standings, right? They're tied currently for second in the group, technically. Verdant very much like well and clear in this group, so don't really need to win this one. But Belfast, this being their last week, I think this is one of their last 2 games before we move on past the regular season. They'd really like to get this one under their belt and kind of secure their spot, moving slightly closer towards those playoffs.
Exactly. Putting yourself into that second spot is huge. First spot is pretty much locked up away from almost everybody at this point in the tournament, but second spot still stops you from going into that cross-group stage, and that is going to be an absolute bloodbath right now, because there's a lot of really good teams sat at that 3rd and 4th spot. Obviously, this team is not worried about getting knocked out at this stage, but still, it's an incredibly important matchup right now, because Belfast have both Good Chi and Paragon nipping at the heels really close.
Yeah, I really want to get this one under your belt if you are Belfast. And, you know, the makings of it so far, they're only about 400 gold behind, or wait, 1.400 gold behind at the moment. And, I mean, currently, this is the makings of actually being able to win out this game, but you do really need to deal with Refresh in the side lane, like we were mentioning. Gwen is a ticking time bomb and has just been allowed to do what she wants this entire game, right? This is going to be a 60 CS lead for Tofu, and at some point, the Gwen Camille, it's going to become really hard to deal with Mr. Freeze. Already having to deal with it now. Tofu moving into the backline, but Mr. Freeze able to get away the pin from Dunlosy, able to buy a little bit of time. The Magnastorm from Baron, it's so darn good, but where's the damage? The Gnar ult over the top, and it might just be enough to kill the Gwen, but the Jinx has died. Dunlosy on the run, able to get the Blast Cone, but it means his team is left on their lonesome. Synapse going to get taken down, and it will be Verdant winning out in this team fight.
Yeah, Verdant are going to have a really good team fight overall, and it requires extra members out of Belfast, leaving Refresh to hit this tier 2 tower all alone. He's actually going to try to take it out. No, just going to get a little bit caught out here. This might be an overcommit out of Refresh. Still, the Camille very slippery and does a ton of damage. Indeed, Refresh just going to say, yeah, what are you going to do about it? And the answer out of Belfast is nothing. That was a great fight, though, overall for Verdant. It looked like it could have been even better, potentially, but Belfast were able to rotate some more members around. But really good play up Brian the Lion there, just hitting a ton of those Zenith Blades, getting into the backline, really disrupting the play overall, and despite the fact it was a slight numbers disadvantage, it didn't feel like it.
Yeah, and I mean, even with that Camille not being there, when we look back towards the Camille, she, like you said, is able to just kind of walk away from 2 members of the enemy team, and a pretty fed member as well, right? Vixen, she's 3-0-1, has the Rod on top of the Malignant's already completed. Like, this is a very strong Ahri, but making it look like she isn't. The Camille is so dang strong. 5-1, has that shutdown on their head. I mean, Verdant, they haven't even connected the Camille to these fights, and they're already winning them. Like, it is going to be difficult from Belfast moving forward after losing that one, as well as opening the map up here with these turrets taken.
And what are we? 18 minutes into the game right now, and what an action-packed one it has been. The gold lead's still not particularly big for Verdant. It does just feel like they have a little bit more control in this game. Right now, pushing through mid lane, pushing through the bot lane, wherever Refresh is going to be a winning lane matchup for the moment. Potentially looking to go in here. Varian would be a pretty hard target to take down.
Ooh, Dunlosy looking for something on the opposite side. Fuyu with
Oh,
a good
no.
scout of the week, able to disengage from Dunlosy. And on the opposite side, Little Pants not taking any damage. Poppy just deleted. Mr. Freeze trying to get away. A good Super Mega Death Rocket. It's going to be Mr. Freeze excited. Vixen moving in. Bear Tree taking damage, but able to dodge away from that Q. And a Force Splash away from the Ahri is going to dissuade any further follow-up for now. Belfast looking for more, though. Synapse dashing in. It's going to be the Rift Herald
Engage
called,
Herald?
and it's going to be
Engage
Camille
Herald!
into the back line. It's going to be one taken down for now. Refresh is there. This Rift Herald assist is able to get the knock-up. Vixen left on their own against 3 members of Verdant. And it's going to be Verdant absolutely running over this team fight.
Oh, that was possibly one of the sickest plays I've ever seen. Brian using the Engage Herald still lands it onto the
Wait, gets it
bottom
again?
lane. It dies there, luckily. Otherwise, that could have been another charge potentially onto the mid lane. Oh, that was hilarious. They might even get this mid lane tier 2 tower at the same time. And what skill out of Verdant, right? To take a mid lane fight and transition it into a bot lane inhibitor. That's hilarious. Okay. If that was a Verdant initiation, then Belfast think they can start playing this one. Vixen gets into that fight, and she does really well at the beginning. Hang on, they're just going to keep fighting. I can't talk.
Solar Flare into the back line, and Mr. Freeze is freezing himself in time. Not quite going to go down, though, and Refresh looking for the back line, just trying to finish off the Jinx, but will not be able to do so, but doesn't take any damage. It's going to be Fuyu who finishes off the Jinx. Into the back line goes Synapse with a good ultimate, but it's nowhere near enough. Gets deleted in the process. Brian not going to take enough damage from Vixen, and it's only 2 members left alive for Belfast. All members of Verdant still standing, and they're looking to knock on the base.
Yeah, they can push forward here, take down this mid lane inhibitor turret, potentially even take down this inhibitor itself. I think it's going to be a little bit too short of death timers to actually finish the game off, potentially a little bit risky to throw things right now with a lot of blinking health bars. But still, you can transition that one into picking yourself an Infernal Drake. Refresh has headed top lane, and with the speed at which Refresh takes towers, actually, could potentially just take down this top lane tier 2 as well. And yeah, the action just does not stop. The amount of towers is insane. The objective play, the map rotation. I think Verdant might look like our most macro clean team right now. I cannot wait to see them play against Ruddy, who look like our best micro team. It's
Yeah, it
this
really
team-
depends on like which Ruddy you're getting on the day, and I
Yeah.
mean, as was mentioned by the analyst desk, right? It really depends on which Verdant we're getting on the day. Today, it very much does seem like they know what they want to do in this game. They know exactly how they want to operate these team fights, where they want to fight, and you know the fact that they just want to play around Refresh in this side lane, and it's worked out so dang well. Not even going to be contested on this Baron. Move all 5 members over, and I mean, yeah, if Belfast wanted to contest it, they would all die.
Yeah, it would be a little bit over-aggressive, I think, for them to go for the contest. But actually, they might get caught out. Sign-up Sprinter.
Oh no. Does get
Wet.
clipped by that Solar Flare, and Little Ben's might be able to find
They
an
can
engage.
go.
Finds the Flash Zenith Blade, but it's going to connect onto the Poppy. Dunlosy able to get a good push away to try and buy a little bit of space,
Ooh.
but in the process, Gwen able to absolutely take Synapse's head off. And Bear Tree connecting these Qs like it's nothing. Looks like Verdant will look to march down the base. They have the Camille. They have 5 members strong against 4 from the opposite side, and Gnar has really been doing so much work in these team fights with those ultimates buying space for the side of Belfast. I feel like the team fight now, underneath your turrets, it's really hard to win.
It really is, and there's just so much damage available, so much long-range poke that means you're never going into these fights full health. Bear Tree has been doing an excellent job of just landing as many different Qs as possible, make it so that you cannot play this one on an even footing. And then once the team fight really starts, Tofu, Fuyu, they've been doing a great job. I would still say Brian's been my favorite player to watch so far, because they've just been so good, so
Oh,
aggressive.
whoa, Dunlosy in the backline, not really able to get
Oh,
anything,
that's
but
a
a good
nice
magnet from
flank.
over the top, and it's massive coming out from Baron. It's going to buy a little bit of time. It's going to be Mr. Freeze, exciting, getting a lot of damage down on to that Leona. It's going to be a double kill for the Poppy, and it's going to be a little bit of a dissuasion coming out from Belfast, and Verdant
the
forced back
towers.
out of the base.
They lose a full Nexus tower for it, and Refresh still stepping up right now. Gets pulled back, hang on.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a dead Camille. Might be able to take one to the grave with them. but not even going to be able to do that. That's going to be a kill picked up for Synapse, a little bit more of a reprieve for this Gnar. But like you mentioned, I mean, every time you win a team fight against Verdant, at this current state in the game, you lose something on the opposite side. So that is going to be the inhibitor turret taken down. TP is coming out from Synapse into the backline, but Tofu is here and buying a lot of time. Bear Tree able to dodge away from that charm. You have a TP coming in from Fuyu as well, and that's going to be a dead Gnar. And this might just mean the makings of Verdant taking this game. Belfast do have to get back to the base. It's going to be a FlyQuest situation if they don't get back here. Vixen able to clear a couple of those minions away, but it's just a matter of time until Verdant come knocking on the doors yet again. They'll pick up the third inhibitor, and they might even look for the game. Dunlosi, very low, not much mana left with him, and Tofu just going to start auto-attacking that Nexus. It's going to be Bear Tree moving in, trying to get a kill here onto the Jinx, able to do so. It's going to be Fuyu taken low, maybe dropping into the grave. Bear Tree might fall as well. Tofu is still alive, though, and it's going to be a TP coming in from Refresh. It's going to be Leona finally connecting to the fight. It's going to be Vixen in the grave, Baron on the run, Dunlosi in the fountain, and the Nexus picked up by Verdant.
There was some truly huge plays right there from many, many members, but oh my god, was it explosive. I think that's my main takeaway, is that that game ended with pretty much even kills. There really wasn't a kill leader. All of those team fights were super scrappy, and that's because the team fighting of the composition was just a little bit easier to execute right there for Belfast. But it didn't matter because Verdant, they had stronger individual champions. Their team composition actually dealt enough damage to be able to finish the kills off. And then the way that they played the map was just so excellent. They were bleeding turrets as Belfast. They never were able to just sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to be able to survive for a while. It wasn't happening. They were losing so much every single time. But Belfast, they still looked pretty good. I think with a slightly better draft, they could have really taken it right here to Verdant.
Yeah, it definitely did seem the draft was working slightly against them. And I mean, that's something that we noticed. That's something that the analysts noticed. So hopefully that's something that Belfast will come back and improve on next time that they potentially face Verdant. But at least next time they come to face an opponent here in the UKEL, moving towards the second day and the last day, actually, of the regular group stage. But yeah, that's going to be it from us here for Belfast versus Verdant. It's going to be Verdant walking away with a win in this best of one, moving themselves completely into first place. And Belfast definitely going to have to fight for that second place moving forward. So it's been great, guys. We'll be back after a really short break, and the analyst desk will break down that game.
Welcome back. That's game 1 down, and as expected, maybe with a little extra nerves thrown in there at about the 10-minute mark. Verdant do take down Belfast Storm. Their fate slowly slipping out of their own hands. We'll have to check in with the tables at the end of the day. Rob, was that kind of the way we expected, or were you a little more fearful maybe for your predictions?
If you just looked at the end game screen, it went the way I would have predicted. But no, I think early on, I think it looked a bit like Verdant were a lot of disrespect. They were kind of running around the map. Kind of you had Little Pants doing what Little Pants wanted to do, stealing Krugs, and Bear Tree dying in mid lane and things like this. But past a certain point, I mean, I think the comp kind of came through. And let's be real, in top lane, it was a wash. That's from start to finish, really.
Evie, I want you to talk through the Gwen pick, but we're going to do that. Talk grubs to me over this replay.
Oh, grubs to you. So we're going to look at the replay, but even in game at the time, it kind of looked a little bit like a replay, given that when we see this grubs play out effectively the same way twice in a row, where you have Tofu at the back of the pit, as Dunlosi's entering, hold on, that's a Poppy. So she can just charge in, and on this occasion, granted, right, Gwen manages to just about slip the net, makes it out, starts playing Sniper Elite from the outside, manages to take out Dunlosi with the ultimate, but the issue with this Gwen in the early game was really apparent insofar as Sophie tried to do a little bit more than Gwen is really allowed to, and do you know what, I'll call back to a game we had a couple of weeks ago with the Trizzy Teemo, where these are both champions that love to rip through camps, full clear very, very quickly, faster than almost any other champions in the role. But they are very ineffective at getting into the lanes early. And as soon as Tofu stopped trying to get into the lanes early and just focused on doing what his champion does best, surprise, surprise, Verdant rapidly accelerate ahead. And we get to a point where Gwen is doubling Poppy's CS. And whilst Poppy can have some early game impact, unfortunately, it means very little when Camilla's as ahead as she is, and Gwen is getting the lead back just through CSing anyway.
All right, you mentioned Verdant accelerating. Rob, walk us through this final team fight of the game, driving included.
I mean, we were discussing in the green room as well about maybe there was a million things they could have picked this game for top lane, Malphite being one of them, and they added Malphite as a 6th member, I believe. If this is the is this the Herald?
It is. So
Where's the Herald gone?
To go first.
There you go. They're all sort of.
He's not through yet.
There you go. Where's the? It's not here.
Little pencil summon it.
Little pencil, come on, there you go. I was waiting for the Herald spawn. I was going to say this Herald coming through here. It looks like okay in the end for the side of the Belfast Storm, but here it comes. Whoop, knocks up Vixen as well. And realistically, this kind of ability to do this, and then also gets the turret. I mean, Drift King Little Pants, really. I mean, this game, we were sat there, we were kind of losing our minds, right? Because it just seemed like it was just chaos. But every time, oh wow, Belfast Storm in the lead. They were still down in gold. They had kills, they didn't have the gold. And I think that was kind of down to draft, and then just kind of falling into the Fiesta. And we mentioned it in draft about you said about a Zinzao, for example, I believe, Pivotless in the draft. This Poppy got stuff done early. I think 2-3-7 or something, 2-3-5. But if that's a Zinzao, that's a little bit more scary. And I think at some point it just it was over. You can see this. They're allowed to Herald drift through the enemy team. It's a bit of a sad loss for Belfast, but they'll have to go to next week.
Yeah, it's a lot. We're gonna kick it to a few minutes of break, and we'll be back with the pre-game for DMG versus Nuclear Vikings. We'll see you in a minute. All right, we're back. I hope you got that cup of tea. I certainly got my massive liter glass of water set. And with it, our second game of the night. DMG Esports up against the Nuclear Vikings. And we've been made aware of a substitution in the ADC position. We're missing Rhynek this week. Hope to see them back soon if all is well. We've got Cormac, someone we've seen on the Four Nations before, but in a different role.
Do you want to take this?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just something I want to say.
I'll get into it. So, I'm never opposed to a top laner swapping to AD carry for a laugh. I'm no
It's true. We should
stranger to
leave
that
top lane
particular-
every now and again. It's a horrible
Yes.
place.
It's good to get out there, stretch your legs a little bit, go for a wander, because if you stay in the top lane, it tends to be an island-dwelling nation. But when we look at the side of DMG and the victories that they've had so far, a lot of them have come through the likes of Rhynek popping off on a champion that is very in meta right now. The Jinx is
Yeah.
phenomenal on this patch, and that's a very Rhynek champion. So I'm curious to see the route that DMG go down here. When they bring in Cormac, you bring in a top laner, right? You're not expecting heavy comfort in the bot lane, given that, but you're usually going to have a couple of picks that, you know, if you're off-rolled, you'll still be comfortable on. Oh, is that in order? Hold on, I'm being shown some intriguing content.
I mean, we know Cormac Darius.
Well,
It's
we
his
know
pick.
Cormac Darius. Okay, so how's Gibble's Senna? That's my question to you.
You think Senna Darius is the answer?
Can Gibble play Senna? Because if you're looking at it from that lens, right, you always have the perspective of, well, what can you make work in bot lane if you're not a bot laner? Mage, bruiser, tank with a Senna. Granted, it's not as good as it once was, but hey, like TK Senna is in a pretty good spot right now purely because Shield Bash is broken and Tahm Kench loves a shield. So you have that option. If Gibble is capable of playing Senna, you very much have that option available to you. Otherwise, I do think this skews the matchup quite considerably.
It does also affect the other parts of the map. Rigged has been really solid for DMG in terms of getting leads. Like Rigged has honestly, it gives me a bit of a Strangler situation from last split when Strangler was on Versing. You have this jungler that is able to make huge farm leads, get the kills, and make a lot of stuff happen. If you start removing the ability for his lanes, like Rhynek is a very good ADC, able to play Ashe as well, has a decent Ashe on him, and that's obviously very good at getting prio in lane. Does this restrict Rigged from being able to actually play with prio lanes? Because if Cormac isn't so used to maybe wave manipulation in bot lane, we also know that Nuclear Vikings bot laner Brody likes a mage, likes a Ziggs, likes a Hui. Does Cormac have experience against those kind of champions? Because coming in today, you could have seen, is this going to be the comeback arc for DMG? Nuclear Vikings, there's been a few games where they've fallen a little bit behind. They play very slow league, and Rigged likes to play these Hekarims and go crazy. And yeah, it really comes down to, is this substitution going to affect the dynamic of the rest of the map as well? Is it going to mean that Rigged is going to be able to play how Rigged likes to? Because that's, for me, is the other win con for DMG. You had Rhynek. Rhynek's not here. Now it's Rigged. Can Rigged make it happen?
I think that rigged Hecarim game was rent-free in many minds, mine included. Vivalus, the Nuclear Vikings have had a fantastic split, I think it's fair to say. Are they going to do all right tonight? Have they been looking good at the end of the season?
I think towards the end of the season, they started to show a little bit more flavour to their drafts. So we're very used to seeing the likes of Fruity Carrots on your Ivans and, of course, Shen at points with Ivan removed, and they've been able to show a little bit more flexibility. I think in general, across the board, a bit of an unsung hero, although, of course, in the last few games we've been singing those praises a little bit more, has been Shush in the top lane, has been consistently phenomenal. I think that's very hard to debate. And of course, on the bot side, when you have an AD carry, the likes of Brody, who is more than capable of playing both strong side, just taking the reins and being the carry, but also very happy being left on the Ziggs, on the Hui, and moving around the map and saying, actually, I'm quite happy playing very low resource, you do your thing. It's a multifaceted team. There's a lot of layers to their gameplay. And the only issue that I have with them is sometimes they have some very wonky early into mid-game transitions, and it looks like they shouldn't be winning from positions that they're in. However, their mid to late game in general has been really tight, which means they've been able to pull back those game states. And I think the biggest thing for Nuclear Vikings going forward is trying to fix that early game a little bit, because if that early game and into their mid game transition can be more consistent, and they're reaching those late game positions in healthier spots more regularly, they're a real contender for not just finals, but to win the whole league at the end of the day.
You just want to smooth the curve into late game. They're always going to end up there, so you don't need explosives. We just want to see consistency. Am I getting that right?
I think you also
Pretty
have
much.
to shout. You have to shout the side laning of Nuclear Vikings as well. I think overall, like, it isn't just Shush who has a phenomenal game, I believe, against Venom Crest last week on that on the Gwen versus the Gnar, which is usually a hard matchup. Looked really phenomenal. I think their side laning has been incredible for Nuclear Vikings, and they often draft towards it. So I have to see if they do it again. They played Smolder last time. They play a Yone. They have all these champs that can side lane. Eden looks phenomenal there. So we're into draft. Hopefully they pick some side laney champs, because that's, I think, how Nuclear Vikings end up being able to come back into these games.
All right, lots of targets on Fruity Carrots, but for Nuclear Vikings, some more standard bans.
Yeah, and this is more or less what you expect to see from the side of Red at the moment. These are very red side bans, the Aurora. The Ziggs, of course, taken away, and that is interesting when you consider that Nuclear Vikings are the ones who have been leaning on this pretty heavily recently, but of course they've shown new flavors as far as that AP bot lane is concerned with the Hui. Syndra also, of course, a flex. We've seen it once today already, but yeah, two very targeted bans in towards Fruity Carrots to start this one off for the side of DMG. So I'm curious to see where the B1 goes. Of course, the Skarner is still open, and just not something we'd expect to see from Rigged, right, though? We want to see those carries. So DMG's drafts tend to be a little bit warped. I'm not surprised to see this Ashe come out early, but Cogmore Lulu locked in instantly.
Fast,
That's confident.
From the Vikings. No Ziggs, which I'm pretty sure anyone could play bot lane if they really put their mind to it. So Ashe sort of seen as the easy option. If you fall away, you're still useful. Hogmore Lulu on the patch. Rob, talk to me about.
That is confidence, and Kog'Maw is quite strong. It's hard to find spots for Kog'Maw all the time because of the meta in the other lanes, but with the Yone and the Aurora band out, maybe a little easier. Karthus is a rig champion. This is kind of to be expected. Obviously, the Ashe as well makes it a bit easier for Karthus to maybe do a bit of jungle gapping. But right now, they are they setting up for a Juggernaut comp? We know the Fruit Carrots loves playing these supportive junglers. Loves playing. I mean, I wonder if he has a Nunu in him as well. Because I mean, we saw that recently. You know, I'm thinking, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing there maybe a Nunu because with the Shen and the Ivan off the board, there's a good chance for some shenanigans. But the Ahri, I'm not as happy with seeing that because you're now really indexing. Mercs are crazy here already with these three.
I think approaching the Kog'Maw is so hard unless it's guaranteed that you do prefer the Camille's over the Ahris. That sort of line through. Evie, if this is Juggernaut, what do we see here?
This is Juggernaut. I would not be opposed to like a Galio. Lissandra does the job reasonably well as well. Lissandra, a very traditional counter into the Ahri, and you don't really have to build tank stats on her. The champion is extremely frustrating even with a full AP build. At the moment, she's often going Malignance. I'm not a big fan of Tristana on this patch. She's really good in the bot lane, right?
Not an LCS enjoyer? Not looking for a rematch of America with Tristana in Game 3?
Let me put it to you this way, right? I think Tristana in bot lane on this patch is really good. Essence Reaver cost reduction, when this is an item that I truly feel she should be rushing pretty much every game right now, is very good for her. But Tristana into Ahri, typically considered to be slightly Ahri favoured. And this was even before the Tristana nerfs, and they were plentiful. So while she has gotten some power back in terms of her early game range, she's lost a bit of a push power. The explosive charge does less damage passively to minions now. And that was one of the reasons why she was so good mid. She was just passively getting prio in virtually every matchup. Ahri can almost always land charm here, and I really liked the look of this Lissandra, so I'm disappointed, to be honest, to see Tristana come out instead.
Lissandra would have been a much more sensible. The only question I have here is, obviously the Cornwall build at the moment is that crazy AP on hit one with the Shadow Flame, and you know I think it's the Rageblade Nash's Tooth build. So maybe they're feeling they'll be lacking a little bit of physical damage. Shush has a really good Gwen. I'm just going over my head. Do they want to go for like a Shush Gwen on like 5, for example? It's not banned, and it's very likely if Nefarious wants to pick up like a tank top laner or some kind of utility top laner, which you kind of are having to blind something here like that, really. Maybe they were like, we'll have too much magic damage, we need more physical damage. There's always some crazy world where it's Cogmid, it's so unlikely, but it's most likely to be Trish.
Yeah,
but...
I mean, look, I'm not going to get onto the topic of Cogmid.
It's not the glory days of Froggen, is it? It's not to be anymore. A Gnar ban feels a bit odd to me from DMG, and I can see Cassante in the distance and Gwen in the foreground.
This could be jungle as well, because I know that it's a flex here, and this is also why I wonder why the Triss came through, because I think Lissandra, and I'm like, where are you going in your top side, or your jungle top? So the Gwen makes a lot of sense. Shush had a great game on it last time against a counter pick of Gnar, so could go either way. Cassante would almost certainly push Gwen into top, right? Would this not just mean
Not
that Gwen
only does it push Gwen into top, you're also picking Cassante into no primary engage. I don't
And
think this can
Cog.
be locked here. I think this is yeah, okay. Makes more sense, right? I don't think Renekton is fantastic anyway because I also think Gwen eats Renekton alive, but that's by the by. Cassante has a virtually impossible laning phase against Gwen if a Gwen is reasonably confident in the matchup. We have seen it go the way of Cassante in the UKEL over the course of a split. It can be a tenuous matchup at the best of times, because it's certainly not unwinnable for Cassante. Renekton, however, much better early game into Gwen, and this is an ultra-stable bot lane. In fact, to be honest, based on eye test, it looks like DMG will be going for stability in lanes across the board and just trying to enable this Karthus to play as aggressively as he wants to, as often as he feels like.
All right, hypothetical situation. Some really cool, but not that exciting and not explosive top laner comes in, and everyone is racing for 40 minutes for 3 items. Who comes out on top in that situation?
Nuclear Vikings. I mean,
Yeah, Nuclear
it's-
Vikings.
it's Cog, Gwen, Tristana. Oh, this is really spicy because I think right here the move is kind of meta, very strong jungler.
He's
Even
leaning
though-
in, isn't he?
Karthus might outfarm you, but do you really care? How, for example, Renekton this game doesn't have a great matchup into Gwen, comes into team fights, has to fight against Tristana knocking him back, Lulu ult, Lulu polymorph, Amumu ult, Mumu stun, Kog'Maw slow, so the Renekton has to look for flanks. That's hard. I think this Amumu pick essentially ties the entire comp together, and it has to be a bit of a rig show running around the map and then Karthus ulting and one-shotting everyone. Because right here, just look at Nuclear Vikings' draft and tell me you would want to play Renekton or Braum or Ahri really into any of these champions, because you're going to be melted at 3 items.
You've seen Kog'Maw Lulu locked in on R1-2, and not only has it been unpunished, we've managed to concoct a draft that has absolutely 0 access tools for the Kog'Maw in question. This is a shockingly easy game to pilot Cog in, when you consider that Kog'Maw's biggest weaknesses are one of 2 things. Either he gets jumped on top of and blown up. That's not really an option for DMG here unless 1, Ahri is very ahead, and 2, Renekton is accessing the fight on a phenomenal flank, with the potential caveat of also Karthus is really accelerated. The other thing that can potentially stop Kog'Maw is if he's not allowed to just keep walking forward. So we're talking about the likes like a Janna tornado that can cut Kog'Maw off as he's popping. I mean, in the olden days it would have been Ghost, but nowadays you're kind of just running people down anyway.
Are we
The
saying Cormac has
tools
to
that
hit
they have
the
is like-
legendary Enchanted
Cormac has
Crystal
to
Arrow
pop
twice
off.
in a row to get through the cleanse? Is
I
that
don't even-
what's going to happen?
Is that even enough against the amount of peel? Like, think about that. You're not just only dealing with
No.
Cog, you're dealing with Gwen. You've got to deal with a Gwen who at 3 items is going to absolutely destroy you. Who is killing... theoretically, we get to late game team comp. You've picked Kog'Maw off. You've now got Gwen Lulu running at you. Who is killing Gwen?
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure because she's really strong.
There
It's,
isn't really anyone. So I think this is a lane diff game. The DMG have to win their lanes, make sure that they are able to invade with rigged, basically make this a Mumu kind of useless other than being an ult bot, and then go from there. And then pray that they can finish the game by about 25 minutes with probably 2, their mid and their top flashing onto Kog'Maw, one-shotting him, and Gwen not being strong enough to actually 1v5 the fight. That's essentially the thing I'm seeing as being their win con. Because otherwise, if it's 25 minutes is over because Gwen melts you.
I think it's a really fair point, and something we've seen both games today, and something I've been thinking more about just in the game as a whole, especially the way Worlds is panning out, is it's 1-2 items, you get your team fights in, the ability to approach your opponents in a safe manner and not, absolutely get eviscerated before you arrive. The approach others has been more of a thing. We saw it last game with multiple bans on mid, like they can't come and find us, our Jinx will die. This game, it's like, will you find Kog'Maw through a Mumu ultimate, through mobile threats, long-range threats, Lulu on top? Big question. It's sort of the come at me bro style. I think we're going to see more towards the end of season 14. I don't know. Do either of you think there would be a way to do this that didn't involve sort of Renekton flashing forwards? Or how would you have changed the end of DMG's draft?
Ban Gwen. I would ban Gwen over probably
On
banning.
blue, this is pretty reasonable. I think
I
the
think you
Shen
have to
could
ban
nearly
Gwen over
certainly be
Gnar.
dropped.
I think you ban Gwen over Gnar, or you ban,
Mhm.
as in the second phase, and then you need access. Renekton blind is fine if you aren't going to sit there in other games. This game, it's not. Like, I think you need to pick up. Like, what is there? There's like Ornn is maybe possible. Like, what have you got access to? You've got to access Cog. You've got to
Yeah,
get
you have
the
to
Cog.
access Cog.
And so if you want to go for an
well-
Ornn, Gwen has to be gone. It's kind of that kind of trade you have to do in your mind, I think.
you have two avenues of play. Either you have to access Cog, or you need to be able to win sides hard enough that you can make progress in a side lane whilst the Cogmore is unable to group. The issue, right, is Nuclear Vikings have a comp that not only is a very competent team fighting comp, they're also extremely good at playing 1-3-1 going into mid to late game. And you look at the side of DMG, and the only windows you really have are forcing while you have numbers onto the Cogmore whilst Gwen and Tristana are off in side lane, and also hope that they do not make enough progress on the side lane in that time to completely devalue the fight that you found on the core. So it's tough, right?
Or have teleport.
Or have teleport. Like, I think you could make the argument for Ornn being pretty good here, but then you have a completely magic damage based top side. Like, you don't really want to be playing Ornn, Karthus, Ahri when your primary AD threat is Ashe. So
yeah, you want to be able to play through and move her forwards as much similar to the Cogmore, but you've had to approach it a different way because of your first phase. Gonna push you both through a prediction very quickly.
Mm.
And even if we're both for Nuclear Vikings, I want to know how many minutes or how many CS on Cogmore.
You want CS on Cogmore? You want numbers? You want details?
Raw stats.
Raw stats. He's a stats man. It's Nuclear Vikings, and it's probably going to be about 28 minutes. I think that Cogmore, they won't come online soon enough to win before that, unless they just stomp lanes, and then it's going to be that DMG will get some leads early. And
under or over, Evie? Under or over?
I was going to say, is this like a Price is Right thing where I have to get as close as possible to the game time without going 1 second over?
Yes.
I'm going to say yes, it's Nuclear Vikings. I'm going to say they take it in 33-20.
33-20 on the nose. Predictions will open up in Twitch chat in just a second. We're going to take a quick break before we're back with Drake and Bloxer to cast the game. We'll see you in a few.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the UKEL here for Game 2 of today. It's going to be Verdant taking on... Wait, no, not Verdant. We just watched Verdant. DMG taking on Nuclear Vikings. And it looks like everybody's kind of in the boat of Nuclear Vikings taking this one home. Bloxer, do you kind of agree with that sentiment?
Unfortunately, yes. Yes, indeed, I do. I very much prefer what it is the Nuclear Vikings have for themselves right here. It was very interesting watching that draft where it went from, right, are we doing a Protect the President composition where Cogmore is everything, and then very quickly No, we're not. Very quickly, it turns into, well, we've got Tristana. Okay, so we're kind of playing around the Tristana too. Then you've also got yourself a Gwen into the top lane. It's very much a standard 3-carry composition where you've got the Lulu and the Amumu to try to keep everything working. If it works out, great. It's kind of the same as we saw last game, where one team just has way more damage.
Oh, wow. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
guys,
Fruity Carrot's
the big thing
believed.
here is not that Fruity Carrot just took a bunch of damage. It's that Chovy started Charm.
Yep.
What? That lane is over now, no?
It should be. That's
At
just
least for the
free
first three,
range.
two-ish levels, I guess.
Akranos should be able to just step up and kind of free range early on. Sure, you got to be a little bit careful about the charm. It does a bit of damage early on. But no, yeah, that definitely is not ideal. And it means that establishing the push is going to be so easy if you want it. There's really nothing you can do for Chovy to kind of push this lane out at all if that's what you need to do. And yeah, you can see Akranos not being too aggressive, but stepping up plenty right here.
Yeah.
Perfectly happy to just, hit the wave, not even looking to have a neutral lane state at all. Top lane, these two, they're just going to be hitting each other a little bit early on. I don't expect that lane to become too explosive, not for a little bit, and then we could potentially see some kills. Bot lane, already quite a lot of low health bars, and I'm surprised that it's over on DMG side, because anytime you have yourself an Ashe, you expect that to be the poke lane that really is working out overall. Thank you very much, production, for showing us that little bit of vision as well. It means that everybody on Nuclear Vikings will be well aware of where it is that Rigged has started. Up towards the top side, will be working down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Rigged, not quite on the pace that he'd like to be, but, it's all right. We should be finishing in around 3 minutes, and that's still well ahead of when that Scuttle spawns, unless Akranos has something to say about it. One more auto. Ooh,
Oh,
didn't
nearly.
quite steal the Raptor, and this might just prove his death. A little bit too aggressive coming out from Akranos. You have to think Rigged. A few autos away from death. He will go down. It will be first blood for Akranos, but it will be a kill traded back to the side of DMG.
You're going to be more than happy about that one for Akranos. I mean, look at that pickup right there. That's 400 gold straight into your back pocket. Stealing away the chicken would have been even better right there. Unfortunately, it doesn't end up happening. Otherwise, yeah, would have been in an even better spot. But you're happy to pick up that 400 gold. It is the kill going over to Rigged, which is, I guess, a little bit worrying. Hang on.
Oh
Okay.
My goodness.
That's just a
this
solo,
is happening
like,
again. I
minions?
mean,
Okay.
It is what it is. Shush, absolutely popping off on the Gwen yet again. A little bit of a callback off stream earlier on. You guys didn't hear it, but we were throwing it back a bit too when Shush absolutely popped off on this champion, and he's gotten it again. So hopefully we don't see absolute decimation up there for the side of DMG.
We might.
Yeah, we might.
We might. Unfortunately,
It's already 1-0,
Gwen's
like-
super strong. That's a very early solo kill, and that can really hurt Renekton's. Renekton's not so much the big early game death ball that he was years and years ago. He can still play these later game team fights out relatively well. He's pretty good at stepping up to your front line and, buying a little bit of space potentially. At the same time, though, Gwen is kind of everything that you used to be.
Looks like a little bit of a fight in the
Oh,
mid lane.
boy.
It will be Rigged very low once again, but Karthus, as soon as he dies, he can keep fighting. Fruity Carrot has to dodge away from these Qs, is not going to end up falling. Church of Chovy will end up going down, and Nuclear Vikings win out 2-0 in that team fight.
This game has already gone horribly wrong for DMG, and that's exactly what we didn't want to see happen. We heard it in the desk segment, right? Hey, can DMG win their lane matchup? So far, the answer is a resounding no.
Yeah.
And Akranos especially has got 3 kills right now. Double Longsword obviously is going to go back to base right now. Going to have quite a lot of components towards that first item completed. You've already seen a solo kill in the top lane. This is going to be a full wave pushed underneath the tower right now. And then Shush can get back out of here if he wants to, potentially. Just go for another reset. Doesn't have TP available, but really doesn't need it because of all of the lane domination you have. And yeah, a Dirk and a pickaxe coming back into lane. Akranos now does so much damage that Chovy is going to have to sit pretty far back in this lane. Can potentially just get jumped on every single time that you have got that rocket jump up and available to you. Bot lane's the only lane we haven't seen any action in yet. Not too surprising.
Oh, wow. So much damage coming out from
Quite
Shush. One more
nefarious.
dash forward and an auto would have killed off the Crocodile, but the flash away will prove safety for Nefarious. And, I mean, something else I wanted to highlight, the fact that, the analyst desk did mention that Rigged kind of has to put his team on his back in this game, considering that Rhynek, one of their, I would say, more carry-oriented players that isn't going to be involved in this game, you have a substitute in Cormac, and so really you are leaning on Rig to do a lot of the damage on this Karthus and really pop off. But, you know, going 1 and 2 in the early game, it kind of really puts him off of that timer.
Yeah, it definitely does. You don't want to have this kind of explosive early game, particularly for a Karthus. Not pre-6, not before the point at which you can start sniping away kills. Sure, getting that second kill of the game was okay, but then since then, it's just been kills going around to everyone else. It's not been a great early game. You've got a decent little gold lead in your individual lane matchup, but you don't care. Amumu buys cheaper items, is just going to be a pretty big tank in this game. I really would be surprised if we see too much AP coming out of Fruity Carrots, because you don't really need it in this situation. You are much more about buying space, getting into the backline, using that ultimate, and then seeing where we can go from there. You know, the Curse of the Savamon is going to be the big thing for him right now. We are going to see these grubs going over to DMG. Nuclear Vikings, they took the Drake. They're going to be perfectly happy with this grubs for Drake trade, but they do need to get up into this lane. For the second set, you would love to give some extra grubs, extra tower taking ability over to this team composition, because you can take towers down so fast, and at the same time giving over all 6 to DMG is just going to make them that much more effective if they can get on top of towers. You know, no point in giving your opposition a way back into the game, because usually their tower take would be a lot weaker than this Nuclear Vikings one. With 6 grubs, it's a lot more even.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't already scared of Shush in this side lane later on, you definitely would be if any of the grubs went towards Nuclear Vikings. Fruity Carrot trying to get Shush even more ahead. Might be able to connect. Will not quite find the chains there on Nefarious. A good dash away from the Renekton will mean that he's alive for now. But Nuclear Vikings once again trying to get something done. And that's been the story of this game, right? They have so much agency on the map. They have so much control. Lulu's just allowed to walk into that Tri-Brush in the bottom lane and take this control ward in front of the bottom lane. Like, there's so much control afforded to this Nuclear Vikings team comp.
There really is. They can buy up so much space. Basically, the range of the bandage shots is the space that they can buy for themselves around basically any of these team fights, because the second you get caught by that and allow the Amumu backline access, that's not a good situation for your team whatsoever. There's some mobile carries on this team. There's also plenty of mobility in other places.
Oh, Roddy forced to bring the cleanse. The flash ward from Cormac getting aggressive in this bottom lane is DMG, but Gibble not going to have that ultimate available. No Glacial Fissure means that Brody and Not Sandwich are able to get out alive. I feel like this is going to fizzle out here.
Right now, it fizzles out, but look at the cooldown right now on Cormac's ult. It's already a quarter done. In another 30 seconds or so, you've got all of that back up, and the cleanse and flash sure aren't
moving
available.
down.
Yeah, you can make this play happen again. A dive, I think, would be potentially a little bit too risky, especially because, yeah, the Ash Arrow has pretty low cooldown, but it's not back yet. Also, we can see Fruity Carrots on the way in, but obviously you don't know that as DMG. Yeah. But still, you can, take a reset right here and just try that one again, because the cleanse, the flash, they're not going to be up for a while. Obviously, the flash you're not going to have for ages at this point, and take 2 on this results in a kill. Potentially both of them, because once you get tagged by that volley from the Ash, there's very little you could do to get away now.
And especially if Rigged moves down, right, and is still in the area, is going to be taking this reset, you have to assume. But if he does elect to stay down like he has, it could prove pretty fatal for the side of Nuclear Vikings. Like you mentioned, Brody is in a mobile carry, and with the Lulu ult, it is a little bit more safety, but no heal either on this Lulu. You have to play so safe. In the mid lane, Akranos getting absolutely decimated. Church of Chovy getting absolutely decimated by Akranos. And Nuclear Vikings looking strong there, but I mean, in the bottom lane, like you mentioned, Ashe eventually does kind of become a thorn in this Kog'Maw side.
Yeah, definitely does. You're kind of waiting quite a while for this Kog'Maw to really come online. Certainly after this laning phase should be over. I'd be very surprised if we were still in and amongst it at that point. Then you can really begin to pop off. Then this composition really comes online. For right now, the bottom lane is going to be a bit vulnerable, but they've done well. You're up in CS just about, going to be also able to pick up this wave that's being pushed on the tower right now. So you're up by a decent amount in this bottom lane in terms of CS. You haven't given over a kill to what is a little bit stronger of a 2v2. You've got to be pretty happy with that one so far. And the rest of your map is winning. So it's a good job out of the bot lane for Nuclear Vikings. If they can keep that up, going to be more than happy enough. We can also see that the mid laners have now completed those first items. Nothing out of the ordinary for either of these champions, but it does mean that they're going to be raring to go for a scrap, either with each other, as we see Akranos jumping forwards right here, or more likely around either of these objectives, because we've got a Drake.
Rigged might be involved in a little bit of a rigged game for himself here. Yeah. Looks like the exhaust does get popped to try and buy a little bit of time, but the ult from Akranos to secure that kill for Nuclear Vikings, and that's just going to be grubs picked up by them, and they're going to even up the grub score. They're going to get even more of a kill score lead, and Nuclear Vikings looking on top.
Couldn't even finish my point about the mid lanes wanting to scrap at the point at which they decide to get themselves into a fight right here. And yeah, it is straight in onto these grubs. Gonna be picked up nice and easily. 3 for 3. I think that definitely favors Nuclear Vikings because they do have such a strong anti-tower composition. You know, they hate towers here on Nuclear Vikings. The Gwen,
They eat them for breakfast.
the Kog'Maw, the Tristana especially. Yeah, absolutely. She eats them for all meals of the day. You know, that's the pre-workout for a Tristana. You eat 5 plates in the mid lane as a Tristy, and then you go and destroy people elsewhere. That's kind of the name of the game. Interesting to see, though, if it is just going to be... Wait, hang on. Okay,
Okay,
Akranos is fine.
We're
Is
good.
it going to be a Drake trade? Because Pretty Carrots is bombing it down the mid lane. This could turn into a pretty big scrap.
Definitely could, and Akranos doesn't want to walk into that bush again. Church of Chovy already chunking him out quite a bit earlier on. And it looks like this dragon will just end up going down without contention, but Fruity Carrot might look for the fight afterwards. This could be a crazy ultimate, but no, they will back away. They will respect DMG for now, and they know they have the scaling in their back pocket. They know that they can just wait for this game to get a little bit later, and then
Yep.
Kog'Maw, Gwen become absolutely unstoppable. And it does seem like the onus is a little bit on DMG to actually get this game accelerated.
Really is, and they have done an unfortunately poor job of that so far. 3 deaths onto Rigged really has been shut down a lot. You can see Shush gonna continue on through this one, and oh man, we're only 12 minutes into this game. It's certainly a lot less kills than we saw in the previous one, a lot quieter, but a 4-on-1 Tristana is pretty terrifying. Don't really need to go for those big scraps. It could have been a pretty big team fight, and like you said, Fruity Carrots could have had a huge 4-man ulti right there, but there wasn't really the follow-up. Akranos wasn't really in the area. Brodny and Not a Sandwich haven't really gotten involved. They didn't want to go make that play. Understandable considering the champion's being played. This, though, is Nefarious needing to get
Yep.
over this wall.
The binding does land, and the ultimate there as well, and Nefarious, even if he gets over the wall, Fruity Carrot will be able to follow up. Didn't hold the Q, though, and it actually is going to be Nefarious able to flash E out.
Oh, but hang
And the
on.
Renekton gets to safety. Tristana on the opposite side is dying as well, and it's going to be a win for DMG in this. I mean, I wouldn't say a team fight, but a disjointed fight nonetheless. In the bottom lane, it's going to be Nuclear Vikings burning flashes yet again, and it's going to be DMG starting to show signs of life here at 13 minutes in.
Yeah, the second at which you have got that Malignance completed for Chovy, you're going to do a ton more damage. Obviously, it gets your ulti back up to you that much faster too. It's overall just a pretty good item when you want to start scrapping. And getting caught out in no man's land, you can see what Akranos was trying to do. Wanted to sort of cut off the angle of escape that Nefarious had managed to find for himself, but ends up getting caught out himself, and the play goes negative for Nuclear Vikings. DMG, yeah, signs of life, but they are still spluttering at the moment. This could help.
Yeah, Nefarious just has to try and find a W here onto Shush, but that Ghost,
Ah.
this Gwen is moving at Mach 30, able to easily get out of that one, walk away, and Rigged not able to get involved yet again. I mean, the only times that he's gotten kills were, I believe, in his own jungle. He still has not been able to connect to these lanes quite yet, and it's a bit sad to see, right? Like, Renekton, Ahri, like, they do have CC abilities, but it's so hard to actually get ganks going on this champion.
It really is. You kind of just concede that you're not going to be the big helper in your lane, particularly. That's not going to be your job in this situation. Instead, it's going to be very much about you just trying to get kills through sniping them with your ulti, that kind of thing. So far, it hasn't quite worked out. We did see that 1 kill going over, so it's not been the worst at the moment. We're only 15 minutes into this game too, you know. There's still plenty of time for some big team fights to really swing the way this goes.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about, you know, trends, if you will, 100% of DMG's kills have gone to Karthus. That's all I'm saying. If that trend continues, and they get maybe 3 or possibly 4 kills at some point, we could see Rigged getting quite strong. I mean, this is going to be quite a gold lead for the Karthus in his own respective lane, right? In the jungle, it's going to be 1.3 thousand gold in the lead for Karthus.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty comfortable spot, I'd say, for the Karthus. Although Amumu, like you said, does have those low economy items, is going to be building that locket first. Not going to be too hurt by the fact that, you know, this champion is behind. Karthus, definitely a champion that if he gets ahead, if he gets accelerated, it can prove really fatal for the side of Nuclear Vikings. Trying to get into the mid lane and accelerate a little bit further. Fruity Carrot with a good disengage, though, will be able to get Akranos to safety. Forced to flash away. And although the Avengers were
Top
called here for
lane.
DMG, Nuclear Vikings, oh wow, they even get a kill on the top side.
Yeah, that's one dead crocodile, and that means that any potential Herald fight that DMG would have been mounting is just going to fall flat. You cannot now fight that one out with your top laner to help out. especially when there's a Gwen in the area who's so strong at the moment. Acronis jumps forwards once again. Gibble is in the area.
Yeah, Gibble trying to get something done here onto Acronis, but the Glacial Fissure not quite connecting. A good rocket jump out from Acronis, and looks like it will once again be these mid laners just kind of flexing on each other's faces, and the Rift Herald does end up eventually going over to the side of Nuclear Viking.
And that one can be used potentially to crack open this, I was going to say mid lane tower, but it feels like Acronis has done a perfectly good job of doing that all by himself. I think you're going to instead want to use that either on the tier 2 mid lane or somewhere else. For the minute though, it's just going to enhance some recalls. It's now going to be a Nashor's Tooth completed onto Shu, and he can just continue on. Is in just such a strong position. This really has not been a good early game so far for Nefarious, and is still going relatively aggressive in the build, right? Got the Eclipse. You kind of need it if you want to be able to do something, if you can ever get on top of Brody, but for the minute it's definitely a win for the Nuclear Vikings top laner. We've now got a Drake spawning, 3 seconds time until that one is available. Everybody is in the area bar the top laners, and no teleports available for them.
And it looks like Brody will be going that Bork into Triforce build on this Kog'Maw, so going to be a while till he gets strong. Speaking of which, of this bot lane, Not Sandwich just going to get deleted.
Yeah.
Goes down immediately. Brody doing his absolute darndest to get some damage down, but not going to be anywhere near enough. Forced to flash away. Fruity Carrot moving in, trying to get something done, but as we mentioned earlier, oh wow, Brody. Not quite going to die to the damage tick. Rigged really wants him, is going to pop that W and get him with the Q, is going to die in the process, but the amount of times I see Skarners do this, they seem quite happy to do so. Gibble might be falling in the process as well, though, and that's not going to prove very good here for Nuclear Vikings.
No,
Or,
it's
sorry,
not.
for DMG.
Yeah, DMG not going to have the best time out of this one. I do not think that Herald was meant to be popped just then, as Shush goes down. Not entirely sure what ended up happening there. It was definitely a mistake on putting down that Herald. You could see that Fruity Carrot wanted to see into that little bush. Wasn't able to do so. Still, you're going to be able to pick yourself up the Drake, even through losing the top laner. This is going to be a positive play overall for the Nuclear Vikings. You want to be picking up this first of the Cloud Drakes, putting yourself in a position where, you know, next Drake being Soul Point, that's pretty huge, can kind of dictate the fights. But we saw in that fight, unfortunately, Not Sandwich just got caught way out. You could see it pretty much immediately from the way that Not Sandwich was running. Knew that he was caught out, was trying desperately to dodge away. There really wasn't anywhere to go. And the second that you lose this Lulu, all of a sudden you're a hell of a lot less effective as Brody. At least you get a kill back onto Brody. You've now got, you know, first item completed, a couple of components in inventory. So you do some decent damage. But without the Lulu, you are so much more vulnerable and you do so much less damage. It really is a key component to keep Not Sandwich alive, and dying while trying to get a bit of vision before a Drake, not the best sign.
Yeah, not the best sign indeed. And I was wrong. It doesn't look like it is going to be that Triforce second for Brody. So a little bit of a question mark for me over what this Kog'Maw is building and when those power spikes are going to come in, because the champion is so flexible with his build paths right now. Yeah, it is hard to know though, right? Because I feel like with the AP build, he's like the strongest at around 2 items, maybe heading into like 4. But for now, at least, it is going to be a while till this Kog'Maw does come online, and that means that there's possibilities for engages coming out from DMG. Not Sandwich once again getting deleted, but it's Shaw into the back line, and it might just be Shush absolutely getting deleted by the side of DMG. Ran into the blender, absolutely keen on dying there, and Nuclear Vikings lose 2 of their members, and DMG once again show signs of life.
Yeah, they do. It's a really impressive DMG. Hello, Summoner's Cup. How you doing? Oh, there we go. Hello, champions.
But as you were saying.
Yeah, it's a very impressive set of plays right here out of DMG. They've been rotating around the map really effectively, and Nuclear Vikings, they're obviously sitting right now at the top of their group-ish. You know, they've played 1 less game overall than Ruddy has, but they have not looked as good as Ruddy overall. Even in all of their wins, they've been very scrappy. This group, to be fair, Group A has been incredibly explosive overall, with a lot of just bloody games. This one's been a little bit calmer, but it doesn't feel like Nuclear Vikings have quite been able to use their champions effectively so far. Obviously, we've now seen multiple bits in a row where we haven't actually had, you know, the main carry involved. Acronos hasn't been able to do anything, but Shush now dying twice in a row is not great.
Yeah, it's not the best, and we are a little bit of flies on the wall at the moment, everyone. We are as unaware as you are. I believe it's just a little bit of a spectator glitch stuff going on. But we will be back to watching champions shortly, I'm sure. There's a little bit of action happening in the mid lane. We can see it on the map. Looks like it is going to be a congregation for the side of DMG trying to get stuff down. We can actually see Not Sandwich die on our screen right now. Oh, the shield is actually there. And the Lulu will be able to walk out alive. Kog'Maw, not low, is going to be able to defend the turret. And DMG, although trying to get that turret down, will not be able to do so. Again, it's really hard to see. It doesn't look like it is going to be any more fighting happening here for these two teams in the mid lane, though.
No, instead we're just gonna have to map watch a little bit every time somebody actually wanders through the screen. It's quite
There we go.
exciting. Oh, there we are. Hello, champions. I don't think we missed anything particularly crucial. Right
no one
here.
died.
No, they were all pausing for us, you know, helping us out a little bit right now. Not at all the fact that, okay, Akronos.
Hold on. Akronos absolutely
Oh, no. What are they
dying
doing?
in enemy jungle. Got really aggressive there, and I think it's due to the fact that the map is very open for Nuclear Vikings, but they really don't have as much of a lead as you'd expect for the map being as open as it is. They're going to walk away in the mid lane and get to safety, but yeah, they have 2 turrets, right? They have 2 outers in comparison to no outer turrets taken down by DMG, so they feel really confident. They feel like they can kind of control the entire map, but the reality is the gold lead is actually not really telling of the way that the map state looks.
No, absolutely not. It's a little bit of a lead for Nuclear Vikings, but nowhere near as much as potentially it will feel like. And it's also, I think, just over-aggression with not knowing where everybody is. You're jumping in thinking you've got one champion ahead of you.
Oh my
You don't.
goodness. That's
This
a dead
is
Cormac
good
on my
catch.
screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ash
that's
is dead,
just a
and
kill.
Braum might die for her sins, it looks like. Gibble is going to take quite a bit of damage. The dive comes out, and Shush able to finish that one off with Brody. And Nefarious and Riggs not really able to find a way in, means that Nuclear Vikings will get away with murder twice, as well as a turret.
Okay, I was wondering if it was potentially just going to be a Baron call right there. Could have gone for it, 20 seconds until the ADC or support are back up, but it would have been potentially a little bit risky. There are full health bars on the rest of the DMG members. Instead, it looks like they're just going to go for a reset right now. 20 seconds until the Drake, so that could potentially be where we see Nuclear Vikings attempting to get their next bit of play happening. Instead, DMG, they're just going to establish their vision around this Baron pit.
Oh,
Not
Kronos
again.
once again
Not again.
getting caught by DMG. Church of Chovy trying to get some sort of follow-up further, but will not be able to do so. Karthus just, making sure that Nuclear Vikings are paying their taxes, and it might be able to push them off. And this Baron start coming out from DMG. They have actually a surprising amount of damage onto it, and they don't even have their ADC connected yet.
They don't.
It's
There's
free.
zero clue right here out of
It's
Nuclear
free.
Vikings that it's happening. This is possibly the freest Baron that we've ever seen right now. Sure, you get Soul Point for it from Nuclear Vikings, but are you gonna mind that? Not at all. Akronos had to go back to base right there, but has TP available, so it's not a play where you're like, we've lost a member, we're not gonna have our top laner back for ages, but doesn't have TP. We just have to concede this one and go get Drake. Nuclear Vikings straight up didn't know, and don't think DMG were going to be able to take that one out. Now you do, also going to transition that into a top lane tower as well. And what was a 2 or so K gold lead has rapidly shrunk back down, only 1,000 gold. And now you've got the Baron. That means trying to push these towers, something the Nuclear Viking composition should be so good at doing. That's just not going to be available to you. You're not going to be able to push these towers anywhere near as effectively with Baron empowered minions pouring through.
And it's going to be interesting to see, the kind of clashing of these two team compositions as the game does get later on, because we were talking about the scaling being in the back pocket of Nuclear Vikings, right? Shush is an absolute menace on this Gwen and will be even more so when items get into the Gwen's back pocket. But on top of that, you have Akronos, you have Brody, you have damage dealers literally everywhere you look for the side of Nuclear Vikings. But on the opposite side, Rigged is getting so darn strong on this Karthus, right? Church of Chovy doing quite a bit of damage on the Ahri as well. And you already see the Malignance picked up. You see 2 Void Staff item things. I can't remember what they're called, like Blighting Jewel, I think, something like that. For these 2 mages, and it's going to be a little bit interesting to see it play out as we get closer to that mid-game point in the game, where Rigged and Church of Chovy absolutely decimate, absolutely one-shot the enemy team, and Nuclear Vikings is going to struggle a little bit.
Potentially they are. Still, Nuclear Vikings, they've shown us that they can teamfight incredibly effectively. Cormac takes a huge amount of damage right there. So does Shush.
And might actually be an engage coming out from Church of Chovy. The Q not quite landing because of the Gwen is immune, and the Charm will not do so either. But it's going to be an ult spent by Church of Chovy, although, Malignance is not going to be too long before that's back up. And it just shows how strong this Ahri is at the moment. It shows how strong these mages are. And that's going to be 3 items now completed for Rigged. It's pretty scary to play against these champions at the moment.
It really is. It was not a good early game, particularly out of DMG. They jumped out to a 4-1 lead, but then all of a sudden, things have just started going more and more wrong for them. You can see at this point, Shush potentially wants to go in.
He's trying to get the damage done, but the Q
Rigged.
does end up landing on the opposite side, but Church of Chovy still no ult available and will end up going down. Karthus, channeling the ultimate, is going to be able to pick up that kill for himself. Also gets the Dark Harvest proc. That's very important as well. And that's going to be Nuclear Vikings trading 1 for 1, but Karthus gets the kill. That's the key thing here for DMG.
Yeah, you're picking up that kill, getting yourself another little bit more damage right now. Another stack onto that Dark Seal for Rigged. That is going to be huge. The response is going to be obviously that kill we saw in the top lane, and then a top lane tier 2 tower picked up right here for Nuclear Vikings. And this one continues to be incredibly close, incredibly back and forth. I think the thing that's really hurting Nuclear Vikings right now is we haven't gotten to see an actual straight-up 5v5 team fight yet.
Rigged is trying to fight back and actually is going to push Akranos back. Will have to commit to a kill for this or die. And it looks like Rigged is going to end up going down eventually. Fruity Carrot moving into the area, not Sandwich in the area as well. And although you are a very strong Karthus, you're not going to one-shot Fruity Carrot on this full tank of Mumu. And okay, nearly doing enough
This is
damage to
best
actually
shot.
take him out. But the fancy
With ult.
feet, Fruity Carrot gets out, and Nuclear Vikings pick up a kill for themselves.
Yeah, with ult, that could potentially have been a kill right there. It
Yeah.
doesn't end up happening. Brody now desperately trying to save this mid lane tier 1 tower. Obviously, the Baron buff fell off a while ago, but not going to be able to do so. Nefarious is just dead. Like, that's a 1v1 matchup where I definitely know the outcome. Rigged versus Akranos, Rigged versus Shush. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Nefarious, you haven't won that 1v1 since 5 minutes into the game. Why does giving 2 items to the Gwen change that? I don't know, clearly it didn't. It's going to be a kill picked up right there, and that's now a 4v5 situation for the next 30 seconds. Still, we've got longer than that until the next Drake or the Baron spawns. The Drake going to be incredibly important. Soul available for Nuclear Vikings, and picking that one up, I think this team composition makes great use of a Soul.
Whoa. Almost looks like that was like the Silas E that you didn't really want to hit,
Yup.
but you just happened to land it situation for Fruity Carrot. But
Yeah, the one where you can kind of hear the silence
yeah.
go, oh no,
oh, Cormac
Cormac's just dead!
absolutely deleted. And it looks
Oh.
like Gibble is going to be the next one on the chopping block.
GGs.
Fruity Carrot trying to get some damage into the backline, but it's just going to be Amumu on the re-engage into the backline, gets the kill onto Renekton after the TP, and Nuclear Vikings look to push forward. Gibble trying to run away, trying to peel for the team. Rigged not quite taking any damage yet, but so much coming out from Shush, and it's not quite enough to finish off the Ahri. The Karthus ult on top of it, and it's going to be Gwen low, Nuclear Vikings, sorry,
That's
Gwen in the
Drake, though.
grave, Nuclear Vikings on the run. It is going to be Dragon spawned, and that's sole potential for Nuclear Vikings if they can claim it, and Gibble and Rigged look like they want to have something to say about it. Akranos able to get the rocket jump out, and there's really no avenue into this Dragon Pit besides running straight forward, and Rigged decided he didn't want any of that smoke, will walk away, and that's going to be Dragon Soul picked up for Nuclear Vikings.
Yeah, indeed. Like we were saying, Nuclear Vikings, they can use that soul incredibly effectively, but they didn't even need it for that initial fight. The speed at which Cormac died was incredible, and this was the worry that we were talking about quite a lot on Desk, right? Yes, in the 2v2, Ash Brom should have a really good time into the Kog'Maw Lulu, and we saw it multiple times where the kills nearly happened, but they weren't quite able to capitalize. And then, split forward 30 minutes, that's now 3 completed items onto Brody. Akranos is able to just step forwards and one-tap the Ashe, who has no real recourse other than somebody else on her team dealing more damage. Gibble has been absorbing a ton. I would love to see the damage stats for what Gibble has absorbed, and, you know, was doing a pretty effective job at trying to keep everyone else alive, but was not able to save the Ashe. And the second that you're in a 4v5, Nuclear Vikings, they're going to smell blood in the water. They're going to know they can keep on going forward. It's back to 5v5s now. Soul now completed for Nuclear Vikings. Let's see if they can use that right here for this potential Baron fight. TP was used by Chovy right before that dragon ended up going down. Chovy potentially thinking that there was a play to be made, and so that could end up being pretty important. There's not one I'm sure. Akranos nearly has that teleport back available, and Nefarious doesn't, so no teleports available on DMG. That's going to be a bit rough for trying to play around this objective.
Yeah, and I mean, something that the analyst desk did touch on earlier on was the fact that DMG did draft the Ahri, and they didn't really like that in the draft, but I mean, what I feel like isn't doing anything in this game is the Renekton. I'm sorry, but this champion has just, like, ran in and died 5 times. I'd like him on a little bit of something tankier if that was the case, and I really want to see Renekton actually connect to these team fights and get something done, because for the time being, it's just a lane pushing bot. And I mean, DMG, that's kind of the hole in their draft, it feels like. It's kind of a 4v5 in these team fights, because Renekton just sadly cannot really get anything done against stuff like Gwen and Mumu when you have to get to the backline of Tristana Kog'Maw.
Yep, absolutely. The Renekton really has not been as effective as you potentially would have wanted it to be. Certainly losing that initial 1v1 kill. If you pick that one up, both of the top laners were very low. Maybe this is a different game. Free2 Carrot's running forwards, really wanted to be able to land that bandage toss. Doesn't quite end up happening, and the stalemate does continue. You can see constantly, though, Akranos heading down to bot lane, pushing that wave out, drawing Nefarious with him, knowing that Nefarious cannot join back up to this play if the Baron does get spawned.
Yeah, and I wonder if Nuclear Vikings do have that timer, because realistically they could have started up the Baron a while ago, right? And the TPs are coming up very shortly now. It's only going to be about 25 seconds, it looks like, on Nefarious'. So, I mean, time is quickly running out for Nuclear Vikings to actually control this space.
There it is.
And it looks like the TP is coming out from Tristana finally. They're going to try and capitalize on this. They see Nefarious so deep into that lane in the bottom side, and it's just not going to be contestable by the Renekton. But as I mentioned, it's kind of been a 4v5 anyways. It looks like it is going to be DMG looking for the fight, but the Baron gets taken before the fight even begins. A Fruity Carrot moving back in, trying to get something, finds a good three-man sad Curse of the Sad Mummy, able to do so much darn work in the backline of the DMG side. Nuclear Vikings able to trade one back with the Karthus ultimate, but it's going to be Church of Chovy going down, a Chronos moving forward, and 4 members of DMG in the grave at the cost of only 1 for Nuclear Vikings.
Yeah, somebody was going to die because low health bars were available, and the ult from Karthus always going to come through in that situation, but you could just see it. We were wondering about the timer, but they finally get the moment right. I think you finally ended up with Nefarious pushed all the way back to his tier 2 was the key point, and enough space around the Baron Pit that you could turn and go for it without a worry of a steal. This could potentially be Nuclear Vikings trying to end right now. With that kill going over, there's nobody to stop it.
I mean, there literally is nobody to stop it. It's going to be Gible trying to block those auto attacks, but not even really in position to do so. It's going to be the Nexus taken down, and Nuclear Vikings going up 6-1 in their group so far. A really good performance coming out from them.
Yeah, there were moments there where it wasn't as clean. The early game was not as clean as you would have wanted. I think a little bit of them feeling a bit hyphy, you know? We've got 4 kills on this Tristana. Of course Tristana can jump in. Oh, I didn't check the map to see where everybody is. That's unfortunate. Again, Gwen going in a little bit too much and should get ends up getting taken out. But the rest of it was so clean. Those team fights were great. That little bit of macro at the end, I absolutely love to see it. Knowing that you have that teleport advantage is huge. Using it at the last second, but using it at the right point, and then recognizing, hey, we don't have to run right here. We can find the go button. And the go button was that bandage toss. That Curse of the Sad Mummy was gorgeous, lands onto 3 members, and from that moment on, it's easy pickings for a composition with as much damage as Nuclear Vikings had.
Yeah, they just needed to pull the trigger once and did so, and the game ended. I mean, a bit of an anticlimactic finish, if I have to say the least, for that one. But Nuclear Vikings, I mean, they stayed in a pretty controlling position for a majority of that game, and in the end, were able to just end it with the snap of their fingers. So insane performance coming out from them. Obviously, Fruity Carrot really just pulling the trigger there at the end with that flash ultimate, and a flashy engage is all they needed. So Nuclear Vikings looking very, very strong in their group. I think that might be tying them up for first in their group. So Nuclear Vikings did really well to be able to put themselves pretty much firmly uncontested in that first, second spot. And DMG going to have to kind of duke it out on the lower end if they want to actually make it over to the qualification for those playoffs. But guys, that's been it from me. That's been it from Bloxer. And we'll send it to the analyst desk in a few minutes, and then we'll get started with game 3.
All right. I can't say we didn't see it coming. Congratulations to Pivotless, who got that a little closer than me and Rob did. Well done. Only 30 seconds off on your time prediction. Congratulations to the Nuclear Vikings. Their sweep continues through the second half of our round robin. Yeah, thoughts, feelings, prayers?
Press. I mean, this is we're 2 for 2 on one side of a top lane matchup being extremely far ahead, just exiting lane today. And I mean, can't say we didn't see it coming, right? We did have a conversation about how Gwen is very happy flexible right now between top and jungle, and when they lock in the Renekton, granted, it's better than Cassante, but not by much. And I think Gwen started winning the matchup maybe a little earlier than she should be allowed to. And once that one unlocked, it did not matter how much gold Rigged had in his wallet, because the game was sadly a little bit out of control.
Yeah, they brought it back a little bit. I mean, they did make some plays across the map. They managed to get a few kills here and there, but it is one of those inevitable games, really, isn't it? When you've got that Cogmore and the Gwen both being buffed up with a Lulu, the Tristana's sat there with 5 kills and is going to collect a build where they're already really ahead on this Tristana. When nowadays with the crit on the bomb explosion, it's your entire health bar. So, I mean, it's a difficult game, I think, for DMG to go into already from draft, and they tried the best they could. I do think they need to. We were just disagreeing with maybe making a few tweaks on their sort of pick selection. The Renekton, the Braum into what was already being shown is very hard to play. You need to play exceptionally well. Your execution has to be pretty much flawless from minute one, and it wasn't. And so
It's a
you
tough
lose.
call on a Monday night.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a difficult one to manage. Through the best of one, we are going to get into a replay real soon. I think we've got it just yet. But yeah, sort of looking back over the season. I did have the table. I've lost the table. He's lost the table. DMG
He's
now
lost the
sitting
table.
at 2 and 5, which is a rough position. Equal with Team Vertex, and would
Granted,
equal
right?
the Venom Crystal Opens if they do win that next game. So it's still all to play for. It's still all in the middle.
Yeah, it's not great, but it would be rougher in the other group. You know, when in Group A, because you've got Ruddy and Nuclear Vikings pretty much entirely clear of a pack, being 2-5
Yeah.
still puts you very much in contention, whereas 2-5 in Group B would sort of be the death stroke, given it's only really Verdant that's pulled away there. So DMG have a benefit at least of being in Group A right now, and the benefit of Venom Crest not having had the best run of things up to now. So for them, they still have the power to control their destiny somewhat, but they do kind of want Venom Crest to keep struggling, just to make it a little bit easier on themselves.
Just to sort that out, right? Any closing words? Otherwise, we're going to kick it to a break.
We're drafts today. I think.
Yeah, lots of Gwen. Lots of Gwen.
A couple Gwen games. Champion's really strong. I think that a couple of the teams, obviously we saw Belfast. Honestly, in draft, both me and Pivotless were saying the drafts were really hard for Belfast to play and really hard for DMG to play. It felt like teams were kind of not really knowing where they wanted to go early on. They were first picking champions and then kind of leaning into what the enemy team wanted to play. I think going onto the final day on Thursday and then into playoffs, teams do really need to. There's probably some tiebreakers, well, inevitably. They need to really shore up what they're actually picking very early on in these drafts, because already I think we saw in both of these games today the losing team were already kind of scuppered on 2-3, and they were frantically trying to save it on their last couple picks, and it just didn't really happen. So I really want to see that being shored up, because they're not really playing to their strengths on these teams. I think they really need to shore up that draft.
Very, very good suggestion. I think you're completely right. It didn't look like great draft design at the end. It looked like oh God, how do I not sink any further here? EV closing statements.
Closing statements. I think games 1 and 2 today, pretty much anyone could have predicted the outcome of these two. It went pretty much the way we would expect it to go. That said, I'd like to call ahead to the rest of the day, because I think we're going to close out a banger later on. That is to say, stick around, because Vertex and Venom Crest towards the end of today is going to be absolutely phenomenal. It's a really important game for playoff qualification for both of these games. Vertex have looked shaky at times, but phenomenal at others, whereas Venom Crest have showed some signs of life, but they're yet to impress, I would say. So, of course, we're going to get a rub out here before Paragon play. But
That's true. Rob's about to become real busy. He's going to have to go jump into draft for this next game. After the break, Paragon versus Broad and Friends. No pressure, Rob. And then Team Vertex and the Venom Crest Serpents will close out the day. Trajan's going to head up the second half, joined on the desk by Rory and Bloxer, and reigniting the CB LOL Brotherhood on the cast with Shibby. Been a pleasure. We'll see you all for the second half in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Four Nations. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by I was going to go for REB there. Rory B and Bloxer on the desk. You know, if you've got Ari cosplay in you, buddy, feel free to break it out, but I don't know if we've got time for you to want to get that.
There's so many materials needed for the tails.
I
It's
know.
not worth it for the one time.
The draft may have started by the time you're done, so we'll have to go without it, unfortunately. But, alas, unadorned as we all are, it's time for some very interesting matchups going in here, some very high-stakes matchups going into as we are the last week before playoffs. And the first of those two matchups is Paragon versus Broad and Friends. Now, both of these two teams have some pretty stacked lineups, a lot of names that we know and love from the years, a lot of proven capability. However, Rory, neither of them have been able to get it together. Why is that? We've been theorizing about this as the problems have been continuing. Are they worse? Is the field better? What do you think is the actual difference here?
So, I've cast the last few Broad and Friends, except for the very last one, but I've done about 3 in a row. And then the only way I've been able to describe what Broad and Friends have been doing, True Trizzy wasn't playing for a few of them, is you take 4 champs and they're having a great night out. They go clubbing, they come back at 3 a.m. to the afters. And then they have one champ in their draft, right, who's the roommate who's randomly up at 3 a.m., hasn't been with the unit, comes in, harshes the vibe, brings out the ukulele about 15 minutes in. No one really wants them there. And it's like, with the Shen, it felt bad. With the Seraphine on the dive comp, it felt bad. And it feeling like they have such good 4 champs for their comps, direction. And then there's just one that you scratch your head and go, is that the pick? Is it? And if they get over that hurdle that they're in right now, they'll soar. Like, they'll do really well.
Yeah, every week they learn 4 champs. They just forget that there's 5 in the game, and it's just a nightmare. Unfortunately, scramble for the last one doesn't quite work. Bloxer, do you agree with the assessment for Broad and Friends? Obviously, because these are players that have gone to LAN finals, that have a lot of experience under their belts. Trizzy or no, we surely expect more.
I really am just surprised by the way that they've ended up playing these ones through, and it's not even just felt like it is the extra champion, although I do absolutely agree with that assessment. I think there's other things on top of that, right? There's a real question of how they play their team fights out as well. It isn't working for them, apparently. They are not able to find that same level of, hey, we can all get all 5 of these champions working together, we can really get these team fights going. It's not working for this team. And in their game, most recently up against Verdant, it didn't feel like they had a chance at all. They went relatively toe-to-toe with them for the first 15 minutes. And despite that, at no point whatsoever while I was watching that game did I think that they were going to win it. There was no faith in me that they were going to pick that one up, despite the fact it looked even. None. I was like,
tough.
well, at some point, Verdant are going to turn it on. And they did. It just, something isn't clicking. We're absolutely right on that one. But if they can find it, like we keep saying, the players are there. It just isn't working.
Yeah, and they do have a couple of games left to get it in gear. Of course, they are 2 wins to their name. Paragon 1 win ahead on 3. It's a very fine margin. They get this win here, they're right back in the game. You've only got to make 4th out of 5 teams in the group to make it through to the next stage. So Broad and Friends certainly not out of it, but we'll need to see if they can make use of the players that we know they have. Now, it is important to note that they have a sub support in. Whitey is in the support role today. Zayto not able to play, so it'll be Spark and Whitey down in the bot lane. And Spark, particularly for me, is, this is an MVP level player when the guy's on form. So I want to see more out of him. And perhaps this fresh new duo will get it over the line with Trizzy in the jungle, Nemly mid, and Gov in the top lane. So with that being said, let's talk about Paragon. 3-3, as we've mentioned, slightly more comfortable, though not very. And again, another team that has gone from the finals in spring to, at the risk of not even making it into the, out of the group stage here in autumn. So Rory B, I'll come back to you for Paragon. If we're not sure about maybe the drafts or some of the strategy coming in from Broad and Friends, maybe they're just not able to hold a cohesive team together. Paragon were the kings of the crazy draft, right? They were the kings of the crazy pick. Have we seen the same out of them this split? And do you think it's been an improvement or a detriment perhaps for them?
I'm going to say a solid no. When I look at their last few drafts, I'm not going, oh my god, I haven't seen that champ in competitive in ages. No, you've got stuff like the Skarner and the Aurora and the Yone, like the most stock standard champs you see in this meta right now. So nothing surprising, but I like that. I like not being surprised by a draft because it means they're practiced on the meta. They understand what's good. I mean, hell, Snepex had an 8-0-9 Skarner game
Yeah.
a few weeks ago, and that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I think as long as Kenji can get on Aurora, I think that's easily his best champion in this current meta. I haven't been too impressed with him off of it. Actually, I think he had a decent Gwen game saying that, but I think Snepex and Kenji just make such a good unit to secure kills, and Timatopra is just happy going even because he gets really good Yone ults. Basically, that's all, the best you can say about Yone really is they ult well, they duel good.
Yeah, it's Snepex for me is the most interesting part of Paragon right now, I think, because this was a player that flew under the radar for the kind of the first half of the spring split, and it was all about Timotopers playing every role, every different game, and Refresh is going to 7-0 or 0-7 on Camille today, but Snepex was just kind of playing and was a little underwhelming, but by the time we hit playoffs, Snepex was popping off really hard. By the time we hit the finals, he was amazing, and he's now been arguably the best performer on the team now. Snepex's development throughout this year actually has been very marked. So blocks are in that potential jungle matchup. We've got maybe Trizzy on one side, who has traditionally been the carry jungler of carry junglers in the UK, and then versus Snepex. How do you envision that matchup playing out, and what's the way do you think maybe Paragon could try and neutralize some of the Trizzy carry potential on the broadside?
I think in terms of like junglers who are gonna get caught out by Trizzy, I think Maru's pretty solid. Not exactly the kind of explosive jungler that you are always looking at, but instead usually able to just keep it solid, keep the ship on the right tracks. And I think more than what we're seeing from Broad and Friends, like it's okay. It's working out. We don't need to be quite so worried about the way that this team has been working together. That being said, there's always a possibility that Snepex does pop off, and I think in that situation, you really need your lanes to be solid, lanes to be ahead. What you're saying about not being surprised by them, I agree with that too. They're not too crazy with the things that they pull out, but they do still have some available counter picks, and I think that this would be a particularly good time to try to pull them out, try to get a little bit crazier with your draft, because you do have such a threat in the enemy jungler, but perhaps the lanes aren't working out quite so well, so if you can win in these individual lane matchups, it makes it far harder for the junglers to be able to actually find a lane to try to play around, somewhere to try to exert influence on the map.
Yeah, I've been the one thing that's really disappointed me, I guess, about Paragon so far is I've not seen as much out of Last and Sack that we saw in the playoffs as well, because I was really high on Last. The last Ezreal from spring was always a fun sight, and when they brought Sack in partway through, it seemed like it really revitalized the lane and the whole team. But I'm still waiting to see a little bit more of that again. To be honest, both Spark and Last were both my favorite AD carries of last split, and neither of them are having the split that I want for them right now. So in this all-important game where Broad and Friends have to get that win to keep their hopes alive realistically, let's see who is going to be able to take that advantage as we're into the draft. Paragon opening up with a Xin ban. We'll see if the bans are going to stick to meta or if they are going to try and anticipate some of that interesting drafting strategy. Of course, Broad and Friends, you know, if we're going to have a Trizzy Teemo jungle, or if we're going to have a Timo Topper, a Sol, or a Kassadin, or you just never know with these guys.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember because of the last-minute swap to Whitey, I believe Broad and Friends have sacrificed a ban as well, which means you're giving over a Skarner, Yone, or Aurora, all of which Paragon have proven they can play successfully.
Yeah, Heisa being hit on the bans as well, continuing the meta dominance right now. We'll see what the option is going to be for Broad and Friends, of course. If we're looking for a first pick, Rory, if you had to pick one of those three, what do you think is actually your number one? Skarner, Yone,
Aurora. Purely because the flex potential, but I just think Kenji on Aurora has done so well. And I don't even have to, I don't even actually have to make a choice if I just waited 3 more seconds.
Oh my word. He's in him with it. And it was the Yone and the Skarner as the remaining bans, so it just kind of played out exactly as expected. The Gwen ban as well for Paragon. So they've evidently been watching the stream today and seen a bit of the antics going on from the Gwen. But look, so now that we have Aurora locked in, I mean, we'll probably get the Nemli Nico, which I would never be sad to see. We'll see if they want to lock it in this early. But into Aurora, what are we doing against the Aurora these days? What's the actual answer, if there is one currently?
Quinn? I don't know. Like,
Bruh,
it's
Quinn is-
so hard to say
Yeah,
if there's a
no.
true tie dancer.
We've
to a
already had the
brawler.
MG, I think, or whoever it was that was running the Quinn mids. We've already missed our chance for the Quinn mids, sadly. And it's going to be Ornn. So it's either Nico or Ornn, I guess, is the answer. I think the Nico probably likely to fare a little better, but
Yes. Yeah, the Ornn's gonna... I mean, to be fair, Ornn can just pop off at some point and potentially get a solo kill early on. I'd be quite surprised to see that happen. I think the Aurora gets a pretty free matchup, whether it's the Nico or the Ornn. I don't think these are picked to think about the Aurora particularly at all. Nico Ornn tells me that Bottom Friends, they want a team fight. This is a great team fight basis. Immediately, you can Ornn ult from a while away, get people locked up immediately, and then get your Nico into the backline without her having to find a crazy flank angle, potentially. So if the rest of Bottom Friends composition works like that, I think that's a pretty solid basis you've got for yourself already. The Nocturne, though, tells me the Paragon, they're a little bit less interested in the straight-up fighting, and they want to get things going a little bit earlier on and trying to find that initial couple of kills. Sylas is interesting here, but those are two great ultis.
I do want to say it's really nice how Paragon have jumped on the Nocturne here, because I'm pretty sure Brodom Friends were locking that in on R3 if it was available. So they've altered their draft here to accommodate the Nocturne. Now Sylas, stealing the Nico ult or the Ornn ultimate, makes it so difficult for Brodom Friends to successfully teamfight. The Kindred here would be very interesting.
we're potentially looking at breaking the glass to pull out the emergency solutions for Brodom Friends here, going deep into the Trizzy carry packet there, and they're going to take out the Kindred. This is a classic Trizzy pick. It's a solo queue stomper for this guy, and they now have pretty much all the carry that they need. They've got an Ornn and they've got Trizzy Kindred. So the bot lane, this does give them flexibility. It gives them flexibility to go into the utility. You can go Ashe, you can go Jhin, you can go Ezreal. You're not going to lack that late game damage, but you can still, of course, try and play into the carry potential that Spark has. We'll see what the option is going to be there. It's been second round of the bans. So they're going to try and short up some of that bot lane matchup. The Braum ban away. I imagine we'll see just more supports banned from both sides, to be honest. And it looks like they might be trying to anticipate another little Kog'Maw Lulu, and the Spark Kog'Maw has been a thing in the past as well. So, Bloxer, for Brodom Friends, they have the first pick after these bans. What are we prioring? Are we getting a nice AD carry on the board? Are we looking for a support to try and match up and support Trizzy and roam for him? What do you think is the goal here?
I do not want to see the counter pick ADC. Don't give that to me. I want the counter pick support here. If you know, if you're gonna leave your support to this later on pickup, then getting that as the counter is huge. I think there's a lot of ADCs still available. Obviously, we can see some bans here potentially, although they'd only have one available, that work really well alongside a proper teamfight composition. I don't think there's too much pinch on that pool, whereas the supports are getting a lot more pinched. I would love to see that one as the support. Honestly, something pretty standard. I'm not too worried about. You want a little bit of potential mobility. Things like the Ezreal become a bit more, you know, nice to see because of that. But at the same time, I think genuinely any of the standard ADCs we've got at the moment, even just things like the Jinx, work well with the teamfight composition. You don't have to go fully in that way, though, because you do have the Kindred. That can be your AD damage. Maybe you go something... I'd be surprised if it was an AP carry here, but the Syndra is still available, and it is so strong that having it on your team composition, wherever you can get it in, that's always a potential. Wow, they will counterpick it. Okay.
Yeah, so that does, you know, leaves the door wider open for a pivot to a mage that gives you a bigger punish potentially if you want to leave it right there. Paragon, of course, with Lasp and Sack. I'd imagine we're going to see a fairly standard AD carry down there from Lasp. That's generally the bread and butter. And the Taric cover, we'll see if they want to lock that one in. Opens doors to things like a Kalista if they want to go that way. But the Paragon, they've got decent damage already, right? They've got double kind of carry AP solo lane, so they also have flexibility in what they want to draft. The Taric is in fact locked in. Now, Rory,
right?
what I was going to say, well, Kai'Sa's banned away.
I
so
didn't see that. Oh,
there
yeah,
could be a
sorry,
Kalista-
Paragon. Sorry, I was looking at Brodom Friends being like, did they read this? No, okay. So yeah, maybe veering towards the Tristan. I was just thinking like a dive champ to pair with the Nocturne, like because the combo with Taric Nocturne is you charge Dazzle as the Nocturne's flying through the air and it guarantees the stun and then the fear. So yeah, another dive heavy champ. Something I was wanting to bring up is really interesting that Brodom Friends banned both Braum and Poppy. It makes sense now that they really want to index the Rel. I was going to say both Braum and Poppy are very good into Paragon's comp, but yeah, with the Xayah locked in now, makes a lot of sense. You have so many champions diving on top of you, just that safety is completely necessary.
Yeah, the ult is so incredibly important to you right now. Obviously, you do have the safety of that Kindred ult as well. The Lamb's Respite is going to be key here too, but having that bit of self-peel for the Xayah is going to be really, really big. And also, you can leave a Xayah alone once she has the 6 to be able to get the Rel to roam around a lot more freely than the other options available. The only other champ you can really do that with is something like the Ezreal, which just wouldn't fit with the composition you have here. The Xayah can work with this kind of straight up wombo combo 5v5 composition that Bottom Friends have for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the team fight for both sides goes pretty hard. They've got scaling Tristana, they've got the Taric Nocturne combo, the engaged strength, and the Aurora and Sylas, of course, not slacking in the late game for Paragon. And then Bottom Friends with Classic, they've still got 280 carries, 2 tanks, and a setup mage. It's very classic front to back from Bottom Friends. So, as Pivotless has said on the desk, the first 2 games were sort of, foregone conclusions. They were heavy favorites. The drafts played out kind of how it was expected, and we didn't really see too much surprise there. But this is a lot closer, right? These 2 teams, we expected them to both be very strong. Neither of them have been able to get it online. They are now both at the bottom of the table, and they've both got great team fights. So, Rory, who are you favoring right now? Does the Trizzy Kindred do it? Does the
I'm
Taric
very happy
Tristana
to
do
say,
it?
there's no one in the corner playing the ukulele. I think Bottom Friends have drafted an
Ooh.
excellent
They learned
counter
5
draft
champs?
to what
Ooh,
Paragon.
shit.
I think they have all 5. I think they've got everything they want.
Wow. So, and
they even
'cause
have-
already,
They have
already had
early
the
prior
Trizzy.
with, so specifically they have early prior with the Nico, which allows the Kindred to move in, try and hopefully counter jungle, because Nico should always have real push on Sylas if you're using your mana correctly. Hopefully, we're not seeing a top crab or Gromp marked by Kindred early, because that would suck. But in every other situation, yeah, I think Bottom Friends are off to a cracking early game, and then team fighting, I think it's purely down to execution.
Mhm. Yeah, and it is going to be one of those notes that if any team should know how to play around Kindred Jungle, it should be Bottom Friends. Trizzy should be telling what he needs from his teammates to try and get those marks. Obviously, it does change the dynamic of the game a little bit to try and have to move and secure marks for your carry, especially if it's Trizzy. It's just, he's a carry player, he's worth investing in. But Bloxer, do you think Bottom Friends' draft, cohesive as it finally is enough to take down Paragon? Paragon did win this matchup last time.
Yeah, I think that Paragon, they've drafted themselves a win more composition. If you get this comp ahead, especially within the first 5-10 minutes, you are off to the races with this one, and it can just keep on going. Taric is always a win more champion. Nocturne needs to get ahead, and there's plenty of support to go along with it if you can get it there. And I think that Paragon just are the slightly better team overall, and they will be able to get it going early on. It's a risk to take a Kindred in any matchup, because if that champion falls behind, it's pretty dang useless too. So I'm just about in favor of Paragon, but really this could end up being quite the bloodbath.
Yeah, so a slight favouring to Paragon for you, Block. So Rory, is the draft for Bottom Friends enough for you to favour them, for you to predict them here in this game?
It is.
It
I
is.
just don't love Taric as a champion. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
I was on the Taric hype train for years, but I just think he's too slow unless you're really well coordinated. And if they put in the time to practice Tristana's Dazzle combos and Nocturne Dazzle combos, it's grand. But if you mess those up and you're sending your carry in just to die, it sucks so badly. So
Win more.
we will see. Yeah, you're completely right. Win more. And I think it's a lot easier for Bottom Friends also to make picks on this against Paragon than the other way around. Even with the Nocturne, I just think the Nico brings so much value.
Yeah, and it's an Emily Nico, right? We know the comfort is very powerful in that mid jungle duo, and to be honest, that seems kind of nice. To be honest, the Nico Kindred duo. When the Kindred is lacking a little bit on damage, the Nico isn't really. The bases are strong, and the CC setup is great. You know, the level 6 goes kind of hard, so I kind of like that duo for them. Yeah.
One thing I will add is there's a really interesting interaction between Nico and Sylas. Whereas most Sylases, to guarantee they land their E once they get all 3 abilities, they W forward. If Nemli changes into a minion, it denies Sylas the heal.
Ooh.
And it can win trades solo.
Yeah.
It's really brutal for the Sylas player.
That's kind of nice. And I like seeing these things that now that we have a little bit more Nico presence and there's Nico players like APA and that at Worlds
Yeah.
where you can see them like they're shuffling through forms so quickly in lane to switch to like a minion to Ezreal for an auto to back to Nico for E to a minion to Ezreal, and it seems just like very like overstimulating to lane against the Nico
Kali
when
the
they're
passive on every ability is
Yeah.
the most satisfying thing you can do.
Yeah, if you've got like the F key mechanics, just swapping forms every second.
Oh, I'm
that
about to
seems really
spacebar. I'm on it.
yeah, 100%. You gotta have the special Nico setup with the
Yeah.
special keyboard ready, that's for sure. We'll see if Nemly Nico is able to get the value there, or if the Silos will get the win. For now, let's switch it over. Let's get Shibby in here. I'm gonna drop these analysts by the wayside. I'm gonna get my co-caster in here. Thank you very much, Rory and Blockster. But production, let's get Shibby in here onto the casting desk. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. It's time. They let us back onto a cast once again. The only other time they did this, it was like a 21-minute non-game. It was very unfair, honestly.
Yeah, it
of
was
the
an
league to do
absolute
that to
stomp.
us. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't know. With one side with a Taric and the other side with an Ornn, I think we might be good. I think we might get maybe 25 out of this one.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. It kind of leans itself towards once one's team starts steamrolling team fights, that's just kind of how it's going to go, right? Like,
Yeah.
once a team
Yeah.
gets like a 3,000, 2,000 gold lead off of that third dragon or second dragon team fight, it might
Yeah.
just keep happening. I really do
Yeah.
like Paragon's composition here. The Taric, the Silas on top of the Aurora Nocturne Wrinkle. Functions similarly to the Ahri, lots of mobility, lots of damage. Your job is to clean up, and you've got good ultimates to kind of layer on top of it, right? Nico, Ornn, I would
Yeah.
even argue the Rel engage here. But
Mhm.
this Taric is a bit interesting. Has to be a bit preemptive on when things are going to happen, because if the damage comes out from the Nico and the Kindred, the Taric ult's going to be a little too late.
Yeah, if the Nico actually gets the drop on you and the ult's already going off, the Taric ult is going to be a bit late to the party there, I fear. Yeah, you might be absolutely right. The Xayah as well, the burst could be pretty nuts, just pressing R and E and it's kind of over for you. So
Yeah.
we'll see how on the ball Sack is there with the Taric. I'm hopeful that, as you know, Taric pickers tend to be hardcore Taric players at this point. There aren't that many pocket Tarics hanging around. But it seems like we'll hope to see if Sack can get some value out of that one. But for Broad and Friends draft, for the Trizzy Kindred, how do you feel about the Kindred right now? Because obviously Trizzy is a Kindred specialist, right? We know he's comfortable with it, but there are some times when OTPs will tell you that it doesn't matter how good you are with the champ, it's just not playable. So what do you feel about Kindred right now slotting in here?
See, the thing is, you guys mentioned on the desk that like Trizzy should be calling for what he wants from his team to play around the Kindred, right? Just because you're calling what you want doesn't mean you're gonna get it, right? Like
it's possible, yeah.
Yeah, just because you like, hey, I could know how to play around the Kindred, but if I'm down CS, if I'm getting, pushed under my turret, unfortunately, Trizzy, I'm not gonna be able to help you get that Kindred mark on that crab or on that Gromp or something like that. So it's gonna be really interesting. He's gonna have to provide some support to his team regarding like easing up pressure, especially into something like Taric and Tristana.
Yeah.
Tristana's a naturally pushing champion, so it's going to be rough. And that top side for Venom Crest, I mean, in theory, should just be perma pushing, right? You've got Aurora into Ornn, Silas into Nico. Like, these guys just love to fight. Snapback is going to be the one. He can choose either I'm going to farm to level 6 or I'm going to try to help out and maybe get some stuff done early. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be tough for Trizzy. You can know what you want, but you can't always get it, as we do see an invade coming in.
Fast, quick on the draw right there. Not in the shop. Not going to waste a second. Won't even be forced to use a summoner. So good job for Venom Crest there. But yeah, Kenji on Aurora in the top lane. Kenji is like the quintessential carry top laner in this league for a long time. And, the Gwen ban was necessary just from the earlier games today, but also specifically against this player who was an excellent Gwen top laner even back in spring. So the Aurora, I feel, is going to do a very similar job, and Gov might be a little bit on the back foot, we shall say, early on. We'll see if he's able to snatch any kills with the early Ornn base damage, but generally speaking, we expect this to be Kenji favored. So what can Venom Crest do with those leads is the question. They put some good early games together, but they are still 1-4. They always seem to kind of drop off when the game goes to that late stage.
Yeah, good cosplay going on from both these guys. Venom Crest and Nuclear are Paragon and Broad and friends at the moment. And we'll get that fixed out. They're role playing right now. They're role playing.
Yeah,
But
I just saw the Venom Crest logo and the narrative just flew to the top of my brain. Like, this is the Venom Crest story. I guess that's good in a sense, but fully inaccurate for this game.
I will say, in the Ornn regard, right? I feel like UKL it's the league I've seen the most Ornn solo kills, and it's not even close. Like you guys, you guys just have, I think, the best Ornns. I want to say it right here. It's kind of disgusting, as we do see some of this early trading going on to that mid lane, going as expected. These guys just duking it out right now, and level 2 gets hit by the Paragon bot lane, and already Spark and Rel are feeling the pressure right now. So, you know, now you look at it, where's Trizzy gonna go? All lanes are pretty much pushing. Mid lane is relatively even. I don't, regardless of where the crab mark spawns, like he's gotta flip it 50-50, right? He has to hope it spawns on that bottom side, because Nocturne is passing up here as action in the mid lane.
Maybe they get the flashes. He's gonna get a passive stack off. It's not gonna kill. It is the first blood for Trizzy. In fact, well, that's how you solve that problem.
Yeah, very nice gank coming out here. Beautiful flash for flash. I'm surprised Timitopper E'd back in. I thought he would be able to E out, but maybe the auto would have followed him anyways. TP burned, and yeah, that's just not using your wards, right? I feel like these are some pretty standard ganks, like 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Maybe expect a jungler to come in. Maybe throw down a ward here and there. That's the other thing about the UKL. They always fall for the dreaded 3-minute gank. 3 to 3:30. You guys just, I don't know. There's no ward going down.
Yeah, no, we're killing. We're staring at the minions. We're not necessarily thinking too much about the map. But I think, I mean, that is kind of the only way out for Trizzy, as we were saying, right? All the lanes getting pushed in. We were starting to see the struggle already developing. And he had to find his way out. Gets that first blood, very important. Still not going to get the crab mark on the top side, but he's already got something, so he's happy to trade it away.
Yeah, and I don't know if we caught this. I'm not sure who Trizzy ended up marking prior to the gank here.
I think it was Snepex. I think he's been Snepex marked since minute 1, so I don't think he got a stack. And it's just going to be, he has to trade the gold for the stack pressure early on, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll take what you can get if you're the Kindred. Items are still very, very good. Even without those marks. But getting to that 4-mark evolution is going to be very important for Trizzy to become a fully evolved champion here. And with that kill, Broad and Friends have a small 1,000 gold lead. You also see a little bit of pushing going on from this bottom lane. Now the question is, if you are Broad and Friends, do you want to take the grub side, or do you want to just start the dragon stacking very early? I feel like as a team, Broad can start those dragons up very, very well, but that kill in the mid lane does open up some more grub opportunities, because Nemly should be ahead enough of Sylas now.
Yeah, if Broad and Friends are potentially looking to leave themselves the option to go late if needed, we know that Paragon are very aggressive on the engages, the Nocturne, the Tristana, right? We know they can and probably will look for scraps very, very quickly. You snatch a dragon just early on, it just gives you a little bit of extra time if you end up falling behind, if you don't have the pressure in the mid game. It stops that threat of the early soul. So I think like getting a nice early dragon when you're in a good spot like this is very useful, but we'll see what the focus is going to be for Trizzy. Both junglers on that top side right now.
Yeah, not even really going towards that dragon, as we do see a potential Raptor steal. I mean, they're just trying to figure out where each other are, right? Snepex and Trizzy both spot each other out. That means the rest of the map know where each other are, so we can maybe see some pushing down in that bottom lane here. But yeah, I feel like both of these guys are prioritizing the grubs, right? I feel like we would have seen Trizzy go down to that dragon, as Kenji invested the ultimate here.
Yeah, he's going to get more damage. He's going to push Guff back. Surely going to have to go back and burn the TP, or at the very least, they'll lose all pressure on that top side. Trizzy might just happily go and soak the farm up. Going around the corner right now, looking for a potential back cancel on Kenji. Knows that the ult is down, as Nocturne, he's without level 6 as well. Just giving Guff the room to clean that wave up. I'm now just going to wait and see if any Nocturnes fly out of the woodwork.
Yeah, should be another minute or so until Snepex hits that ultimate timer, as Trizzy, by delaying that back, as Kenji is finally TP'd in, he's able to nab one grub. I don't know if he's going to get any more than that. TP is coming in from Gub, but he's going to be very late. A 1-2 grub split most likely here. That's good for Broad and Friends, right? Not giving him the immediate go-ahead for the 5-6 grub mark. I like taking that one away. But Spork and ET are kind of feeling the pressure right now. Spark specifically is just really low right now. Could get dove.
Yeah, you can see the flashes invested by Last and Sack there. 3 summoners used to just get the barrier, honestly. So the fact that Spark and Whitey got away with 1 summoner for 3, still up in CS as well. He's about to get level 6. If he can at least survive to get a back off, get some item buys, they should have gotten through. maybe the hardest part of this lane where they don't have their own ultimates to keep themselves alive. So overall, Broad and Friends dealing well with the very aggressive lanes that Paragon have drafted. All three have been pressuring, but Broad and Friends are now up in CS across the board with a first blood already secured.
Yeah, Whitey did take that back there, so, you know, maybe baits Paragon into diving Xayah, but Trizzy's here.
No thinking about it, but Trizzy has the ult as well. Stun from Sack will fizzle out that fight, but loses a bit more CS. Tries to go back for the cannon, and now Nocturne's coming in. They're going for the full dive, and there's Spark, gets knocked out, and is out to the Trizzy ultimate. It's now keeping him alive for the time being, and Snepex on the wrong side of the jungle may struggle to escape with the slow coming through from the Kindred. There's a flash in from Whitey just to make sure, and Trizzy will get some revenge, but Spark was not able to get that clean back off in the end.
Yeah, I mean, two quick marks for Trizzy there. Ended up picking up that crab mark down in the bottom side and then got the kill onto Snepex. I mean, overall, yeah, you deny Spark a lot of CS because the wave was already pushed in. That kill going on to Snepex is really nice. I like the idea that Snepex went pulling the trigger before Xayah hit 6, especially when she's that low, but giving those marks over, giving those kills over to Trizzy, right? 2-0 on this Kindred. The guy will just take the game over.
Yeah, there is a big risk developing here, and you're absolutely right. Gives over that mark to the Kindred as well. The Dragon's still untaken here at 8 minutes 25. We see the Broad and Friends squad putting down some vision, trying to keep an eye on it, and we'll see what Snepex wants to do, wants to invest in next, as so far they have struggled to get the advantages that they need. Lasp was not involved in that bot lane play at all, and did not get any gold for it.
Yeah, and now, as you're probably going to see things reset a little bit here. Things are going to quiet down until Nocturne gets his ultimate back up. Usually they have about 2 to 3 ultimates before laning phase is over. One of them has already resulted in a kill. Let's see if he can go 2 for 2 or 3 for 3 here and get a couple more kills. Objectives at the minimum, right? Burn a flash, get a kill, do something, and use that pressure, turn it into a dragon, turn it into a potential respawn of the grub. Something we missed, actually, is that originally, we thought Broad and Friends would get a 1-2 split with Paragon, but it looks like Gov actually ended up getting a grub for himself. So it's 2-1 grubs over to Broad and Friends. So that could be something that they try to push in. 4 grub mark for Broad and Friends could be really nice, especially for the Neeko, who will be side laning regardless of whether she wants to or not. Has to.
Yeah, it does feel like a great job by Broad and Friends again to just strip those advantages away from Paragon, not letting them run the map early on. They're not going to be climbing out of a deficit coming out of the laning phase. If anything, they'll be the ones sitting comfortably ahead, and it'll be Paragon left to make some potential Hail Mary plays to get back into it.
Especially with an Ornn, a Kindred, a Xayah, right? These more, like, I wouldn't say late game centric champions altogether, but just a team that wouldn't mind going into the 25, 30 minute mark. Having that nice, you know, cushion of gold is very good for this team, right? They can duel it out in some of these early objectives, in theory, where they should be weaker. They've already gotten a little bit of extra cushion to kind of fight this dragon, fight the second round of grubs. And it's really, the pressure is on for Snepex to make things happen, right? Get the kill, get out, don't trade anything over, and turn those into objectives. Turn those into some pressure and some gold for your teammates, right? Whether it is gold onto Lass or Timatapa or Kenji, you've got to use the pressure that they're creating on some of these lanes to get stuff done and to get objectives. Don't just let Trizzy farm and be opportunistic in his kills.
Broad and Friends, as the Void Grub spawn on the top side, Snepex is straight on there. Kenji with the lane as well. Trizzy not going to contest them, so it's going to be a 4-2 split for Paragon in the end. Trizzy instead going to do some counter jungling. They might move on to the dragon as well. We'll see if Nemli wants to pick up and wants to stick around for this one. Looks like they will try and trade it away. Trizzy, though, can probably get it done pretty quickly himself. Snepex is just finishing up those Void Grubs just now, so we'll see the objective trade overall, but Broad and Friends now getting aggressed on. In comes the jumping stun, and the ults come down. The Taric ultimate will prevent that damage. Last is dropping pretty low. Snepex is diving into the mid lane. They're not quite sure who's going where, but Nemli's the target, and Nocturne picks up the kill, but it gives the bot lane the space to get away as Last and Sack, they trade ults, they trade summoners, but mid is where the champion goes down.
Chrissy's here, potentially for a dive. Barrier still up for Lap. Sack doesn't have the ultimate, has exhaust. Let's see if they can get out of this.
Will he get the stun? That could be big burst. They'll force the Kindred ultimate, and last gives him room to jump away. Sack might not be so lucky to go for the stun. Maybe they can go for the re-engage. Trizzy has to back away. Exhausted, but barely alive as Spark steps in to take the reins, and last is the one falling. Try up front for Trizzy, gives him health to work with. Gets stunned again by Sack, but he's got another Q playing it right on the knife's edge, and Trizzy's on a killing spree.
Paragon's bot lane got a little overzealous there. They landed the stun. They landed so much damage onto Trizzy. They thought they could get the kill. They overinvest. Spark and Whitey are coming in for the reinforcements. It's a 3v2 at the end of the day. Paragon, instead of trying to get out with their lives, they try to get out with much more and end up paying very, very dearly. Kills going over to Trizzy. Bot side jungle going over to Trizzy. The dragon as well. Granted, Snepex did answer in the mid lane. Got grubs plus a kill. But I feel like Broad and Friends, specifically Trizzy, got so much more out of that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a heartbreaker for Paragon's bot lane. They were so close to the 2v3 outplay against the already accelerated Kindred. And they just couldn't quite get it there. And now Kindred only further ahead, 3-0-1 in this all-important game for Broad and Friends. They bet the house on the Trizzy Kindred jungle, and it is already starting to pay off. They have to win here, or it's no playoffs for them, or at least no cross-group stage for them. And Paragon now are the ones with an answer to find in the next 10 to 15 minutes, or it's going to get very, very tough for them. 1.5k gold down right now at 13 minutes.
And Trizzy has just crested the 4 mark threshold for Kindred. So that is a real champion now. Yeah, it's 13 and a half minutes in, has the collector built. Every 3 subsequent marks after that is going to be even more damning. Paragon don't maybe know that Trizzy has hit 4 marks, but is going to be bringing a lot more damage, a lot more range. This is going to be doing a lot more in these team fights, especially with the 3-0-1 lead, or 3-0-1 Kindred as well. Trizzy is primed to carry this game, has a solid front line with Ornn, with Rell, and on top of that, you've got Spark, the double 80 carry composition coming out from Broad and Friends. Is Gov? Yeah. I told you guys, just solo killed. I'm not even surprised anymore.
Yeah, I don't know how we can explain this one, to be honest. The Ornn solo kills normally come, level 3, level 4, not 14 minutes in, not at level 11 with the second ultimate, but now here's the answer from Snepex, goes deep onto Shemley, and in the answer ultimate from Timotopra as well, it gets that first kill, but Trizzy is here. Trizzy's got the bust, Trizzy's got the range, and Broad and Friends know that they've got the advantage there, and Paragon have to give them the respect. They're still gatekeeping. Broad and Friends duo inside their own jungle as Whitey and Spark have arrived into the mid lane. A flash away is forced. They look for more onto Snepex, and they have the damage one more auto, and there it is. He barely takes the kill. Trizzy on a rampage. The TP's now coming in. Chibi, it's all still going. The mid lane, the fight just doesn't end. Ult's being dropped. Massive root back from Spark. The re-engage can now come back through from Broad and Friends. The tower not in time to save the Sylas. A Sack now left in the lurch, and it goes from disaster to catastrophe for Paragon in mid.
Ring, ring, ring! Ring, ring, ring! Trajan, where is Paragon's damage? It's in the bot lane! Lasp isn't even here! He hasn't picked up the call! He's got a turret for himself, but Paragon, they tried to make something out of nothing and absolutely fumble it in the mid lane. Broad and Friends get so much more off of that.
Trizzy 6 kills up now on the Kindred. He hasn't even gone back to buy yet. I shudder to think what his infantry is going to look like as Snepex looks to try and punish and overstay. And the TPs are coming in once again. Timotopra on the flank. They might get to Trizzy here without the ultimate. Barely get the Trizzy ultimate off. But will he be able to get away? Surely the shutdown. It's into last pocket. Could be massive for Tristana. And a re-engage comes through once again. Spark picks up a kill of his own. And the rest of Paragon think they've got all they can get. And I think they're right. To be honest, the shutdown for Tristana, not bad at all.
A 1-for-1 overall. And regardless, Broad and Friends coming out of that whole exchange, starting from the solo kill from Gov in the top side all the way up until now. They've garnered themselves a nice 2,000 gold lead. About to go up a little bit more as Gov picks up this top lane tier 1 here. Herald is up, Dragon's coming up as well, and it looks like Broad and Friends have been able to reset. They're getting onto the map right now. Paragon's dropping a lot of vision around this Dragon, not wanting to give Broad and Friends over the Dragon stacking at the moment. TPs are unavailable for either solo laner, so they're just going to have to be there might just be a strong 4v4 coming out from Paragon and Broad and Friends. Let's see if Paragon can contest this. Timotopper's coming in. You see Snepex waiting in the wings with the ultimate, but Broad and Friends are going to take this dragon for free, pretty much.
Paragon not feeling confident enough to challenge them at that Dragon Pit. 2 now completed for Broad and Friends as the Cloud Rift spawns. So Paragon continuing to slide into that gold deficit. Now 3,000 gold behind at the 17-minute mark. Now they caught up on last inventory-wise, fairly comparable to Spark at this stage. Trizzy did not complete the second item on that back, so there is a little bit of time maybe where Paragon don't have to deal with such a massive spike for the Kindred. But already it's really looking tough for them, and I think indicative of that is just how well that Gov on the Ornn has managed this Aurora, even in CS. Solo kills, first turret with no assistance. It's an excellent performance for what should have been a weak side lane.
Yeah, and you don't pick Tristana to go even in lane. That's not a champion that you say, I'm going to go even and I'm just going to match the AD carry. You pick that champion to knock turrets down, to get early plates, to get massive gold leads. But instead, you're just even with the Xayah, who is eventually just going to not be killable because of all the ultimate haste that she's going to get, or the ultimate ability, the ability haste that she's going to get with her item builds. Like, she's just going to be very, very difficult to kill. Plus, if you're dealing with the Xayah, you've also got a Kindred, another AD carry, barreling damage down onto Paragon. Like, this Tristana, just not where it needs to be, in my opinion. 2 items, 18 minutes in. You've got a kill to your name, but you really got to play these team fights at the highest execution level if you want to win for Paragon. Because right now, they are 3,000 down. They're 3,000 gold down against a Kindred, an Ornn, and a Xayah. It's not looking good.
I can't help but remember those bot lane fights, Shibby, that were so close to being triple kill shot down for last, but ended up just being nothing at all. That could be really the shot in the arm that Paragon need right now. As it is, they're going to have to outplay. They're going to have to use their worst inventories to greater effect to outmaneuver Broad and Friends, who, as we said, have such a beautifully standard 2 tanks, 2 AD carries, mage to set up, front-to-back composition, that if Broad and Friends just keep it simple, it seems very hard for Paragon to go in. They're going to make an attempt here. The Aurora ult, the Nocturne ult, gets massive damage down. The ults are there, but the counter-punch is coming in massively. Sacks around the corner. Trizzy has been removed from the fight just now. Last, that's the flash away from Spark. Can't get any of the damage down, and Trizzy picks up the kill. Paragon with the attempt, but again, it doesn't go right.
Timotopper and Gov just playing cat and mouse right now. A nice 4v4 coming out from Broad and Friends. It's really hard to get this engage off if you have Kindred into Nocturne Aurora, because once you drop those big ultimates, Trizzy can just drop Kindred ult and immediately allow his team to go for the re-engage. Because Paragon have used all the gas in their tank, they don't really have much more damage in. Just good from the side of Broad and Friends to get that catch in, and now mid lane being sieged upon. Gov is so tanky right now.
Trizzy almost healed all the way back up. The Ornn ult comes out to keep the pressure on. Trizzy looking to steal away camps while they're at it. Snepex has to give it away. The Kindred playing with such confidence, and why not at 7-1 and 2, 20 minutes in. The Trizzy Kindred delivering on all fronts right now, but they'll just pull the reset. No dragon to take. Baron not really a reasonable option at this time. And as we've said, there's no need to rush for Broad and Friends. They're happy going late if it goes that way.
Broad and Friends just slowly nurturing this gold lead. It was 2,000 at one point, grew to 3,000. Now it's about 4 here. And with Baron spawned about half a minute ago, they should be turning their eyes towards it. They are far enough ahead where they can kind of just start it and stop it. And they've got a relatively fast Baron. Double ADC shreds Baron notoriously here, especially if both of your ADCs are pretty fed right now. Collector IE on the side of Trizzy, and you've got a 2-item Xayah Essence Reaver and the Navori Flicker Blaze. They should just be able to pressure this Baron really, really well. Play Paragon's card, force them to TP, burn resources, and just keep going back and forth on it. I would love to see Broad and Friends be a little bit more aggressive around this Baron in the next couple minutes.
I've not been keeping track of Kindred builds, I'll be honest, Shibby, over the years, but I feel like it's been a while, if ever, that we saw Collector Infinity Edge as the rush here. Maybe it's just, you know, a symptom of the 7-1 massive gold lead. Trizzy going, what can I do the most damage with at the most time? And it's just going to be this, but I love to see just full nuclear auto attacks coming out of this Kindred. Paragon are going to have to respect it. They did a good job of keeping him out of that last fight for most of it. But ultimately, if he gets a chance to unload, it's going to be massive for them as the Dragon. Now up in 5 seconds. Broad Friends with the river control. SnapX on the other side of the planet. It's just going to be 3 clean for Broad Friends.
Yeah, it's a Cloud Dragon as well. I don't think Paragon want to throw the game away. Potentially lose more than just the Dragon if they end up losing that fight. Gonna go for camps, trying to get some gold back into Paragon's hands. And this is the point where it feels really bad to play Nocturne, right? You're behind in gold. You don't really have you're not really tanky. You don't have a lot of beefy stats. When you go in, you're probably gonna die here because the other members of your team that are diving with you are also gonna die. Like, it's rough to play Nocturne in this composition. It's rough to play Nocturne when you're behind in gold here. As Trizzy is just solo pushing down bot side.
Oh, the damage from Timitopper is to be respected. Trizzy forgets to press R, does not use the buttons, and goes down early. It's an opportunity for Paragon. They've got tools to chase this down. Spark getting aggressed on under turret by SnapX and Kenji. But he'll survive for now. Do they have enough to close the jaws on the rest of them? Oh, Broad Friends slip away. This feels like Timitopper diving under the tower. Goes through with the rail ultimate. But do they have anyone to finish the job? Gup will happily take a Spark. Finds SnapX chasing on the other side of the jungle. Paragon, they dive. They scramble to find more. This was their moment, but they still end up behind off it.
They took down Trizzy, ended up going for more, and give 2 kills back. Broad and Friends will happily take the donation there. And Paragon have to fix their wave. There might have been a window for Paragon to start that Baron because Trizzy was down, but they used their move onto mid lane. They burn all of Spark's summoners, the ultimate as well. Barrier still up. I feel like double ulting the Xayah when she has ultimate is a desperation move at best, because you're not gonna kill her, right? Especially under turret.
Yeah, the under turret, at least, if you want to force it and then just walk away, that's fine. But then the Timitopper re-engage was pretty terrifying as Sack tries to step into his own jungle and gets hit in the face by 8,000 ultimates. Timitopper gets a nice return, but again, there's no damage. This Sylas is on a one-man mission every single fight, and Trizzy picks up the credit. Now the Baron is wide open.
Yeah, big kills coming out from Broad and Friends here, taking out Timitopper, probably their highest damage dealer right now, at least in some of these fights. Baron gets absolutely shredded, and Broad and Friends gonna take that. They're gonna take the paychecks, and cash out a lot of that gold and begin to start knocking down some inhibitor turrets. Probably mid, probably top. Let's see how they position their carries here. They could go for a 1-4. They could go for a 1-3-1. I don't know how Paragon answers it, right? Like, the only thing their comp does well is going in, but when they go in, there's just too big of a gold lead for Broad and Friends. They can't actually take anyone down. Xayah ultimate, Kindred mark. I mean, if you try to go on to Nemli, he's just going to reactively use the Pop Blossom. It is tough, and you're definitely not going to be dropping ults onto Gov and Whitey here. Broad and Friends do a very good job stylistically with their champions to counter everything Paragon wants to do.
We love the draft. We love the way it works. We like the picks for these players, and Broad and Friends are looking revitalized in this all-important matchup. If they win, they still need to rely on Paragon losing their 8th match, but it gives them at least the chance for a tiebreaker to step out and maybe show us a little bit more of this, a little bit more of the Broad and Friends that we expected to see from week 1. As Trizzy, again, aggressing into the jungle, trying to take away the camps, the buffs, the souls, the dragons, anything on the map is to be consumed by this Trizzy jungle, almost at the 200 CS mark, 8-2-3 with 3 items down and change in the inventory.
Yeah, Broad and Friends doing a good job pillaging what they can, denying as much resources away from Paragon. But now they've got to be a little bit more aggressive, start sieging with these double ADCs, right? You've got the Baroned up minions. You've got to start kind of taking some of these turrets down.
Trizzy, again, on his own, had to quickly flash away. Does still hold the ultimate once again, but he's very, very low. Any wrong move, and he's going to have to drop it. But Paragon, once again, correctly identifying a mispositioned jungler, and it stalls out the Broad and Friends push for now.
Nocturne ultimate was invested. An ultimate for a flash, you'll take that if you are Paragon here. Turrets are being slowly whittled down. This Baron not doing too much at the moment, right? Getting lanes pushed, burning resources. It's allowed Broad and Friends to take the jungle of Paragon, but no tier 2 turrets have really gone down. The bottom lane should be going. They haven't actually been able to crack the base open, crucially, which buys more time for Paragon. Although I don't think that's necessarily a good thing as Trizzy.
Trizzy again. This time he has to pop the ultimate. No two ways about it. Last gonna jump forward to get that last auto. Can't connect it. But Trizzy now, no flash, no ult. If the fight is forced by Paragon, surely they can find a way to remove this Kindred as they want to push more. Spark drops the ultimate as well. The feathers are a danger. They pull back through. Taric ult comes out. In comes the counter ult from Nemly. Paragon really have to find the fight now, but Gob with a triple knock up. The Ornn steps up to cover the team's back, and Broad and Friends, yes, again, it looks like they misstep, but they will always step right back and throw a punch.
And TP's going down to the bottom side. It's a base race, if anything, if you want to call it that. As Last is trying to push that lane in. Never mind. Tristana's not gonna go for it. I don't think you beat members of Broad and Friends here. They've finally been able to crack the base open without a Baron, right? These guys aren't purpled up. Let's see if Laps can stall out long enough. Nexus turret going down here. Sack is up. And they're just going to back off. They're going to take the safe route, the gold, the Cloud Soul. Start prepping for that Baron that's coming up in 2 minutes, which should be the backbreaker against Paragon.
Yeah, Paragon only 5 kills to their name with Nocturne, with Tristana, with Aurora. The kill count, they'd love it to be so much higher. They're expecting it to be higher. They were pushing and shoving and trying to get that advantage early on. But every time Broad and Friends were able to rebuff them, and that has been the story later on as well. Paragon trying to make plays to do what their comp is supposed to do. But Broad are always ready. They always slip away. They always get away with it, and they somehow end up with an even bigger gold lead. And now they're the team with double Infinity Edge, triple item stacked AD carries with Ornn items coming online.
Yeah, the ornaments are coming online. Like you said, Gov is slowly but surely upgrading items here. The Essence Reaver for Spark. Probably another upgraded item coming in for Trizzy very soon.
He gets a couple, sneaks through the minion wave, and gets the lockup they needed. Timotopper eliminated very early on, and Sack gonna get run down with no trouble from the Trizzy Kindred. A double to start off what could be the last push of the game.
Bottom inhib has supers pushing mid. Will as very, very soon right now. Nexus turret.
With the
under
flash
siege.
knock up again. He just doesn't miss, Chippy. The Ornn 4-0 and 10. We've been waxing lyrical about the Kindred, about the Xayah, but Gov's Ornn again is the difference maker. And the game just ends just shy of the 30-minute mark. Rod and Friends, they get the win and they keep their playoffs hopes alive.
A bit longer, Trajan, but once again, I'm gonna classify this as a stomp. I'm gonna classify this as a stomp for Broad and Friends.
Right.
It was slow. It was slow. It was like a steamroller, right? It was slowly crushing Paragon underneath the weight of their gold, and unfortunately, Paragon does go down. Their comp just couldn't get it done. It had to get stuff done early, right? You had to force stuff. You had to take advantage of the long cooldowns on the side of Broad and Friends, but unfortunately, they were allowed to scale. They got some really good kills, specifically Trizzy was 3-0 at one point, had the marks completed at 13 minutes, right? It was rough for Paragon here, and you saw their comp just kind of get dismantled by Broad and Friends, and really good draft. I really enjoyed it. Broad and Friends played it to a T, keeps their playoffs hopes alive, like you mentioned. And if Paragon lose on Thursday, I believe Broad and Friends gets that playoff berth, correct?
I think they then go into a tiebreaker, because I think they'll both be 3-5 and 1-1 head-to-head. So we may see a rerun of this matchup, I imagine. We might see a draft adjustment, who knows? But that, of course, might mean that Brody has an extra ban left again at that stage. So we'll see how that plays out. Of course, Paragon, the ball is still in their court, but Broad and Friends have done absolutely all that they can, and they have shown us the quality that is under the hood right there, and hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of it as the autumn split continues. For now, we're going to go to a short break, where I'll be back with the analyst desk to break down that game a little further and set us up for game number 4. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk. Let's get Rory and Bloxer back in here to break down Paragon's defeat at the hands of Broad and Friends. Broad and Friends moved to 3-5, Paragon to 3-4. Paragon with one more game to play on Thursday to see if they can avoid a dreaded tiebreaker later on against the team that just wiped the floor with them, folks. That was not that close. That was a stomp. That was pretty conclusive for Broad and Friends. Rory, you like the draft. You like what they were doing. You were calling Tarek the fraud champ. You must feel vindicated now.
I feel so vindicated. Not seeing a single rocket jump dazzle, not seeing a single paranoia dazzle. It fills me with that redemption arc of me personally playing Tarek 3 years ago, playing support and constantly trying to duo with someone who didn't understand the combo and me tearing my hair out. So it runs deep, and I'm so happy that it was able to.
So it was pretty tough for them in that early stage. Trizzy came out to an early acceleration with that first blood, right? Maybe no one expecting the 3-minute Kindred gank of all things, right? So, Rory, why don't you talk to us a little bit about that early game, about the way that Trizzy managed it, about how Bronfez managed it, and what Paragon were trying to do, and maybe what they didn't achieve.
I think it was a really good heads up decision by Trizzy, knowing SnapX is just power jungling. So I have an avenue to get a free gank off here because it's so unlikely that Nocturne is ever going for a level 3 skirmish. At least outside of a 1v1, sometimes you get invading Nocturnes. So if anything, Trizzy was just able to capitalize off quite a greedy abscond that Timatopra did. Just left himself completely out in the open in a 2v1. And then it would have gone better if Trizzy got the immediate mark on the bot crab, but wasn't able to. And then about 5 minutes later, your Ornn is doing completely fine. Your Nico's doing grand, and you're able to get your Kindred over for this level 5/level 6 fight, and you could just snowball your jungle carry from there.
Yeah, it was a surprisingly solid early game from Broad and Friends, given the state of the lanes in the first few minutes. Bloxer, do you feel like this was just a bit of a hand stiff on the day for Broad and Friends, able to outplay, or do you feel like there was some sort of mismanagement going on by Paragon with all of the lane pressure that they did have through the draft?
I think it was a real combination of the two. They seem to get out hands, which is not usually what Paragon falls down to. It's been the way that they've played as a team that's led them to this 3-3, now 3-4. Whereas today, they just didn't seem better, but also that composition needed to get going early. Like you're saying, Rory, if you go in, if you pick yourself up the Tarek, you'd better try make it happen rather than just sit back. It's a win more composition, so you've got to start winning for it to work at all. And there was just no there was no drive out of Paragon. They let the game happen to them, and Broad and Friends were more than happy to take the reins on this one and take it to Paragon.
Yeah, no, we did see an attempt 12 minutes in from Paragon to try and resolve what was going on in that game. Rory, you can talk us through this replay of an attempted dive from SnapX and how it ends up not really getting them what they wanted in the end.
Yeah, so it's quite an elongated 2v2 here. We already see the flash coming out early from Lasp, missing the flash timer on Whitey, actually. As now we're seeing Trizzy go really deep in, get stunned up.
Not here.
As the Tristana has to rocket jump away out of the fear of how strong this Kindred is. Able to run away. And this is where it gets a bit messy, right? Lasp, does fall. Sack goes over, Whitey follows. And if Sack's able to get the reset auto off here, Trizzy gets really knocked down. And it means SnapX can then invade and steal a ton of gold away. But by the skin of his teeth, Trizzy's able to survive and, able to snowball really effectively.
Yeah, we could see that Trizzy, despite the fact that, people think of Kindred as a scaling champ, as a weak early champ, goes for the aggressive early gank at level 3, gets first blood, goes for the deep tower dive, a few levels later, and almost throws it away, almost tosses a shutdown into the bot lane that was doing so well for them already, but gets away with it, gets more kills, and then suddenly it's so much more that they can get. So classic Trizzy playstyle, that's for sure. And we'll see, like I say, I hope we get to see a little bit more of that, but it really is out of their hands at this point. Now, we do have a second replay coming in here. Obviously, I was casting, so I don't really know what the replays are. So I think. Oh, I know what's this. This is the deep dive later on. Bloxer, why don't you talk us through the attempt from Paragon here to get the game back?
Yeah, so this is Paragon saying, hey, we need to get something going right now, and this is an incredibly aggressive deep teleport that Timotoko pulls out. You nearly get a kill onto Spark between Kenji and Snipex, and now Timotoko is sat behind, decides to go in, and we joked about it in a previous game, you know, oh, that looked like a Silas E that you didn't actually want to connect. Well, there was a Silas E that you really didn't want to connect, but at this point in the game, Paragon had to go for something, and the fact they picked up that kill in the bottom lane is good. Worked for them, you know, hey, there's something, but then you immediately lose another kill. You had to go for something at this point, though. They couldn't just continue letting the game happen to them, but it's the point at which they decide to go in is both too late and the wrong kind of time to go for it, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah. So they knew what they had to do at some stage, but could not do it. They couldn't achieve it. They couldn't get it done on the day. Rodden Friends came prepared with a great draft and great gameplay to back it up, and they got the win that they so sorely needed. We'll see if Paragon can bounce back on Thursday and avoid that tiebreaker after the fact. Now, let's move on and talk about our last game of the day, possibly an even more exciting matchup in terms of the state of the game we might be about to witness here, gents, because this is Vertex versus Venom Crest, 4th and 5th in Group A, both famous for just nonsense team fighting, just messy gameplay, and the kind of stuff that we love to round out a day of Four Nations with, right? So, Rory, let's talk about Vertex first, because they have looked, they've been the almost there team. Kind of DMG and Vertex have both been very almost there for a long time. What do you think it is that's holding them back right now? Why are we not actually graduating to taking teams off other teams in the group?
So, unfortunately, in the early game, their top jungle synergy seems to be falling apart a bit. They got 2v1'd by Aurora, by a single Aurora, the last time they played. And if you're investing early ganks in top and you're getting 2v1'd, it's never a good sign. You're giving dragons, you're giving grubs, and then it all kind of falls apart from there. Overall, Vertex have a decent amount going for them. Like Mike being able to force a Heimer ban in every single game is a great advantage. We've seen some great carries from Harry Carey, especially last time that he played Venom Crest, he brought out the Red Cane, which did a lot of work. Yeah, it also seems that they're not tracking support, the enemy support specifically, and that's led to their entire mid lane either falling apart or being stuck in a really awkward position.
Yeah. Now, Bloxer, I believe Vertex was the team that drove you slightly insane a game or two ago, fresh off the Fnatic Games at Worlds. So there's obviously a little bit of jadedness here. Now that you've had a couple of games to sort of settle and process the grief,
I'm good now. I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the healing process for all Fnatic fans, right? Like for Vertex, given that we've seen, you know, I guess what is your read on them going into this match? If we've had Roy's thoughts of the problems that they're having, what do you think it is that they're able to play with well? What do you think of the positives that Vertex can capture to try and actually start getting wins finally after so many almost ones?
Yeah, I mean, I was absolutely in the throes of sadness from watching Fnatic lose, and I believe what I said was that the foundations were broken for these teams, and I don't disagree with myself then, even if I think I was coming out a little bit harsh. These players are good, and you can see it in their individual lane matchups. The way that they're playing in and of themselves is good, but the drafts are not working, and the team play isn't there. It doesn't feel like a true team that's all working together. It sometimes feels a little bit like 5 solo queue players who have talked before, but that's kind of the end of the communications. If this team can actually start playing together, playing around each other, I genuinely think that they have some really good foundational pieces that they can start trying to build around, but it isn't working for them at the moment. I think if it is going to pop off, if it's going to start working, we kind of need to see a pop off out of the bot lane, right? Nectarius and James, they have been really good. We've seen them in the past do really well for themselves, but so far it hasn't worked. If they can clean that up just a little bit, if they can actually start getting a couple of wins down in the bottom lane, I think that solves a lot of the issues they've been having, where the bot lane collapses and then the rest of the map just isn't able to play from that point onward.
Sure. So if the bot lane is potentially what we're maybe looking for Vertex to get that last piece in place and see that team play improve, they are going up against Venom Crest with a kind of a bot lane centric team, we could say, with Matthew and Reeton being now that they've started to settle in once again, showing the quality they have in the 2 versus 2. So Rory, going into Venom Crest, we have this bot lane that we know is very, very strong, right? We've had a top side that we've had questions about for Shy, sometimes for Hazard as well. What
Yeah.
is do you feel like that there is room for Venom Crest to play another end of the map? Do you think we're just going to go all in bot lane? Do you think that's even a workable strategy at this stage in the meta when we're going back to mage meta bot lane and all these other things?
Look, I'm fine with picking Ziggs. I think Ziggs is a fine champ,
Hmm.
but you've got to play for grubs if you're picking Ziggs. Like, those are jungle foundations that just aren't connecting. Also, I think as a whole, Venom Crest, they're actually they'll be a solid unit if they actually just respect jungle gank timers in the early game. So often they're dying to like a 330 gank when you know where the enemy jungler started, and it just has me scratching my head like, surely you understand that the Amumu could be here or the Xin Zhao could be here, and you've got to play safer. But they just play as if the jungler's on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Venom Crest, we were never lauding them for their calculated gameplay originally in the summer split, right? And we've seen that sort of continue somewhat, but we've also seen a lot of the other teams embrace the chaos and get a little bit more value out of it. Venom Crest now, they are still on that single win. DMG and Vertex are just 1 win ahead of them. Both of these teams that we've seen improving a lot, neither of them have been able to snatch that safety win that gives them protection from Venom Crest kind of sitting right behind them. And Venom Crest's last 2 matches are Vertex today and DMG on Thursday. So they have 2 chances to force a tiebreaker to potentially leapfrog both of them if they win both matches. So this week is, again, all important for Venom Crest. It's another team that we've seen so much of that we know they can succeed. We've seen quality and success there, but in the autumn, it's just not materialized, and this is their chance to do it. Broadham Friends, they showed us that quality. They gave us that opportunity to hope for them again. We'll see if Venom Crest can do so as well. The draft's coming just around the corner here, but for Vertex, right? Vertex is the team that had to focus it on mid lane a little bit, right? Paul George or Cassandra tends to play more of the mages, the Akali sometimes in there as well, but fairly standard mid laner. For Mike, we know that the Heimerdinger is bannable. We know the Quinn is not bannable. For, I guess, for Bloxer, what do you think is a good way for Mike to approach this match? Do you think that we can go normal standard mages here? Do you think that they can pull that off with the mid jungle with Hazard? Or do you think that it's just going to be try and find a sneaky angle, I guess, to get an advantage over Vertex as we get into the draft?
I feel like trying to find a sneaky angle is pretty tricky at this point. We've had a lot of weeks. We've seen pretty much all of the picks. And to be honest, there's a lot that is shared across the champion pools between both Mike and Cassandra right here. So I think trying to pull something out of left field is going to be tricky. I think, to be honest, in this mid lane, I'd be much happier to just handshake it, you know? See if you can get yourself something like the Syndra. One of these sort of basic, this is good in almost every single situation champions that you can pick up. We've seen some odd things, sure. You know, there's the LeBlanc, possibly. The Heimer's been popping out. The only champion I really don't want to see here is the Ahri. We've seen it lose a lot today, and I think you need a very specific kind of team composition to make it work. If I'm Mike, hey, I just want something that deals damage and has some crowd control, a pretty basic mid lane champion, and then allow the rest of the team to pop off. Allow them to try to get a little bit more hyphy with it. I think the other lanes are going to be easier to exploit than Cassandra's is.
Looks like Vertex are trying to deny a strong meta mid-jungle 2v2 with the Jarvan, Xin, and Syndra banned, so plenty of normal mages still left on the table. Venom Crest denying that Heimerdinger ever-present, the Karthus as well, and now the Skarner, another top-tier jungler taken off the board. So the B1 is open now. We have seen bot laners take that spot a lot over the last few patches. It seems like people are happy to pick just a safe matchup there, but Rory, if you're looking for a B1 right now for Vertex, is there any other lanes you can get power in early on, or are you still expecting a bot lane or a jungler?
It depends if either Mike or Sharpie plays a good Yone. I think with the buffs, it's a really good champ, but no, early Ezreal, I wouldn't say Ezreal's normally a B1 pick because you normally rely on him later in the draft as a safe bot laner. So I'm a bit surprised seeing this come out so early.
we've had a couple of weeks of this where we had a day, I think, where there was like 3 or 4 Ezreal B1s that drove Pivotless a little bit insane on the desk. And the Aurora sneaking through the bans along with the Yone. Looks like Venom Crest will go, well, I guess we'll just take this then, I suppose. If no one's going to stop it, they're going to leave it on the table. They will lock it in. So we have seen already an Aurora once today. Kenji, of course, didn't really find that much impact on it. Gov was able to outmaneuver it and just outduel it with the Ornn throughout that game. So far from a free win, but certainly still a power pick in itself. Wukong coming in. Okay, so this has been coming in as like a side pick at Worlds a few patches back, and now with so many kind of bruiser junglers taken away, Bloxer, if you see the Wukong coming in here, I guess, how do you feel about it coming in blind, coming in with the Aurora as well? What's your kind of read on the pick right now?
I think it's fine blind, and I think it can work with the Aurora pretty well. It gives you a pretty tricky lane to gank. I wouldn't really want to see the Wukong particularly trying to play around the Aurora itself. Pre-level 6, post-level 6, I think that's a lot easier to try to play around that lane. But once you do get into the point at which you have got that ultimate available to you, it's a really good champion at the moment. Bruisers are incredibly strong, and this one fights particularly well in and amongst enemies. Ezreal's pretty tricky to get on top of for a lot of junglers. Wukong has a much easier time of it than most do. The Ornn coming in, that's very standard for Vertex. That doesn't really put too much threat onto the side lanes either. So overall, I'm pretty happy with this Wukong, and I think it pairs well enough with the Aurora.
Okay. Well, I was about to say, we do recognize the Ornn is not an Aurora counter, right, guys? I mean, we saw Gov put an exceptional game together, and there's certainly a chance for Sharpie to do the same. But the Ahri locked in as well has driven us to despair, perhaps. Blind in the mid lane.
I mentioned one champion. I said there was one thing I didn't
all
want to
160 odd champions we didn't want to see. You just had to pick not this one, and
Not
failed.
that good into into Wukong either. And now you've got the Aurora Wukong mid, it's looking like. K'Sante would loves to going into this Ornn matchup, so it's all working out great.
Yeah.
Love the respect ban of the Kayn there, actually, coming out for targeting Harry Carry.
Yeah, I mean, Vertex, I'm looking for a bit more damage, to be honest, right now, because we have the Ornn that gives you a bit of late game power insurance, but the Ahri and the Ahri particularly, killing K'Sante? No, as if,
Ornn
bro.
is a
And
burst assassin. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and Ezreal even is not that good against tanks right now. I've heard from Ezreal aficionado Dragdar himself that Ezreal on the live patch does not love tanks, even less so than he usually does. So I think we're going to need to see some way for Vertex to burn through this K'Sante, especially as he'd said, Roy, it's a happy matchup into the Ornn. It's not going to struggle there. It's likely to come strong into the mid game.
Honestly, I could see Vertex try and pull something out, just like a Hail Mary, like a Lilia or something, to try and answer all of this. It does decently, from my understanding, into Wukong. Is able to invade him a lot, is what you need as a tank shredder. So even though she's not in the best spot, maybe we could see it come out.
Some denial of the bot lanes from Vertex, the Kai'Sa, and the Braum. So there are still some carry AD carries left, some scalers, the Jinxes, the Kog'Maws, but the Kalista is the choice with support wide open. Now, there hasn't been that much support focus, so they'll be able to get something that pairs well with it without too much issue. We'll see what Vertex now is going to offer as the counter.
Is it a Karma angle?
Could
Might
be.
just be Karma.
For maximum mobility and repositioning, I guess.
Yeah.
Potential 2v2 dominance to get you out of that lane
We're lacking
strong.
damage anyway.
Yeah. Okay, then.
Hold up. Is that support or jungle Ornn?
Surely if it's
Ornn
support Ornn,
support?
he is doomed to do nothing into Kalista.
Into
but
Kalista.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'm tripping on that one. We'll see what the last pick is for Vertex to enlighten us. I thought it might be
Ahri
jungle.
support.
Well, Urgot does really well into K'Sante.
Yeah,
So you
as
might
an
just want to
answer.
throw that top.
And then just Ornn Jungle. It's Ornn Jungle. Oh dear. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, we have gotten so
We
deep
got
in the
sauce!
sauce right now. We are head first into the sauce for Vertex right now. This draft has, some would say, unraveled at the later stages, but some might
the
say,
rails are here. This draft
yeah.
is in New Mexico.
It's-
It's gone.
yeah.
They have left it behind.
Okay, and this leaves Venom Crest open to just take literally whatever engaged support that they feel like playing. So they're just going to pick whatever they like. Okay, so we've got Ezreal Senna into Callista plus their pick of the engages. It feels dangerous to me to put Senna into Nautilus. That's just my feeling. Does anyone share that feeling, or am I not giving the Senna?
I would agree with you on that one.
Okay.
This 2v2 needs to sit 50 yards back, because the second that it steps up, it dies. Like, immediately. You just die. The poke is decent in the straight up 2v2. You know, if you can constantly throw out Senna W's, if you can land enough poke with the Ezreal, you can get your opposition low, and then maybe your, sorry, what was it? Ornn jungle can come in for a gank, you know?
They can gank from a screen away! It's such a low resource jungler, you can spend so much time doing your camps.
So, because you're going to need it. You're going to need all your time.
To match a Wukong,
yeah. So, if I'm Venom Crest, I'm 1-5 right now. I'm thinking I need to win now, or there's no chance left. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty happy at the end of this draft phase.
Punching the air right now. I'm feeling great.
Just wait till Venom Crest goes, actually no, we're keeping Aurora top, we're putting the K'Sante mid into Ahri.
I mean, it's not even awful, surely.
No, it's not.
It's just the same, kind of. Like, I mean, K'Sante just never gets punished. So, I mean, K'Sante is going to be an unkillable armor-stacking brick house this game, because there's no reason to build anything else. Who cares about the Ahri, right? It's just Ezreal, Urgot, Senna. So, the Aurora, I guess, there's a chance for Aurora to get pushed in and not get, like, a lot of items done for the Ahri if she shoves the Aurora around, and maybe Urgot goes top and counters K'Sante. I don't know.
I know this is a super small thing in the grand scheme of, like, the overall what on earth is thisness of this draft here, but my mind immediately goes to trying to play out a Baron fight right now, and specifically the point at which you're attempting to finish a Baron off. A Wukong by himself will outsmite an Ornn every time, because he has actual damaging abilities that he can hit the Baron with at the same time as smiting. You add a Callista in, and there is zero 50-50s in which Vertex ever wins that. So you need to establish a proper, actual, like, hey, we are winning in this team fight now. Into this composition, into what Venom Crest have, I don't think you can ever actually establish, hey, we have won this team fight right now, unless you are thousands of gold ahead. So you need to get the gold ahead early. Cool. So we'll play around our jungler then. Again, it's an Ornn. I don't see the way that this works unless your Ahri gets solo kills, your bot lane pops off somehow, and your Urgot wins this lane as hard as he should and makes it everyone else's problem.
The main issue is, if this Urgot receives one gank where Wukong is level 6, he's so dead. As long as you can time to interrupt the Urgot's disdain, like, Urgot's a sitting duck.
And
so
he's
you can't even
gonna
get
be pushed
topside
up as well. He's
Yeah,
gonna
absolutely.
be pushed.
Still don't even have confirmation who's jungling right now. Like, I'm almost sure it's Ornn, right? Because why would you slam Urgot late unless it's the counter?
Well, you don't like the
to
Urgot?
counter. You know, I don't, Rory. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, that's bad. I didn't either. I was just, we just ask questions, really. Maybe we get a surprise out.
Yeah, but you know, the counter to the Ornn K'Sante countered by the Urgot, I guess, is the idea here. And if Urgot does not pop off, then we just have a bad champ.
And hear me out here. Hear me out.
Yeah.
It's actually season 6 and it's Ezreal jungle.
Oh, that would make sense.
And then
actually,
and then it's actually Ornn center bot lane.
And it's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Urgot mid. That's actually our AD Ahri top and Urgot mid back from like probably around that season as well, whenever that was last
Dante
playable.
and Aurora didn't exist back then, so it's ideal.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They'll just disappear. They'll just have to play 3v5 because those champs aren't real.
When I said that Vertex play like a solo team, a solo queue comp, you know, that don't actually talk to each other, I didn't expect them to draft a solo queue. I've played this in solo queue. I've been this Ornn. Not in the jungle though.
This is a blind pick comp.
Yeah.
Honestly, and I'm serious here. I would have preferred to see a Nunu mid than an Ornn jungle.
It is Ornn jungle. Okay.
We have had confirmed it is Ornn jungle. So Wow. Okay. Well, this is going to be a fun one. Last game of the night, we expected some chaos, and we were rewarded handsomely for our efforts. Thank you very much, Rory and Bloxer. I'm going to leave you for now. We're going to get Shibby in here, and we're going to get Shibby's opinion on what this is. I
Good
think
luck.
his PC's actually been broken for the last 2 minutes, so he probably hasn't even seen it yet. This is going to be funny.
He doesn't know.
So, hi Shibby. Have you seen the draft?
I unfortunately have seen the draft.
Yeah.
I was watching on mobile while I was fixing my computer.
Yeah. We got the Ornn Aurora counter again. Big for Vertex. The UK Ornn. Unbeatable.
You know,
Don't
I
look
won't
at the
be
rest of it.
surprised. I won't be surprised if this Ornn gets a solo kill in the jungle. I won't.
Yeah,
It just
sure.
walks in, picks
Yeah.
up a kill, and then figures it
Yeah.
out.
I think Sharpie's been really good, and Shy for Venomcrest has been struggling. So there's a real angle for another Ornn carry here. But let's talk about what that would require. So that requirement to gank top lane. That would require him to gank top and kill the Aurora because it's Ornn jungle. So he's not simply gonna outlane the Aurora. It's
Ornn
Urgot
could walk
top
into enemy jungle and
and just
get a
kill.
solo kill. Because
Yeah, why not?
this is the thing. UKEL, the Ornns randomly get solo kills. We saw it last
Yeah.
game. It'll probably happen this game. I think it's a commandment of UKEL. Realistically,
Yeah.
I don't actually think
Yeah.
once you pick Ornn, you're bound to get a solo kill, whether you win or lose the game here.
It's in the rulebook, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Urgot is definitely a pick. I like it. I think it's like a pseudo good matchup, or like good pick into Cassante when it
Disguised
can
as
be.
a good matchup.
Yeah, it can be. At least that's the
Uh-huh.
that's the stuff we've been hearing and seeing rumors. Realistically, we're having some fun. We're trying to throw the other team off here, and you know what? I as confused as we are,
They're throwing me off.
I-
Yeah, for sure.
I legitimately cannot imagine how confused Venomcrest is. They probably are like, what is happening? What is this? What am I looking at?
Yeah, and I think all Venomcrest really need to do is play a normal game of League, and they'll probably be all right. You know, just kind of play your game. You know.
Both teams have been unable to really play normal games of League throughout the season.
Yeah,
so
been a bit
there's
allergic.
that. There's a bit of that. The cool thing about Ornn Jungle, I do have some knowledge on this, unfortunately.
Oh,
is-
unfortunately, I'm so sorry that I have Ornn knowledge.
Unfortunately, I have Ornn Jungle knowledge. You actually, realistically, if you clear correctly, you never need to back. You actually don't need to go to base.
Okay.
So we may see that variation of Ornn Jungle.
Huge.
Don't know if it's going to be a Bammy Cinder Rush. Should be, because it's Ornn
Yeah.
Jungle. 900 gold is very easy to acquire. So we'll see if Team Vertex and Harry Carey has this pick practiced all right. But Venomcrest are looking for an invade. I actually like Ezreal Senna. It's a fine matchup. It works functionally as a pseudo poke lane. Very long
Yeah.
range. You're not really going to kill it. Even if you do catch Nectario's out here with a hook, like the buffer can happen. You have the shielding. You've got a lot of tools to just kind of remove the aggression from Venomcrest. So there's a bit of a timer on the side of Venomcrest. I will say that. Vertex does scale pretty hard. Ornn, Urgot, Ezreal, Senna. Like, if this game does go 30 minutes, doesn't matter if it's Ornn jungle, support, top, mid.
Yeah.
You're going to get ornaments eventually.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. As we have the lanes crashing, no shenanigans at level 1. I've been receiving a telegram from the production Discord. Bloxer is observing the rune choices on some of these champions. And I'm looking at, I don't think I've seen a lethal tempo on any champion for about 7 patches for Kalista. I get it there, but no Halo Blades like normal. Got the Phase Rush Urgot top lane, no Conqueror. And we've kept this Spellbook Ornn in the jungle, which I think is kind of cool.
I don't think you can really go anything else if you're playing Ornn jungle. Like
Yeah.
Dark Harvest,
Yeah.
like you're not gonna go that. You're not gonna go any of the
Let's
typical
go.
tank rooms. Yeah. Oh, a nice hook.
from Reeton. Big damage. Matthew actually gets the flash. The Ignite ticking down. The Senna will just about walk away, but that's the threat. If you pick the Senna and then leave the gamut of engaged supports open, that's the risk.
Yeah, we talked about how, if Tarios gets hit with the hook, he's easily able to dodge it out. Well, Fact, you can't really do anything. You just kind of have to eat all the damage there. Phase Rush is actually fine for Urgot. Depending on certain melee matchups, it's advantageous for you to get the move speed, especially into K'Sante, who has the ability to like knock you back into turret, dash over. Hazard doing the right thing, though. This is exactly what I would do. Shameless. I'm invading this orange jungle. No gentleman's agreement. I'm throwing sand in your face.
Oh, we just eat. Oh, we just eat to hit the red buff as well, and Hazard can easily follow the flash with his own. Reeton not even needed. First blood for the Wukong.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do that the whole game.
Yep.
He's not gonna be able. He's not gonna go into his own jungle. Like Harikari is gonna be punished for picking something unorthodox, and this is what you kind of have to do, especially if you're going into something like Wukong, who who's not the worst at clearing, right? Can do some pretty good damage. Took the full red side clear, invaded straight onto Harikari here, which is smart. These unorthodox jungle picks, you've got to be cognizant of where the other jungler is and where they started. If they started on opposite sides, Ornn would have been fine, but unfortunately they started both on top side, working their way towards bot, and he's already had to gone back to base. Not of his own will, though, so let's see if this Ornn can do something. I don't think it's going to be able to do anything into K'Sante.
Unfortunate. Shy simply steps away with the footwork, not in trouble just yet, and there's no jungle on that top side to clear, so Harikari will have no rewards on that top side of the map, as Hazard continues to happily clear away onto the bot side.
Going back around, and Shy gonna do the most OP thing, walk away.
He's gonna walk, and there it is. G, that's a bit tough. Sharpie does have a pretty nasty freeze on him right now, and Harikari just making sure that Shy is even out of XP range, probably for some of these minion deaths, and the Urgot in this advantageous matchup does have a good wave state. So we have a good start on the top side for Vertex, at least. Obviously, the bot lane did not go necessarily ideally, and the jungle kill went over to Hazard. But the game is far from over just yet. Just a bit of a rocky start, but they've got lanes to play for.
Yeah, and it's really impressive that he's able to hold that freeze, especially with the shotgun knees on Urgot. Like, being able to get that freeze going and keep it on the Shy is very nice. Tryhard Matthew, 1v2ing right now. Ezreal Senna completely fine, just farming the wave, doing what they need to do. He wants to hit that 2-item power spike. Similarly, with Senna as well. All right, you want to hit that 2-item kind of threshold where you're really able to kind of shield and heal. We'll see if he opts in for the Black Cleaver Rush that we've been seeing a lot of solo queue Sennas do, or they're just going to go for the prototypical heal shield spam Senna, where it's like Dream Makers plus it's like Moonstone and all that jazz. I think that's more appropriate here, especially with the amount of damage that's coming out of Venom Crest. Having the extra healing and shielding is very nice. Doubt anyone on Venom Crest side is going to pick up a Serpent's Fang. If it is, it will be Hazard, as he's in this top side.
Yep, Shy now looking to punch back with his own jungler. Forces the flash from Sharpie, but there's the follow-up. One more auto. They don't have the damage. And the Urgot steps away. He's got the TP to get back as well. Sharpie handling that 1v2 very well.
A lot invested.
Ooh, meanwhile on the bot side, there's a good gank for Harikari there. That's what they wanted for Vertex, firing back in the bot side.
Yeah, good kill, good pickup. Still down in camps and levels as well, but there's the Bami Cinder that we talked about. With that kill, they're going to be able to get that dragon. So Ornn Jungle securing an early dragon. They're going to trade the grubs away. Smart trade here. I feel like K'Sante and Aurora can do a lot more with this. And keeping that grubs away from Sharpie specifically in that side lane is going to be very nice. As Sharpie, there might be a kill angle with the ultimate.
Yeah, just get for the flash E. Can he get in range? Does he have the damage? He needs a little bit more. There it is! The fear beyond death. Sharpie, we could see the writing on the wall there. Shy did not want to leave the wave like that, but gives up his life for it, as the dragon now goes down for Vertex as well. Here comes the rotation from more members of Venom Crest trying to fight. Big ultimate from Paul George, shoving them into a world of hurt and taking down champ after champ. The kills are flying either way, but the Aurora has come up huge.
3 kills going over in the favor of Venom Crest here. Overall on the map, 2 for 3. Shy went down. And the thing about the Urgot K'Sante matchup is typically when K'Sante's in trouble, when he's, getting pressured, he likes to ult. But that brings him down into execution range for the Urgot, which this is why it's seen as such a good matchup, or a pretty good matchup for the Urgot here. You saw Shy just had to run away, and even then was brought down to execution range. So Sharpie taking full advantage of this matchup here, but a very good ultimate from Paul George to get the kills, and Matthew just staying alive longer than he should have. It was a really good charm coming out from Faulty, but there was just no extra damage coming in. Dragon does get secured by Team Vertex. So overall, it's a net neutral trade for both of these guys. But crucially, 2 kills going on to the Kalista early in this game is very nice for Venom Crest.
Yeah, and it kind of solves the slight CS deficit that is building there. The Ezreal and Senna were using that range, that poke lane, that pseudo poke lane that you had mentioned to decent effect down there, but those kills solve that question instantly. Tryhard Matthew now perfectly comfortable on that bot side. The ult's now coming online. The Kalista is going to have a lot more kill threat. Kakashi and Tarios, they do still have their flashes at least, and I feel like they're probably going to need them before long.
Yeah, there is a window for Matthew to just ult Reeton into Kachi because he's not level 6. Oh, there we go. He just hit level 6. Reeton has been roaming a little bit more, has been on the map, hasn't really been able to get too much out of it, but that's why the level disadvantage is there. Nectarios and Kachi much safer now with that ultimate being online for Senna, as well as being able to affect the rest of the map, right? Sharpie and Faulty and Harry Carey feel a little bit more safer in going on their all-ins. Sharpie is a bit low right now, but other than that, I felt like Harry Carey would probably be a bit more pressured coming out from Hazard, but Hazard has opted into farming his own camps without really pressuring the Ornn jungle, and now with this Ornn cresting up on their Sunfire Cape, like, he's not too far behind. 200 gold down behind a prototypical jungler as a more, you know, unique jungle pick. Not bad, and you still get that late game insurance that comes out of the Ornn.
Yeah, absolutely. Hazard was focusing on that top side a little bit more, maybe feeling that Shy was under a bit of pressure in that matchup, tried to solve it for them and did stabilize him just a little bit. But as you say, it's given Harry Carey time to farm up a little bit, getting close to that first tank item. And then, even if he's getting attacked in his own jungle later on, he's probably not going to die. He's probably going to get away. He's got enough armor to try and escape, and it takes that kill threat off the board. So we'll see what Hazard's choice is going to be. If he's going to look to the lanes, he's going to try and get back to pressuring the Ornn, or how they can really make use of that Wukong that did get the first blood at the start of this game.
Yeah, then that has been super quiet. Let's see if Vertex decide to play for this second round of Grubs. I don't think giving 6 Grubs over as Hazard.
It's back top lane. Reeton is there, but Sharpie's easily close enough to the tower, and the Wukong ultimate is now gone. That's a big cooldown off the table with potential objectives spawning before too long.
Heavy investment coming out from Venom Crest to get the first move, to get vision down on to these Grubs. Both Harry Curry here, their tank, their front line. K'Sante has been shifted down. It's a 5v4.
Oh, they've got those big ultimates coming through from the bot lane, in fact, and the kills opening up for Vertex. Chasing down Hazard, they'll force the flash. He gets the Wukong away as Aurora has already headed back to mid lane. Looks like Venom Crest, they're just going to have to trade this all for plate gold.
Yeah, at best, it would have been a 5v4 because Shy shifted down to that bot side. Venom Crest ended up moving their bottom lane to the top side. If they got that kill in the Sharpie, would have allowed them to get the Grubs here. But they still want to fight for whatever reason. Paul George and the rest of Venom Crest feel like they can take this.
Yeah, the Aurora damage onto Senna certainly makes me wonder if they can, but Vertex
4v4.
firing back. Tarios on the Ezreal, landing those skill shots, pushing back Hazard. There's one more Grub left. In comes Paul George, drops shield, so once again, used just a great effect last time, and look at the burst coming through. The Senna shield, though, keeps him topped up. As Venom Crest are dropping lower, still, they try to step forward. K'Sante is full HP and wants to get the fight going, but Vertex will not be cornered, and they all escape alive.
Venom Crest push Vertex off of the last Grub. They're going to get that 4-2 split. They're going to get those little Void Mites spawning in for them when they start pushing this turrets, which I think is realistically all they wanted. They probably were looking for some kills, but they just did not have the damage. They did not have the CC available. Vertex doing a good job disengaging specifically. You see how hard it is to kill this team, this Ezreal, this Senna, this Ornn, especially the mobility coming out from Faulty. Even if you do catch them with an Aurora ultimate, it's very difficult. A lot of shielding, a lot of healing, and a lot of just health bars to chew through for Venom Crest. And the longer this game goes, the tankier Sharpie and Harikari become, the harder it becomes for Matthew to kind of rip through these health bars, especially if you're on the Kalista, who's not known for tank shredding.
Yeah, I mean, most Kalistas just building 3 damage items and a Jack show at this point, so they don't even bother building damage items as the game goes late, it seems. But you're absolutely right, there may be a problem that Venom Crest has burning through these tanks. Unless Paul George can get very, very fed, Hazard's going to need that Black Cleaver of his own, maybe, to shred the armor. We'll see what Venom Crest want to do to assuage that problem. For now, they have a minor gold lead. They'll even up the Dragons, and they do have the Grub Void Mites as well. So they still have a little bit of control to play with, especially whenever Hazard has that ultimate. I really want to see more from this Wukong to try and push the advantage there.
Nice charm.
Here.
Yeah, Faulty doing a really good job landing these charms. That might be an issue for Venom Crest. Granted, the next team fight's probably going to come up in a minute. Herald is coming up at the 14-minute mark. The top laners have shifted to the bottom side. Bottom laners and supports have shifted into the mid lane. So we're most likely going to see a fight here. And yeah, it's really on Hazard to get things going, right? To help Paul George when he gets that ultimate down, to get the Cyclone ready into that arena, right? That's the big thing. That's where a lot of this damage is going to come up. And then Matthew functionally works as the cleanup, right? Gets enough spears in, gets the resets going with the E, and then just kind of keep doing that autoing and shoving spears into Vertex. That's how this comp should work. Just hasn't been able to really get it off going, right? Either Hazard burns an ultimate early, Paul George gets something going, but the team is not there to follow up. Vertex, on the other hand, have a lot of good tools to disengage. They can also win these more prolonged fights because of the healing coming out from Senna, because of the poke from Nectarios. They can kind of just keep prodding and poking and kind of being really annoying to Venom Crest before the full engage can come out between Faulty, between Sharpie, between Harikari. Good, interesting comp from Vertex. The placement of these champions, not my favorite, but realistically, if you look at it just as like a 5v5, Vertex have a pretty solid comp to deal with Venom Crest.
Yeah, they have a way to play this game. They have a win condition. They have a game plan. They've executed it fairly well so far. It does put, I think, a lot of onus on them to be very on top of their fight positioning. I think it's harder for them to execute, but they've gotten some value out of this top lane matchup they wanted. The Ahri is coming out fairly comfortable from the mid lane and is able to shove the Aurora around for now, and the Ezreal and Senna doing good poke. So we are seeing the value of the champions that Vertex have drafted. But Venom Crest, they get one big fight. They get one massive wombo combo. They managed to get Hazard and Paul George's ults layered on top of each other just one time, and I feel like this game could fall over for Vertex. But until that fight breaks out, they have completely removed the gold lead for Venom Crest and actually taken a 300 gold lead for themselves. They are rapidly turning the tide of this game in this passive state.
Yeah, and Nectarios really wants to get this Triforce before any big fight ensues right now, because there's Bork on Triad Matthew. These Qs aren't hitting as hard. They're going to opt in to potentially take this Herald as they've spotted out Hazard on this bot side as they were clearing vision. So there's a window for them to start taking this. Let's see if Venom Crest is willing to collapse, or they're going to look to overload one of these side lanes and really make a play on one of these laners.
First turret secured by Venom Crest. That's another chunk of gold that gets them back comfortably in the lead. It's going to be traded for the Rift Herald, which Vertex will surely use to even up that turret standard right there. But it seems like for Venom Crest, they were able to finally push Sharpie around. They've stopped the Urgot Snowball in that lane. He does have the Black Cleaver and will be even more of a menace for Shy in the side lane. But ultimately now, here comes that Herald to crack the opposite tower in the top side in the favor of Vertex. So now both won a piece. Again, the gold straight back to even. At some point, someone's going to have to do something. The Dragon up in 90 seconds. At this rate, it might be the next thing we're fighting about.
Even gold is completely fine here, right? Although Venom Crest's gold is situated a little bit differently as we get the flash over. Kalista, nearly 1,500 gold ahead of their counterpart in Nectarios here. But on Vertex's side, a lot of the gold kind of more evenly distributed. There are leads across the board, but a lot of that is situated on Venom Crest's side for Matthew, and he really has to pop up in these fights, right? He's the one that has a big chunky gold lead. He's the one that can really start getting things going, and his window of opportunity is getting smaller, right? If you're even gold against an Ornn, an Ezreal, a Senna, that's good for the Ezreal, Senna, Ornn comp, right? That's not good for Venom Crest, who have things like the Aurora, the Kalista, the Wukong, who want to get things going very early, who want to get their ultimates down, win some of these team fights, and get the game done before 30 minutes. That's what they want to do. We'll see if Vertex plays into their hand, or if Venom Crest just cannot find the angles.
Well, we almost got a 30-minute game last time, Shibby. They were the UKL gods were kind to us in that first game. We'll see if they let us get to 30 this time, as the game has slowed down dramatically over the last few minutes. Purely on map movements and lane management is the field that we are contesting right now for Vertex and Venom Crest. Venom Crest needs this win, or they need a win on Thursday as well. If they could get both, that puts them potentially in full safety to make it into the cross-group stage, whereas Vertex, one win here, will do the same for them and lock Venom Crest almost certainly out of that stage. It's another high-stakes match, another wacky draft to round out this Day of the Four Nations, and we're just waiting for this powder keg to potentially explode. And so far, it is not doing so. Hazard looks like he's maybe not even going to be contested on this third dragon.
Yeah, I mean, game is going late enough. Vertex have already secured the one dragon they need to make this game
Oh,
go
hold the
further.
phone. Paul George is dead, and now Vertex pushing for more. The answer for Venom Crest is there.
Charm?
Shy and Tryhard Matthew are there ready to push the raiding Vertex members out of their topside jungle as Hazard continues on this dragon. Sharpie now going to threaten the 1v1 with decent damage on the Urgot with the Execute as well. Hazard desperately trying to get it down to smite range, does secure it as Nectarios has arrived. Hazard with a defensive ultimate gets the Wukong out of there safely, and ultimately it's kills for a dragon across the board. So Vertex with a little bit more gold, but the Soul moving further away.
Yeah, the point I want to bring up is that Team Vertex have already secured the one dragon they need to extend this game out, right? They're gonna make it go late game whether Venom Crest want to or not. It's gonna be 28 minutes before a Dragon Soul is even on the board for Venom Crest here, and that's more than enough time for Team Vertex to get their champions going, to get them in positions to fight. We've already seen the Triforce completed for Nectarios. He's cresting up upon that Muramana, which should be evolved into the Manamune very soon. Vertex, I like the idea of injecting gold into your carries, giving up the dragons, because realistically, that's going to give you the opportunity to contest these later objectives. The gold is what's more important in this scenario, rather than the Infernal Soul right now.
Yeah, that big mid-game fight, that's what's going to win them this game, with the Ezreal spiking, with the Ahri spiking, with the Ornn approaching items, Sharpie as well getting a second item. They can get a big team fight win off those 2 item spikes. That is going to give them the control they could use to just walk this one in, potentially even threaten the Soul themselves if they can do it by the next 4-minute mark. We have a 3-person play, or a 2-person play. No, it is a 3-person play onto that top side for Venom Crest. Maybe looking to try and catch Faulty, shoving in Paul George once again. Vertex playing safe in the mid lane. Senna just and Ezreal absorbing so much gold in this laning phase through that mid game. It's still slow. It's still quiet. Neither of these teams wants to make that big wrong move, and they're both playing very respectfully around each other.
Yeah, and Kachi, Echoes of Helia already completed. Second item might be a Moonstone, could be a redemption here, but a lot of healing and shielding is going to come out from Kachi here. So even if Venom Crest find like an opportunistic pick, if they get the flash hook from Reeton or they get some of this CC down, it's still very difficult to kill this team as long as Kakashi is alive here. Also, the mobility coming out from Faulty, trying to make that play on top of him. I get it. You're maybe trying to look for a little bit of aggression onto Paul George, and maybe he overcommits on the Ahri. Those are the wrong people you're trying to make a play on. It's very difficult for Venom Crest to look for some of these picks, to look for some of these ultimates. Mobility on Ezreal, mobility on Ahri, right? You're not going to use a lot of this CC onto Harikari or Sharpie. Almost a similar situation that we had last game, where the Nocturne and the Silas couldn't really jump on anybody because they're either too tanky or there's too much peel. Similar situation for Team Vertex, right? They're either too tanky or there's too much mobility.
Yep, it's not an easy task for Venom Crest, and the game just keeps going later and later. Matthew has hit that 2-item spike on the Kalista, so it is going to be a noticeable threat for now, but Harikari's already 2 armor items plus steel plate of toe caps deep as well. Negatron cloak for good measure, and the Kalista's gonna start to suffer a little bit, gonna start to struggle to burn through that front line, and Matthew's gonna have to struggle to get that damage down onto important targets. As now we do see, as these 2 items come through, we start to see a little bit more aggressive positioning. Vertex and Venom Crest looking for an angle to flex the gold that they now have to try and move this game forward finally.
Yeah, and I think they really just need to start moving with Ornn, right? Using this big body to start sieging onto some of these turrets here. Top lane tier 1 down, but mid and bottom lane, crucially, have not been knocked down. Hasn't really, quote-unquote, opened up the map for them to kind of put some more vision a little bit deeper into Venom Crest red and blue side. So they're not that confident in walking up. You see, they're just kind of pushing the lanes in, not really walking past that because there's just not enough vision for them to work with. Albeit, game goes late. Like we said, Vertex should be fine, but their indecisiveness around doing anything is going to eventually hurt them because Venom Crest will just start stacking these dragons, especially if they're allowed to get vision down onto this dragon. Infernal Soul
Yeah.
should be up, or Infernal Soul Point could be on the menu for Venom Crest in about 45 seconds. Because Vertex just haven't really pushed the envelope anywhere, right? They're kind of just ping-ponging lanes back and forth, not really walking with Harikari, as now they're getting vision down into this Infernal Dragon area, into this river. But most of it's at that midway neutral point. Nothing has pushed past the riverside yet.
And now they're still trying to aggressively posture onto this mid lane turret to get a little bit more damage down there to maybe pull Venom Crest out of position, stopping them from getting set up in the river to get that soul point done. And the mid lane tower is
Faulty.
just gone. Vertex have been able to get it done. Faulty on the flank gets a lovely charm, forces the ult for Rita, but now the counter engage is massive, and Faulty didn't stand a chance. The Venom Crest spare no mercy for them, as now Harikari on the front line, tanky as he is, there's no one to help him from Vertex. Sharpie wasn't there, the fight wasn't even, and Venom Crest take advantage.
Faulty not even allowed to press the ultimate button here. Absolutely out of position. Tries to get something cheeky against Venom Crest after that first turret goes down, but pays for it dearly. Harikari and Faulty are down. I don't know if they can do
Scary.
anything.
Sharpie's in there, immediately tries to get back out, but not tanky enough. Now running for the hills. Paul George's low Nectarios caught on the wrong side of the river, and it will stop the Baron for now, but it's a double for Matthew, straight rocketed to 5-1 after that play, and back to the Baron they go.
You talked about that big mid-game fight for Team Vertex that can open up the map, that can allow them to put pressure onto the rest of the team, but Venom Crest have seemed to found it off of a misposition of Team Vertex in the mid lane. That one over-aggression after that mid lane turret goes down leads to a Baron, leads to 5 kills for Tryhard Matthew, leads to some crucial gold going into the pockets of Venom Crest, which may just spurn them to start doing more aggressive plays around these objectives. Vertex, a shocking haymaker to the mouth, have definitely stunned them.
Yeah, the Dragon is still up after all that, and Vertex are getting right back to it to see if they can punish. Remember, the ults for Kree members may still be down for a few seconds more. But Venom Crest, they've got the time to play with a Baron. They can get the waves under control. They've just had a nice buy off that play, and they're going to be even more confident as Faulty can't find a Charmer to Reeton on the side. Now Venom Crest, full control of the Dragon. Harikari with no way in. And they will move to Infernal Soul Point with the Baron as well. Notable for me, they're only 2,000 gold ahead now, despite getting 2-1 fights and a Baron off the back of it. Venom Crest still with work to do to eke out a real lead.
And some of that gold could start dissipating very quickly as Harikari starts bringing in ornaments as he gets higher levels, but he's just not at that solo XP range. He's getting forced out of his own jungle, which delays a lot of the ornaments.
Better late than never,
Vertex.
I guess.
Yeah, Vertex, honestly a little shocked. Like, they didn't actually think they could lose that team fight, but that ended up snowballing heavily in Venom Crest's favor. Tier 1 goes down in the mid lane. You still see Sharpie trying to push that top side. He's looking for them to over-aggress. He's waiting for them to put more members into the bottom lane, into the mid lane. Sharpie's going to pick up a nice chunk of gold for himself, but he's not participating in any of these team fights. The man is 1-1 and on a mission just push stuff down as the backs do get forced out. So overall, Tier 2 and Tier 1 mid for a Tier 2 in the top side, and a big paycheck for Sharpie, but he's not really built for these long team fights. He's got Black Cleaver plus Spear of Shojin. I definitely thought he was building towards a Sterak's or something a little bit more beefier, but instead he's going for a more AD-centric, heavy damage build.
Yeah, and that front line is basically just Harikari at that point, maybe relying on the Senna healing and shielding, which is going to be significant, but has a way to go. And we saw what happened to Sharpie when he tried to interrupt the Baron push. Everyone turned on him and just mogged him in the 1v5. There was no chance for him, and he had to run for the hills. As now we have finally Harikari, level 13, the first ornament done. A little bit more time, and we could start to see that affecting the flow of the game just a bit more. But I'm also conscious that Matthew went straight to that third item and has the clock
Sharpie's
on
dead?
armor, so is starting to go tankier as well. Sharpie will be allowed to step away. Reeton not going to overcommit, and it's just the tower on top.
I really thought they were going to burn that ultimate onto him, especially when they saw the ego, but like you said, no overcommitment. Venom Crest understand they're playing for their tournament live, so they're going to play a little bit more opportunistic. They're going to look for stuff that's given to them. They're not going to really try to force anything over, because one lost team fight, like you mentioned, could really put a hamper on their playoff dreams, as the second ornament, I believe, has come out and has actually ended up using it on Kachi here, specifically on the Echoes of Helia. Interesting choice. I maybe feel like it could have gone into one of the damaged DPS members of Faulty or Nectarios, but maybe that'll be the difference maker is bottom lane tier 2 does go down. Another big chunk of change going, and Vertex, we talked about them taking that first dragon, stalling the game out long enough. 2.5 minutes, Vertex, the clock is ticking. You've got to fight this whether you want to or not, because that Infernal Soul is just going to push them over the edge, and Venom Crest, despite how tanky Vertex will get, the Infernal Soul is just going to win them these team fights, flat out.
Yeah, absolutely will. A very uncharacteristically controlled Venom Crest game where they spent 10 minutes or so simply catching waves, pushing towers, slightly actually losing out across the map, honestly doing that. They had a gold lead going into that phase of the game and didn't come out with one, but when the opportunity presented itself, they dove head first into that fight. Massive punish into Baron, into Dragon, into complete control of the map. Yes, they are still not that far ahead in gold, but suddenly it just feels like they have all the confidence in the world, whereas before, Vertex were the ones pushing them across the map.
I mean, Venom Crest living up to their namesake, right? Lying in wait, waiting in the grass, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. And when it does, that Venom will course through Team Vertex and cause irreparable damage, as in the Baron, the Dragon, the gold being given over. So maybe finally they've channeled their inner snake. Venom Crest doing a good job controlling the map, and they are on Soul Point in a minute, and they've only got to get the next 1 out of 3 dragons here. TP does get committed, maybe a bit early. They saw the window of opportunity onto Sharpie, but he's able to get out. Big ultimate used. Not having the Aurora ultimate for this fight could be the difference maker. Vertex have to play around that cooldown. That's a very small gift given to them.
I think they really want that AP damage coming through to try and shred Harry Carry, right? Because there's a lot of armor, a lot of AD dealers, but a fair amount of armor stacking up on that front line there for the Ornn. So he's not going to have the ability to lock down any champions either, but they're still able to take control of this game. It is crazy that Matthews, he's already got the Jack show. I feel like he just got Terminus like a minute ago. He's got straight to 4th item.
Yeah, I feel like we just talked about him getting Jack show.
He's 4,000 gold ahead. So it's just kind of popped out of nowhere. Now, this Kalista is in a very strong spot. They're looking for a fight in the front side. Early ult from Hazard, another big button. Not getting a huge lot of value. The Ornn ult gets a bit more, but Paul George on the side. Has the ult again. Doesn't find the kills. Goes deep into that backline. And Nectarios and Catchy are melting Venom Crest. Able to survive through the long fight. The extended war again goes in favor of the Serpents. And suddenly, once again, the fight breaks open. Venom Crest with another big win on the map.
And Vertex kind of just walked into Venom Crest, specifically Harikari just walked into him. This might be the game end. It's only Ornn alive, 20-second death timers. They've got minions. They've got 6 grubs. Like, they could just take this. They've got to keep these minions alive here. Let's see if Harikari can clear the wave.
He's got the first wave down. Can he get away with his life? Does get away with the Searing Charge as well. But the other wave's coming in just now. Less than 10 seconds. He's held it. Harikari has held the line. This Ornn jungle that we were questioning, that we were chuckling at in the draft phase is low-key the only thing holding Vertex in this game at kind of all stages so far.
And look at the pings coming out from Team Vertex. They know that Venom Crest is darting towards that dragon right now. They're going to try to burn this Baron down, take the objective away, stall the map out. TP has come in. I don't think Venom Crest know this. If they don't see anybody on the map in within 5-10 seconds, they're going to know. They're going to think something is up. You already see Hazard trending towards that Baron. Can he get the W steal? Can he get over? There's just not enough damage coming out from Vertex.
He doesn't have flash, but he's got the ultimate. He's got the clone. He's going to be in range. We're going to flip the game right here. Vertex, the last ditch effort, secured by Sharpie, but in goes Hazard. Another fight possibility for Venom Crest. They've won so many in the last few minutes. Paul George on the flank, again onto Faulty, but it's Matthew with the first kill. Harry Carry soaking up that front line. Sharpie gets an execute, and now Cassandre is just about caught out. Faulty manages to kite him, and Vertex have managed to survive. It's 3v2, but Shy is still there. Faulty's in deep, finds a sharp one to Kalista. Catchy is there, but Senna don't do damage no more, and they're against Infernal Soul as Venom Crest hold the line 3-3, a barn burner of a fight, and Vertex hold on to 2 Baron buffs.
A wild sequence of events. Baron goes down for Vertex. They get a 3-for-3, but Matthew, all the meanwhile, spear after spear after spear after spear, keeping Venom Crest's hopes alive here right now. 4-item Kalista, 7-1-5, fighting off Team Vertex. Very well played, but Vertex making the most out of a dire situation, picking up the Baron, the call to go for that. Absolutely bonkers here. As Venomcrest have the Infernal Soul, I don't think Vertex are going to get another fair shake. It's just too much damage coming out from Venomcrest at this point. The Infernal Soul puts them over the edge, like we mentioned. Doesn't matter how much shielding, how much healing, how tanky your members are, if Infernal Soul is constantly proccing in these team fights.
Yeah, it feels like poor George is only going to get scarier. It's kind of done with the initial sort of utility version of that build. You get some HP, you get some ability haste. Now it's needlessly large rod time. It's time to go into hard damage, and the Aurora is going to hit so hard. Matthew, we've already spoken about how strong he is. Into the Zephyr now before more AD on the last item. Venomcrest are peaking at this point, and they've got the Infernal Soul. They've been doing so well in the fights. Vertex barely hold on in the last opportunity. They get the Baron, and actually just about almost gets caught by Hazard there. But you can see this Senna, this is a support right here. This is not an optional carry. It's all on Nectarios and Faulty and Sharpie to do the work.
And Nectarios just has not been able to participate in these team fights, right? Hasn't been able to really get the big chunky Qs that we typically see of Ezreal. This does not look like the Chinese Ezreal of yesterday, right? This is a different Ezreal. This is an EU Ezreal, unfortunately.
Oof, yeah, this is not Hankel. This is not Elk, sadly. It's not even Dragdar. It is Nectarios right now. 0-3-5. Never gotten any last hits. The lane just wasn't really able to get kills through it. It was stable in the 2v2, but no snowballing moment. As we said, no big fight for Vertex to break it open. And now it's just Ezreal, 2.5 items behind the Kalista. Decent damage onto Reeton, but the shield comes through. Harikari with a double knock-up again. It's only slowing the inevitable advance. The Baron buff ticking away, and Venomcrest still hounding them.
Gold is being funneled into Vertex, though. Not much is happening. Venomcrest frustrated, right? No Baron, really not able to siege as well, especially into Sharpie, into Harikari, especially with Faulty landing these charms. He's been very, very good in carrying some of these fights here and really allowing Vertex to stall out. But Baron is gone. Dragon, Elder Soul, or Elder Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. Baron coming up in 2 minutes. And I don't think Vertex are going to do the Baron for Elder trade. I don't think that's advised. As the TP,
oh, no,
he's
fine.
just using it.
He's just getting rid of it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Chill out. But I think this is a unique skill of Vertex's, where it doesn't matter how behind they are in kills, how it feels like they can't win fights, they don't fall behind in gold. They did the same thing versus Nuclear Vikings. They were down like 11 kills in that game, and they were even in gold at 30 minutes against one of our group topping teams. This team, however faults that they have, whatever problems they do show, they know how to pick gold up on the map.
Yeah, they're just really good at acquiring income. Right? Like they're working overtime, 2 jobs, double shift. Like Vertex is just trying to chase the bag. They're trying to get as much paper across the map here, and it's been working out equivalently. Like the gold lead hasn't really shifted past 2,000-3,000 despite Venomcrest's best efforts. And you do have an infinitely stacking champion in the Senna, Infinite Souls, but I don't know if that's going to make the difference. Venomcrest just need to find the right opportunity. They're going to pull the trigger. They're trying to cheese somebody in this bush. The vision for Vertex is not that great right now. Like if you just toggle it, yeah, look at this. Like they're pretty much playing blind here. And it's really tough, especially into Wukong, into Nautilus, like these champions that can just out of the blink of an eye, out of Fog of War, can absolutely destroy you here. Tough game for Vertex. We should see more blue trinkets, I believe, coming out from them if they really want to start contesting this dragon or this Baron. I feel like them sticking on to these yellow trinkets, onto these sweepers is not the move.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Catchy is now starting to build damage items, so eventually, right, you get so much souls and gold to then replace all the support items with damage items with like 700 souls. Then it's playable for sure if we get to that stage. It's also more notable that as much as Nectarios has not been allowed to play the game, the last champion to get an ornament on the entire roster of Vertex seems kind of tough, and Venomcrest don't want to wait for him to get the chance. Double knockup from Reeton, full engage by the Venomcrest crowd, but they need to get onto the carries. Harikari running interference, Sharpie TPing deep into the front line. Vertex looking like they're in a pretty good spot right now. If they can burn through the tanks, if they can find a carry, Breton the first to go down, Faulty running interference on the side, trying to escape. The fight is splitting for Venomcrest. They're going to lose Shy. They could lose more. Shibby, it's falling apart for Venomcrest right now. Hazard in full retreat, and the rest of the VTX squad, they've managed to catch onto the Aurora. Tryhard Matthew tries to get one back, finds one, forces a flash out of the Ornn, gets away from the charm, looks for the spears, but ends up serving himself up on a platter for Sharpie, and Vertex ace Venomcrest at 37 minutes.
10 seconds on Reeton. The rest of the gang have about 30 seconds. Let's see what Vertex can do. That's a team fight win. I don't think that's a game win just yet. They might just look to take the Elder off the map, give them that team fight edge. They just beat a fully Infernal Venomcrest, so why not go for the Elder buff? Why not make team fights easier for you? Nectarios was finally allowed to play the fight. He didn't get bursted out immediately. Yes, he went down, but it was much after Venomcrest members 3-4 going down here. Smart move. Vertex just absolutely winning that team fight. And the big difference maker was that Venomcrest was trying to fight two different fronts. Matthew was on the bottom side trying to deal with Faulty, while the rest of Vertex, that chunk of Nectarios, Kachi, Harikari, and Sharpie, were just ripping through Venomcrest. And without Matthew, without their strongest carry, they're not going to kill anything.
That is unbelievable from Vertex to hold the line in a straight mid lane ARAM 5v5. They simply outperform Venomcrest with the Infernal Soul, with the gold lead at the time, and now they're wearing the Elder buff. The Baron is going to be a freebie for them unless Hazard wants to toss his life away for a Miracle Steal, but one more death and they could just lose it down the mid lane. The death timers are massive at this stage.
39 minutes. And we could be seeing a 45-minute game here, depending on how Vertex navigates the double buffs, navigates both the Elder and Baron, draped in white, draped in purple. Let's see if they can actually start pushing down and cracking the base open. They've got a lot of power in their hands right now. Infernal Soul be damned. Venomcrest just don't have the damage to deal with Vertex anymore. Harikari is not a jungle Ornn anymore. He's just an Ornn.
He's just Ornn, yeah. And Nectarios finally with the upgraded Triforce, 4 items deep with the Blade of the Ruin King to help with that front line. It's all coming together for Vertex right now. They don't have Sharpie as TP if he's needed. Let's see how Vertex can manage this Baron push. They still have the Elder buff as well, pretty much meaning that Venomcrest cannot fight them for anything at this point. But they've still got to keep it composed. They've got to keep this push slow and steady.
First inhibitor turret goes down here. Mid lane inhibitor back-based is being preyed upon right now. And let's just see if they go for the Nexus. Why not?
They want to use the Elder buff. Big Q's coming in through. Here comes Kassadin. He's already dead. Nectarios gets the first kill. In comes the Ornn ult. It doesn't make it across. Hazard dropping lower. Double kill for the Ezreal. Vertex find a third. After all of that, after 40 minutes of sitting and waiting, they finally pounce. They get the win. 2 buffs and they walk it to the Nexus.
You talked about the big mid-game team fight blowing the game open, but Trajan, you didn't mention the big late-game team fight for Vertex to absolutely give them a chance at playoffs. And with this loss, I believe Venomcrest is knocked out of playoff contention. A 40-minute slugfest back and forth between these two teams, but the Ornn jungle, the Ornnungle, wins here.
The Jorns coming out massive there for Harikari. Oh my words. As I said, we laughed at the Ornn jungle draft, and Harikari on the Ornn was exceptional through so many stages. The Ahri, after losing them that first fight on over-aggression, comes back to be difference maker in the later fights. Nectarios finally gets to play the game once, and he wins instantly off one fight where he's allowed to execute. My word, Vertex, finally they managed to keep it together. They managed to get the win over the line that has eluded them for weeks. And Venomcrest, what looked like such a glow up for them, the change in strategy, the control, the reservation when needed, the good fights in the mid game, it still doesn't work out. And I think they might be able to force a tiebreaker versus DMG, but it's not guaranteed. I think it's all going to come down to their last match on Thursday. And after a loss like that, that's devastating, man. That is devastating.
It's tough. It's tough. Vertex just waiting, biding their time. You talked about how they're able to keep the gold even. They're really able to kind of just, despite going down in kills, despite losing objectives, they've still managed to hoard all this gold on the map. And eventually, when you've got enough gold, you could just buy yourself a win. And Team Vertex, rightfully so, huge pickup for them. Very, very well played. And the difference maker in those fights was that Nectarius was allowed to live. He was allowed to actually play Ezreal in those team fights. A lot of the team fights that Venomcrest won, it was a pick onto the Ahri, it was a pick onto the Ezreal, and they just kind of steamrolled after. But once that team fight is allowed to develop into a 5v5, it's allowed to go longer than about 5 seconds. Yeah, the Senna, the Ezreal, the Ornn, they're going to love that. The Ahri resetting across the map, yeah, they're going to eventually win those fights over. Big team fight win, big game win for Team Vertex. And if they can play like that heading into playoffs, if they can contend with some of these higher teams, their ability to garner gold and their ability to keep it close might just give them an upset later on.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can finally get the win as well, they had so much going for them, and now this might be enough to see a little bit more out of them, as they are now confirmed, at least, I think, into that 3rd, 4th place. They cannot come 5th at this point, so congratulations to Vertex getting it over the line. Venomcrest will have to look towards Thursday if they even have a chance to qualify in that final match. For now, thank you very much, Shibby. We finally got a couple of long games, especially that last one was a slog through the middle, but we had some banger fights to wrap it up. So thank you very much for joining me, and I'm going to head back to the desk right now to break down the rest of that game. Rory, Bloxer, the Vertex dub of all dubs that we've been waiting for so long. How was this allowed to happen against Infernal Soul? Against, with an Ornn jungle? Rory,
it's
talk
funny
to me
you
about
say
it.
that. Because it shouldn't have happened, actually. Crazily enough. No. Actually, there are a lot of things that shouldn't have happened that game. Echoes of Helia, first upgrade, shouldn't have happened that game. Spirit Sojin, Urgot, shouldn't have happened that game. Ornn Jungle, outfarming Wukong, shouldn't have happened that game. Yeah, I'm brought in here to do analysis, but I am baffled.
Yeah.
And
it's a tough day for analysis on the Four Nations. It's a tough day for analysis today. Tougher than usual, I'll be honest. Bloxer, you want to take a crack at it? You want to take a crack at headlines of that one? Any thoughts on the Vertex win?
I will indeed give it my best shot. And we said this a little bit behind the scenes of like all of the analysis that we can possibly do into drafts, into counters, into the way that it works. If your team doesn't show up on the day, unfortunately your team doesn't show up on the day. And Venomcrest, they've not been good. It's really unfortunate because this org usually produces the cleanest teams. Whether or not they win the whole thing, they're always so clean macro-wise, and it was not working out. I want to give like massive props to Matthew because that was a banger of a Kalista game that just didn't work out. There were multiple fights where you were just popping off, but in the end, Kalista isn't a tank shredder in the traditional sense. You more want to get enough spears into someone to make them pop. You have to spend so long putting a spear into an Ornn for him to finally die that it took up way too much of his time. I think that was the key right there. Vertex, as weird as a draft as it was, and it was weird, they knew what they were doing with it. They had clearly practiced this kind of thing, or at least knew the strengths and weaknesses of the odd draft that they had come up with for themselves, and they played around it really well. They used the bot lane effectively. There was a solo kill top lane. You didn't die to ganks early on in the top lane with your Urgot as well. As much as there were a lot of head scratches in that game, there was clearly an idea behind it and decent enough execution right there out of Vertex that it was enough to come ahead of Venomcrest. I'd love to watch this run back against a stronger team in the league because I think it gets dismantled immediately.
Stronger team in the league, if the Wukong gets a level 3 kill on the Ornn jungle, it's over. It's just over. I don't know how Ornn was able to come back in that game, especially because he spent so much time zoning a K'Sante off the wave. He spent about 30 seconds doing this, and Harry Carey wasn't able to get a significant lead. I'm just scratching my
Yeah.
head. Sorry, not Harry Carey. Harry Carey was able
Hazard,
to get a
yeah.
significant lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what Shibi and I thought when, and Shibi was calling for it. Like, I'm just living in the orange jungle now. You know, got that first
Yeah.
blood, and we thought that's what it was going to be. But ultimately, it didn't happen. And then Hazard, I think, ended up getting drawn into that top lane kind of vortex and was trying to solve it, trying to fix it for Casante for a while, and then it just didn't really happen.
Blocks and I were
And then
talking about
it's-
this. Hazard was too late to fix that lane.
Mm.
Hazard needed to drop Krugs and go and push that wave in to stop the Ornn from zoning in the first place.
Yeah. So unfortunately, not the right choice there, and it did give Vertex the room to come back in. Now, I believe so. The Venom Crest, if they can beat DMG on Thursday, I believe they then force a tiebreaker, unless because DMG are 2-5.
DMG are 2 and
Something.
4, so they have to beat DMG. That would
Right.
tie them up. That would make them 1 for 1, I think.
I think DMG are 2-5 as of today.
I was gonna say they
because
must
there's only
be-
one
Oh,
more
yeah,
game
yeah,
there.
they're 2 and 5 as of
S-
today. Yeah,
Because so they can force a 2-5
they
tiebreaker
can fight us
against
the
DMG.
tiebreaker.
And then we'll see, I suppose. And I block. So, what do you think about the different Venom Crest that we saw today? Because it did feel like a very different Venom Crest that was almost too reticent to force and fight at times, that allowed Vertex back into it at times.
Yeah, again, it doesn't feel like this team quite knows how to play around each other because bot lane was popping off. It was exactly what we were kind of hoping for. And then what? And then
And
what
then the
did you
end,
do
yeah.
with that?
Yeah.
Like, I think
Yeah.
honestly, I'd put a little bit of blame onto the Aurora, which is a really odd place to put it here. But it was not as impressive, I think, as a lot of AP carries could have been here. There is so much AD threat that you've got available to you right here as Venom Crest. So your opposition is going to be forced into building a lot of magic, a lot of armor, and it leaves you open on a more AP heavy threat to actually do something. It didn't feel like the Aurora was able to give them any opportunities, and the Aurora doesn't really help you set up anything. You know, the Aurora goes in, blows somebody up, hopefully, and gets out, or is an annoyance to the enemy team when they can't kill her, but doesn't set you up in a way that a lot of these more standard mid laners do. You know, I feel like something super basic, even like an Orianna, would have just given them a better teamfight ability. So I think they need to go back to the drawing board with the way that they were actually drafting in the first place. As for the playstyle that they exhibited today, it was different, and I think it was too far on the didn't want to fight side, but I like to see some, you know, little semblance of restraint in this team, because up until this point, all they've shown us is that they wanted to fight and fight and fight and fight. There's a middle ground in there, and if they can
Yeah.
find it, I know there's not long until Thursday, but, you know, if they can get a little bit more aggression in the right places, there's a possibility that we do get a, you know, tiebreaker, and that would be exciting.
I might challenge you a little on that Aurora point because she was R1'd.
Mm,
And I think the original plan was to put her top lane.
yeah.
And then it was the pivot that failed. I don't think
Yeah.
it was the
Okay,
champ
that's
pick
fair.
entirely that failed.
Yeah, given that like the other side was picking Ornn and then moving it to the jungle, and that they weren't the ones who got lost in the lane swap, is crazy. That wasn't the team that suffered from the lane swap there. But yeah, perhaps it was just a not ideal adaptation.
Yeah, potentially.
For the Aurora. And there was like early on, the Aurora was doing some classic Aurora, I have lost chapter and now one shot you kind of moments.
Yeah.
But it seemed like as soon as that angle onto backline wasn't found, the Harry Carey did not care
Well,
It
one
felt
bit.
very
built
quietly.
that Negatron cloak and just sat on it for the
Yeah.
next 8 minutes.
done
It was
it.
over, really.
I've
Yeah.
defeated Aurora. Yeah. So yeah, not a good day for Aurora today, honestly. They kind of suffered in the
Yeah.
Four Nations, which is good. Maybe we're finally defeating this champion as a player base. We're finally defeating Aurora, which is good. It's Ornn is the answer, I guess.
Yeah.
In
2 for
any
2.
lane, just pick Ornn. It doesn't matter. You're gonna get the win. Okay, let's do some final thoughts here, folks. Before we wrap it up, it is 11:15 UK time. Rory, any last words before we wrap up this for Monday?
Yeah. Typically, junglers gank between 3:15 and 3:45.
Just like a note.
It's quite a common
Post it for everyone.
thing. Might be good to be aware of it. Yeah, that's about it, really.
Just a PSA for the laners of this world. Bloxer, is it advice? Is it distress? Are we less depressed than the last Vertex game? You know, like
Uh,
No, no, absolutely not. No, the this last game has broken me, but we've got to remember that those first 2 games of the day were some pretty good teams, showing that
Oh,
they
yeah.
can absolutely
Yeah.
stomp on some of
They were
the
classy.
middle of the pack teams. So I'm exceptionally excited to get out of these groups and to see Ruddy,
Let me
Verdant, and oh, my brain is failing me. Who else is at the
Nuclear
top of it?
Vikings, perhaps?
And Nuclear Vikings. Yeah, those teams all battle it because I think we've actually got some incredibly talented teams fighting at the
Yeah.
top.
Yeah, we do have the whole gamut. We've got many strata of gameplay options going on right here, but for now, we're going to sign it off. We, of course, will be back on Thursday for the last game of the initial group stage. There is still a chance for Venomcrest to make it out. There is still a chance for Broad and Friends to make it out, so stick around. The groups are not locked yet. We will see you on Thursday. Thank you so much, Rory and Bloxer, for guesting with me. Thank you, Shippy, for casting with me as well. And thank you, Zoe, for producing once again through the throes of illness. We very much appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and we will see you on Thursday.